Are we good to go, Phil?
Yes, we are live on YouTube now.
All right. Good morning, everybody. It is March 7th. I am really excited to call to order the very first public hearing of the Transportation Committee for the 2022 legislative session. For those who may be watching from home and haven't participated in the past, this is being conducted virtually. Members of the public, as well as public officials, have an opportunity to join our committee and share their perspectives for 3 minutes. My name is Will Haskell. I serve as the Senate chair of this committee. I represent the 26th district in the state Senate. I just want to mention very briefly before handing the floor over to the co-chair and the ranking members, if they're available, that this is a day where the legislature is incredibly active and most of my colleagues are double or if not triple booked. So to members of the public, if you see a member pop in or out, please know that it is not a sign of disrespect at all, but rather they're trying to pay close attention to what's happening in environment and public health as well. Just an important caveat to keep in mind about how this legislative session works. Representative Lamar, would you like to provide some comments before we get started?
Thank you, Senator Haskell, and thank you to Transportation Committee members, our LCO, OFA, OLR, nonpartisan staff, and partisan staff who've helped us get to our first public hearing. We have an active 7 days ahead of us.
Rather, they're trying
with numerous issues that we're going to hear. Today isn't the largest agenda, but there are some controversial issues. And so our hope, and our committee has always been good at this, that this is an opportunity for the public to speak, and we don't necessarily have to get into back and forths today. We'll have time to debate these issues, hear these issues, understand these issues, but it's the public's opportunity to speak. And thankfully, I think we'll have a robust committee meeting before us.
Thanks so much, Representative Lamar. Unfortunately, I believe that our ranking members are tied up in other meetings, but in the spirit of bipartisanship, I certainly want to give an opportunity for leaders on the other side of the aisle in this committee to say a few words. So I'm going to start with my friend and colleague from Fairfield County, Representative O'Day, who for the purposes of today's meeting, we might call the ranking member emeritus of the Transportation Committee.
Thank you very much, Senator. I appreciate it. And I'm sorry, the current ranking member is jumping around. Hopefully we'll hear from him shortly. But I do want to thank this committee as we start here. It's always been bipartisan. We disagree, but we're not disagreeable. And I truly respect that reputation that has been honored and carried on by both of you. And I'm very appreciative of that. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Representative O'Day. I certainly share those sentiments. Senator Kissel, perhaps you could say a few words from the Senate Republican caucus as well.
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just want to underline the fact that Chairman Lamar and yourself, Chairman Haskell, did something I thought was quite ambitious, and I wasn't able to participate due to scheduling conflicts. But you guys, over the last year, in the middle of the pandemic, took it upon yourselves to invite all the committee members, basically around the state of Connecticut, to various locations critical to transportation, whether it was rails, airports, highway systems, over several different places throughout the state. And I think both of you, as leaders of this committee, deserve tremendous commendation for doing that. I've been lucky enough to be a state senator for 30 years now, and I haven't decided what I want to do when I grow up, but I haven't seen that many road trips with any committee. I know there was a few years there where they tried to have hearings in various outside of the Capitol, but that was really a great effort, and I think other folks could probably learn from that. So I want to thank you guys for doing that. Hopefully it's not the end, and I look forward to the hearings. A lot of times I have conflicts with the Judiciary Committee, but I'm honored to just take the place of the good Representative Senator Heather Summers, who's tied up in public health for the moment, but she'll be here soon. So great committee with its finger on the pulse, and I just tremendous leadership in doing that during difficult times. Great job to both of the chairs and whomever else was involved in planning that out. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much for those words, Senator Kissel. And I think you hit the key right at the end there, which is all the folks who were involved in planning those visits, whether it was the Department of Transportation, the Port Authority, the Airport Authority, our committee staff, especially our exceptional clerk, Phil Maniero. We were so grateful. We learned a lot from those tours, and they really helped to inform our agenda both today and for the upcoming session. So thanks to all the members who joined us, and Senator Kissel, thanks so much for recognizing those site visits. That's probably a perfect segue to the group that accompanied us and led most of those visits to roads, rails, and bridges across the state, which is the Department of Transportation. I think we'll move on now to Commissioner Giletti and his team, who are prepared to testify in a variety of bills before our committee today. Commissioner, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you. Thank you to, well, good morning, Chairman Haskell and Chairman Lamar, and to Ranking Members Somers and Carney, who are represented right now by O'Day and Kissel. Okay, appreciate the remarks too, because all those multiple locations you talked about gave us an opportunity to show what's been going on with the department and to have interaction and a lot of feedback. And it was extremely productive. It was appreciated by the agency as well, because we're here to go and answer those questions. And we all learned something about everything from drones to what's going on our bridges and how to go and do it. So thank you for taking the time to come on out and meet with us and see what's going on here. A couple of bills that we're going to be talking about today. Oh, and by the way, I also appreciated from Senator Kissel the finger on the pulse as opposed to the foot on the neck. I appreciate that mention, because it is true. You've got a finger on the pulse with us, and we really do appreciate the opportunity to go and talk about what's going on. You've got House Bill 5255, which is an act concerning recommendations by the Department of Transportation, and Senate Bill 215, an act concerning the development of a transportation engineering recruitment program. And we've submitted written comments, so I'm going to briefly just go over some highlights. In terms of safety, the safety of the traveling public is our #1 priority. And again, in concert with our federal partners, the department is again proposing legislation to require a universal helmet law covering all motorcycle riders and restricting open containers in motor vehicles. Representative O'Day, you and I had multiple conversations on this. Motor vehicle crashes are the leading cause of death for Americans from age 3 to 33. Alcohol involvement remains the leading factor in vehicle fatalities. In 2021, there were 324 alcohol-related fatalities in Connecticut, which is the highest since our roadways since 2002. There were 68 motorcycle fatalities also in 2021, which is the highest since 1987, and 60% of these were unhelmeted. Since Connecticut has an open container law, the federal government transfers the 3% of our formula funding to the highway safety program instead of the use on our federal interstate maintenance and national highway system and surface transportation projects. So since 2001, we've seen 164 million has been transferred to non-compliance under this program. Also, sections 14 to 16 of the bill would revise the cannabis and boating under the influence statute, which is intended to make safety the top priority for drivers and passengers on our roads and the waterways. Sections 4 and 5 of the bill will give CTDOT, I'm showing my age here, the authority to change speed limits and limit access highways during weather events and emergencies. When weather conditions deteriorate to the point that hazardous conditions are impending, CTDOT would be allowed to reduce the speed limit to one that helps minimize the likelihood of collisions. Sections 8 to 10 of the bill would streamline the current contract process by eliminating the requirement for notarized signatures, and Section 13 creates an electronic permit system by slightly increased fees for oversized and overweight permits. And we've learned nothing else through the pandemic. It has been fantastic to finally be able to use electronic signatures to move things through and cut out tremendous loss of time in trying to get documents through. When emergency situations arrive, CTDOT needs to make sure that they can evaluate the situation in a timely manner. So sections 11 and 12 would allow us to enter private property when a state of emergency has been declared and the emergency needs to be addressed. The proposed change would not infringe upon a property owner's right to just compensation for impacts to their property. Section 19 of the bill would allow DOT to address and enforce illegal encroachments within the department's right-of-way on an emergency basis and increase the fine to adequately create deterrence. The revision would give DOT the right tools to address any unsafe condition in our right-of-way. And because we're also aware of what the other states are doing, Section 18 will allow the testing of truck platooning in the state, following the lead of 32 other states. The platooning is the coordinated operation of 2 or more trucks connected by a computer system. The system communicates with the trucks to align speed, acceleration, and braking on limited access highways. The changes proposed in this section will remove barriers to the automated driving industry and provide a more flexible framework for the industry to do business in Connecticut. And as you read the bill, it does not eliminate the drivers in the other vehicles, but it does allow for a much more efficient operation and making sure that all those vehicles can brake when something happens. They'll all respond at the same time. And the raised Senate Bill 215 establishes a transportation for engineering recruitment program. Last week alone, I probably signed another 30 retirement letters. So, we do have an ongoing situation with the need to be able to go and recruit. So the ISJA, I'm going to have a hard time with that. All right, increases CTDOT's transportation formula funding by 38% and provides over $100 billion in national discretionary grant opportunities for fiscal years 2022 to 2026. The new funding, combined with a significant number of current employees retiring the next few months, will result in the immediate need for us to be able to heavily recruit engineers for the foreseeable future. So we've submitted the testimony, and as always, I've got all the experts from the department here with me or on Zoom with me. Look forward to your questions and our ability to be able to answer them. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Commissioner, for your testimony today. And just a reminder to members of the committee, folks are surely familiar based on other public hearings, but we're going to use the raise hand function to determine the order of those asking questions. So if you wouldn't mind using that, that would be helpful. If the committee will indulge me, I've got a million questions, but I'm going to start with just one, Commissioner. You mentioned that we see in Connecticut a 3% formula funding diversion as a result of our open container laws being out of sync with what the federal government wants and expects. And then as a separate matter, you mentioned that because of the infrastructure package, our formula funding is set to increase by 38%. Just putting those two facts together, am I to understand that we've lost so far $164 million in critical transportation funding because of this, but that number is likely to dramatically increase in the years to come because of the formula funding increases?
That is exactly right, Senator. We've lost 3% all the way through this time. And because the increase of 38%, that 38% will also have that same 3% penalty on it for us not having an open container law.
So thank you for that answer. If I understand correctly, the department has brought this issue before the Transportation Committee for years, but do you feel as though there's a new urgency to this reform in light of that? And therefore is there a little bit sort of more emphasis on that reform this year?
Let me, again, Senator, from the standpoint that it constantly comes up when we meet with Federal Highway, this year has been there is tremendous concentration on what has been going on our highways. The fatality rates is not just up in Connecticut, they're up all over the nation, but our alcohol related deaths is higher than everybody else. All right, we end up when there's a severe accident, obviously, we know that you go through the testing to go and see whether or not alcohol influenced that accident rate. And that's why I gave you those numbers. So the Federal Highway does point out to us that we have a severe case of high alcohol related fatalities. And we still do not have a bill that says you can't have an open container in the car. So what I'm conveying to you is what comes back from the federal government on it, and also what the financial penalty on that has been for us going forward.
Understood. Thanks, Commissioner. I've got other questions, but I'm going to jump in later, and we'll move now to Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Haskell. And Commissioner, thank you for the kind words. And I want to thank you for the the okay on the bonding for our rail station here in Enfield. I know that part of the strategy is to seek complementary funds from the federal government. It's an exciting time with the infrastructure bill. And I'm just very appreciative of all the hard work you and your staff are putting into that. My questions are along the lines of Senator Haskell, though. One of the groups that I'm very mindful of is Mothers Against Drunk Driving. I've worked very closely with them on a number of initiatives that started in the Judiciary Committee, but it always perplexed me why we couldn't get our arms around an open container bill. As I had indicated earlier, I've been lucky enough to be a state senator from North Central Connecticut for 30 years now. And I remember a friend and colleague from the Greenwich area, William Nickerson, who tried to get through an open container bill. And somehow it got hung up, not necessarily because the membership didn't support it, but there were things like tailgate parties and other nuances that the law swept aside inadvertently, and that caused it not to pass. That's my recollection. So it just seems to me if other states are able to do this, when I broach this issue with my constituents, they just are amazed that you could have a beer or you could have a Bloody Mary if you're not driving the car and not get arrested. Now, I think as a practical matter, if that's what's going on, the police will bend over backwards probably to find some reason to make sure the folks that are driving aren't intoxicated. But the fact that we are so high in alcohol-related injuries and deaths, if I lost a loved one, a neighbor, a constituent, it's senseless and it's heartbreaking. And we're just too smart a state not to get our arms around this. And I'm just wondering, assuming there's the political will, Commissioner, what is it, or your staff might be able to chime in, what is it as a practical matter that's hampering Connecticut from being able to draft this? And I know it's part of a total package, but draft this, not only as Chairman Haskell so aptly pointed out, we're losing millions of dollars that we desperately need for other transportation initiatives, but driving down those drunk driving numbers is really important. And especially now that we've legalized marijuana, I do believe the Yale studies that say that when you bring those two substances together, it can take people by surprise and really undermine their eye-hand coordination, i.e. their ability to drive. And so I'm just looking like for the practical reasons why it hasn't been able to get passed.
Through the chair.
Through the chair.
Absolutely, Commissioner. Go right
Yeah,
ahead.
I don't want anybody on staff to be commenting on why the legislature does or does not take up an issue going forward. But I will say to you, I need to clarify one point. When I talk about the money that's been taken away from us for construction, it's diverted. We still get that money to be used on educational programs and other things, but we don't get to do the construction that we wanted to be doing with it. So I bring that up because that has been part of the discussion that went on in the past, is that you don't lose the money, but the truth of the matter is you don't get to put the money towards the issues that you want to do. The other thing that I want to bring out, because again, it was mentioned as to why the push, for me, it's been a push every year since I've been here, but the other end of it is that you do know that the speeding has increased, the number of accidents have increased, the fact of whether or not do we have enough state police, and we're still waiting for the state police to come out of the schools and be able to go and deal with this going forward. There's a number of factors that have contributed, but our numbers are not good here in Connecticut. So aside from the fact that nationally, I was in Washington last week. This came up again when we were meeting with the legislature in Washington. It's a major problem around the nation, but it's one that we right now stand out for, particularly on this issue. That, I again bring it forward. I bring it forward more so from the standpoint that I need to show the federal government that we have dealt with this, we are trying to deal with it, that we haven't, walked away from it. So I just want to be clear on that end. So again, I'm going to say I don't want to turn it over to any staff to go and comment on why it hasn't been done in the past. I'm just going to give the facts right now.
Well, I'm sort of befuddled by this issue because it's been around all the time that I've been a state senator, commissioner. How about this? How many states do have an open container law that passes muster with the federal government?
You know the answer off the top of your head?
I don't.
We'll get that for you. I have it. I just don't have it in front of me, though. I didn't know that we get this much play on the discussion, but we'll get it. And if I can get it during the meeting, I'll get it right back to you, Senator.
I appreciate that, and I won't belabor this, and I know a lot of other people have questions as well, but I guess my point is this. The nice thing about being in the state legislature is we have 49 other states that are laboratories that we can look to. I have got to believe that there's plenty of states that have a working law regarding this. And I hate to see Connecticut as an outlier regarding this. I really don't, for the life of me, know why anybody would be opposed to sort of tightening this up, just for common sense, and just look around and look at someone that you love and just think, would you want this to be, would you want that girl or boy or husband or wife or friend or colleague to be the victim of a drunk driving accident? Absolutely not. And so I'd like to think that this is the year, but we'll see. But I appreciate your advocacy on behalf of this point. And yeah, money is a great driver, but I also feel that the public health and safety and the tragedies that evolve from not having a response to this are unacceptable in the year 2022. Thank you very much, Chairman Haskell.
Senator, I just want to respond that I did have the number in the top of my head, but I don't always trust myself. So I wanted to get it verified. There are only 12 states that do not have an open container law. So we're one of 12.
Okay, that's not the neighborhood I want to be in. So we'll see what we can do. Thank you, Commissioner.
Me neither, Senator Kissel. I'd like to be in the other camp as well. So thank you for those comments. And Commissioner, thank you for your answers. We'll move now to Representative O'Day, followed by Representative Meskers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for being here. And as you know, I'm coming from your second favorite town in New Canaan, Connecticut. So one of the things I do want to address is the Senator Haskell and I both represent New Canaan, and the direct trains. I know we're adding one, but they're still not where they need to be for New Canaan. As you know, is the end of the line. Next station to heaven, so to speak, as they say. And you know, the direct train is imperative for our town. And so what are the plans on increasing that, if you can, or if there's somebody there who can answer that?
Representative, I will tell you that I've been meeting with Metro North almost on a weekly basis, okay? There's going to be a number of changes coming forward. We're still negotiating from the standpoint of what their capacity is in Grand Central Terminal, but they want to get back to the former way of doing it. They've been talking, originally it was moved back to the fall. There's now been some talk about whether or not we can do it this summer. So I would say to you, stay posted. We have not dropped the request for that. And they are looking at it. It's been very encouraging in the last couple of weeks. The numbers keep coming up. So where it had been coming up, and then the second wave of the pandemic hit, so that had an effect on it, and also had an effect on the amount of personnel they had to go and operate the trains. They're now reevaluating that. So I would say, as soon as I've got more information on it, I will get back to you, but we are working that.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And please do. That is a huge issue for my constituents, and I
am well aware. But keep telling me that it's my favorite station. I got to be very careful with words like that. You've reminded me before.
Right. On line 272 through 280 is regarding on HB 5255. In declaring a state of emergency to address an emergency and enter onto a private property. What in essence are we trying to address there?
What we're trying to address is that when we have a situation that actually requires us to go on, like a tree has fallen in and it's in the power line, or it's affecting the mainline operation, that we go in there and do it. It does not take away the property owner's rights to go and come back at us for any damages that we do, but it gives us the right to be able to go in there in the interest of public safety and keeping our highways and rail systems open, and ability to go and do that.
I guess, was there a particular incident that happened that you were prevented from doing that? I mean, in other words, this seems to be a pretty big change that we've been able to get by without this in the statute section that we're talking about. And I'm just wondering what has changed and why do we need it now as opposed to why we've been able to do it without it?
Mark Rolfe, the deputy, is going to respond on that.
Yeah, thank you, Representative O'Day. We do have issues from time to time on this, and when there's an emergency, we typically rely on the good nature of private property owners when we need to cross to access, an incident or emergency. Very recently, there was a severe undermining of the rail and gas line on the TPC River Highlands in Rocky Hill. And we had to cross private property in order to access the site. We're able to do so, but if absent the cooperation of a private property owner, we would be in a delay period until we could access the necessary property rights. So we want to foreclose the possibility that we would not be able to access an emergency situation that affected either public property or public safety because we didn't have the necessary property rights. This legislation will give that to us.
And I would turn and say the other part of it that came into play is sometimes you can't reach the property owners. They're not here in the state. Okay, so maybe you want to think about another way of wording it, but that's predominantly the issue, is that when you can't reach the property owner, because obviously we would always try to reach the property owner.
Thank you. And in line 494 to 495, you're adding a drug influence evaluation need not be commenced within 2 hours of the time of the operation. Is that addressing the driving while impaired under the influence of marijuana as opposed to the alcohol?
Garrett Ucalito, are you on?
Yes, Commissioner Representative Day, this is Garrett Ucalito from the Department of Transportation. So that is, yes, DIEs are conducted by drug recognition experts. So this is trying to conform to current practice because most police agencies in the state do not have their own DRE. They use a call-out system where they rely on the goodwill of other police departments to loan a DRE to go to the scene or go to the barracks to conduct the drug influence evaluation. From the moment the car is stopped to the time when they can get a hold of that DRE to come out, it might take a little longer than 2 hours. And these DIEs are used for non-alcohol impairment. So it could be cannabis, it could be other illegal drugs, and the DREs are able to do that.
Actually, that's what I figured. Thank you. I'll reserve my questions on the platooning of buses and commercial vehicles. Well, in line, going through lines 591 on to 604, I guess it is. What issue are we trying to address here on regulating the platooning or kind of having operations of commercial vehicles? Is it because they're going really close to one another with the automated drive assist? Is that what we're addressing here?
Go ahead, Garrett.
Yes, Representative Day. So currently in driving laws in the state have follow too closely rules where you can't follow too closely to the vehicle in front of you. 32 other states have made exceptions now for what are deemed truck platooning if they have automated mechanisms in place to ensure the vehicle can follow the exact braking as the vehicle in front of them. So we're trying to conform to what's being tested in other states. And this is not to deploy widely, just to allow the testing that's being done in 32 other states.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That obviously is something it's happening more and more. Just with regard to the open container, Commissioner, clarify, because we don't lose the 3%, it's just diverted. What is that 3% amount total per year? Through you, Mr. Chair.
1 second. So, I always tell you that when it comes to actual figures, I need to have somebody back me up on it. So 1 second.
I think it's around 20 million.
It's around, the rough numbers, it's around $20 million every year. It'll go up this year. Okay. And again, that has to be moved into other programs as opposed into construction.
And so, so that 20 million a year goes from construction to other programs, but that other programs, if we're going to be spending at least 20 million in those other programs anyway, clearly educating on the drinking and driving, we need to do more of, and frankly, the lack of enforcement by the state police as they used to, I think is a direct result of our police accountability bill that we passed, but that's not your issue. But is the other programs, what's in the budget for the other programs for your budget?
1 second while I try to get that. And the other is I got to make a correction. It was 11 million. I said 20 million off the cuff. Okay. And it was 11 million per year. Okay. And it'll go up this year. So because of the increased amount of money that's going in. Garrett, do you have any idea what the budget is in those other programs?
No, Commissioner, we can get that in follow up.
Yeah.
But it can't be supplanting. It basically, those are federal funds for the purposes. So high visibility enforcement, other purposes that we use it for today. So this would be on top of the federal funds we use for those purposes.
Okay, so obviously we've got to do more in other programs because what we're doing isn't working. But the open container law, I agree with. We can certainly button that up. I have been approached by certain organizations about, for example, if you take an Uber ride or you take a Lyft ride or you take a van and you're driving to a UConn game or whatever, there have been people who have advocated for keeping that with the other 12 states that have it. So I'm not saying I'm in that position. I am saying, though, that's what I've heard as to why we still have it. My understanding is there is a carve out for many of those situations anyway, so that you could have an open container in a van or a limousine or an area where the driving compartment is separated from, in essence, from the rest of the area of the vehicle. But I'm wondering if there is a way to carve out for Ubers or Lyfts where you've got to hire a person in there and you're going to a game or something that open containers would not be illegal. Is that am I consistent with your understanding as to the opposition and why?
I'm getting Ann right here telling me, yes, there is some language in other areas. We'll take a look at it. We'll get it over to you. So that way there you can take a look at it from that perspective.
Sorry, excellent. I've got another hearing going on in the background. I didn't want to have my mic on while I'm not talking. So
you mean we're not the favorite? Okay.
Yes, you are. DOT is my favorite. And finally, I'll turn it over to everybody else, but just on the bike helmets, as Commissioner, you and I have talked about this, I was surprised. I mean, we've got a bike helmet requirement for bicycles that you ride.
Yeah.
For youth. And then it used to be that nobody wore a helmet while skiing, and now everybody does.
Right.
And it has absolutely saved lives. And when one of the compromises I had suggested years ago was raising the age of helmet requirements from, I think it's 18 now. There was discussion to make it 21 or 25. Have any discussions been had over, maybe not having the age, the mandatory helmet age, have it modified?
I can only say that I haven't had those discussions, and I've got to say that I know how emotional this, this particular bill is, and what you as representatives have gone through on this bill. So, again, I take it from the standpoint that I'm giving you the facts on it, and the fact also that, we get asked this from our federal partners as well. So, I can't answer your question on that one, but again, I will say to you that we can take a look and see if other states turned around and went with a higher age. And if we find the answer to that, we'll get that answer to you.
Thank you. And it is striking to me that the fatalities are so high. Did I hear you that 60% of the motorcycle fatalities involve alcohol? Was that the number?
No. That you got the two of them separated. The 60% were the number of the fatalities that did not have helmets on. Of all those fatalities, 60% of them were not wearing helmets.
All right. What was the percent of fatalities involving alcohol that you cited there? I'm sorry,
Well, one second. You got it?
We don't have a percentage for motorcycles.
Huh?
We don't use the alcohol related. Look at that for motorcycles.
You looking for the alcohol related just on motorcycles as opposed to the overall alcohol?
Overall would be great. It's fine if there is a distinguishing between motorcycle and motor vehicle, but I mean it's less important. But obviously, any alcohol-related death is something that we should try and stem. But if you have the overall and the different motorcycles, that'd be great. But it's not imperative.
Okay, well, I do know that we had 324 alcohol-related fatalities in Connecticut, which was the highest on our roadways. But I have to get you what was the total number in order for you to have a percentage on it. We'll get that back to you.
No problem. And is that rate a percentage rate involving alcohol-related deaths higher in Connecticut than the average in other states?
Yes.
Okay. If you have those numbers, that'd be great, because that's something that would help us in arguing this position, because obviously that's terrible and we need to do something about it. So thank you very much. I know there's a lot of the people have other questions. I really do appreciate it very much. Oh, just one shout out to your DMV. You need some good news. I've had some very positive responses from my constituents on DMV being more consumer friendly and or customer friendly, and expanding the online services. So I encourage you to do that. I would hope that maybe we can get it easier to for getting bus drivers being able to maybe expand on the process of them getting approved, maybe inspections every 3-5 years as opposed to every year, and getting their new hires on the road quicker. But your DMV has been doing a great job in being more customer friendly and doing things online. So congrats to your efforts there.
Well, just so that I'm very clear on it, I'll to our fellow commissioner on the DMV, I will pass it on, and you should know that we have a great working relationship between the two departments, and we'll keep working that for all the opportunities we see on it. But I will.
Yeah, so I would.
Congratulations.
Yep, and I hope that we get the cooperation between the two of you all on the buses and trucking issues that we've got coming before us. So thank you.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Representative O'Day, and thank you, Commissioner. I just want to follow up before we move over to Representative Meskers on the alcohol. I'm sorry. Yeah, on the helmet issue. There was testimony from the Connecticut Children's Hospital that mentioned that there's a real challenge of enforcing partial helmet laws because you have to sort of guess about the age of the person driving next to you. It's my understanding that our neighbors in Massachusetts and New York have universal helmet laws. And perhaps this is a question more suitable for the state police as opposed to the Department of Transportation. But is ease of enforcement one of the reasons that the department is supporting a universal law as opposed to one with an age limit?
Senator, I can't give you a straight answer on that because we've been generally taking it from the standpoint that we've been asked to make sure that we've petitioned on behalf of doing this. because of the fatalities. So I don't know if there has been a distinction on that end. You got to give me some time to look into that a little bit more.
No problem. Hopefully we'll have a chance to speak with representatives from the state police as well about that issue.
That would be good. Yes.
Okay, I'll move now to Representative Meskers, but before I do so, I want to recognize that it is his birthday. So happy birthday, Representative Meskers. Commissioner, if the spirit moves, feel free to give him a rendition of happy birthday.
Thank you very much. I was going to make some observation about the age-related motorcycle driving today. That made me feel, some of us might feel more uncomfortable than you, Senator. But in all seriousness, one, I want to thank the commissioner. I want to thank the deputy commissioner, Roth. I know you've enjoyed your visits to Greenwich as we've gone over the major project on 95. We'll continue to push on sound mitigation, et cetera. Those are particular interests of my community. I know there's something sitting on the governor's desk, and I'm waiting anxiously for the response, or we as a town are. So I appreciate your help there. Commissioner, I wanted to bring to your attention, it's, I guess, a complaint by nature of a suggestion. As I sit on the insurance committee, when you're talking about helmets, you're talking about open container laws, et cetera. I think we need to bring this in front of the insurance committee or through the insurance carriers. I'm just thinking that a lot of what you're talking about in both fatalities, damage, when we're looking, we've been wrestling over the last 2 years, and we've only managed to get to a construction site camera in very limited use.
Mhm.
It would be very good for you guys to work with the insurance carrier to talk about the impacts that these laws could have on the cost of the insurance premiums. I mean, the fatality rate on, I don't know whether the motorcycle fatalities impact all drivers or just the people, the insurance, those who own a motorcycle. But I think consumers, if they understand what the costs are for those decisions, as a way of an example, in insurance, we're trying to bring forth a bill on engraving on the catalytic converters because they're being stolen. So things, that either can improve the recovery or reduce our losses, it can have a dramatic impact or potentially on our insurance coverage costs. And where you may not get the free spirits who want to drive around without a helmet may not always agree. But if you tell everybody it's $500 more a year for the insurance, you might find that the public sway changes. And the same thing with the cameras on the highway. If we begin to talk about what the impacts are on the premiums on car insurance for some control of the safety on our streets, I think that'll be a big help in the argument. So I just make that comment to you because I think what you guys are doing, and I want to echo, I guess is your third favorite place in the state. I'm not sure where we sit. I want to echo the job you're doing is extraordinary. The DMV job is incredibly effective. They were tremendously helpful to me personally with resolving a lot of constituent issues during COVID, but I'm getting plaudits on the turnaround times and responsiveness. So I think you're doing a great job there. So have some thought on the safety. I think your whole safety agenda should be looked through the prism of insurance and insurance premiums. I think it'll help you to lobby it through our legislature. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative Meskers. Commissioner, did you want to respond before we move on to Representative Zavostowski?
No, other than to go and say I've heard him. I'll talk about it with our legislative team here and see whether or not there's a way to go and enhance or increase the ability to make the argument by using the fiscal responsibility or fiscal liability. Okay.
Thank you. Representative Zavostowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Good to see you, Commissioner. I know we just talked a few days ago in appropriations, and we'll be seeing each other again this Wednesday. But I have a question about truck platooning.
Sure.
I drive up and down I-91 on a regular basis between here and Hartford as well, and points south. And we often have cars racing in and out, diving in and out of the different lanes at high speeds.
Yep.
I get concerned about the platooning. You mentioned that there were some other states that have it in effect now. How are any of these in the Northeast or any other congested areas similar to this?
Well, I know it's in 32 states right now. I'll get you an answer as to whether, oh, Garrett knows. Okay, I've already been told that Garrett knows the answer to that. Go ahead, Garrett.
No, you can go, Commissioner. Yes, we have neighboring states that allow this, including up and down the I-95 corridor. It is not why it is, to be clear, this is a testing phase, and the technology is actually safer than human driver due to its automated connection and millisecond response time.
And the other part of it is that when you're talking about the zooming in and zooming out, this platooning would not allow them to be able to zoom in and out in between two trucks that are going down there, because the trucks actually act as one vehicle, even though there's a driver in each truck. I wanted to assure that end of it, because I know there's always been a lot of discussion about whether or not there was going to be drivers in each one of these. There's a driver in each one. It is a test system going through. And again, I'd like to support it because it seems to make sense.
Yeah, I do get that they do kind of move in a line where we, very little space in between them. And I am happy that you put in the proposal that you have a driver in each one. But I mean, if there's any failure with the equipment, I mean, these guys really have to have a quick reaction time. The way that the bill is written up, this is not a pilot program. I know it gives the authorization to you as the commissioner or any other commissioners that follow you to be able to deal with this on a one-by-one basis. I get that. I would probably feel a little bit more comfortable with the legislation if it were set up as a pilot program with some limitations or some metrics that we could deal with, limiting a certain number. But no, I realize this is the way for the future. I feel better that there's actually somebody in these vehicles, but I'm just a little wary about use of these on our congested highways. Anyway, I thank you for your answers. And if there's anything else that you want to add, go ahead. And in the meantime, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. No, I've heard you, and obviously, whatever the legislature decides, okay, in other words, for us, it's an opportunity to see something that has been shown in terms of testing to be very successful, very safe. It is the way of the future, and it makes it it takes out the human error between the trucks as they're going down there, because the computers actually control it. And it is true, more and more we're seeing this. We're having to respond in many situations on the highway where, for example, we're putting glass beads in the white paint, so it makes it easier for the vehicles to pick up the lines as they're going through. So there's a lot that's going on in here, and the world is changing fast. But from everything we've seen, it's the way to go. But I'll leave it at that.
Mr. Chairman, if I could ask one last follow-up. How are they connected? Is this a Wi-Fi, basically a cell signal, or how is this done? How do the trucks communicate?
You see the camera turning on. Go ahead, Garrett.
So Representative Zalewski, this is Garrett Euclido. Each fleet owner uses a little bit different technology. Some of them use cellular connectivity through what's called, or they use what's called DSRC, dedicated short range communication, vehicle to vehicle communication technology. Each of them have their own proprietary technology, the different testers out there, the different automated testers out there. So there's the base technology that's used, whether it's cellular or DSRC, like radio connectivity, but they all use the same what's called V to X or V to V basis for that connectivity.
Thank you. And I look forward to learning a little bit more about this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Zalewski. And I share your opinion that it's perhaps a good thing Connecticut isn't going out on a limb, that there are other states that have explored this. That makes me feel a little bit more comfortable personally about the issue of platooning. Representative Smith has his hand up. We'll move to you next, sir.
Thank you, Senator. I think a quick question, Commissioner or whomever on the staff. So it seems to me that this is really, we're talking about the trucks being able to draft, right? And that increases fuel efficiency, and because they're connected, the risks that are associated with that are greatly diminished, if not eliminated. Is that correct? And assuming it is, I'm wondering about the overzealous driver who decides to tack onto the back of the train and take the ride, which I guess is a risk, and we have to look to the state police to watch out for that. Do you have any comments on that? Am I crazy, or is that what kind of we're talking about here?
What I'll say to you, Representative, is that, I'm looking forward to this testing because we're all going to learn something from it. Everything we learn, we're going to share with our transportation committee as we're going through it. But you are right that the advantage is, one, it saves on fuel. It also, like I've already pointed out, you don't have to worry about the second and third driver, okay, because the system is going to ensure they all brake uniformly. Okay, it is one of the most efficient ways to go down. But we're all going to have to learn. And yeah, I feel the same way. The same way that there's those people that follow the fire truck or follow the ambulance going down there to try and zoom through the traffic. I'm sure we're going to have some of those situations going forward. But it'll be very, very interesting to see what we learn from this as the technology keeps driving changes in how we're managing our highway system.
Great, thanks. I appreciate it. Just want to make sure I understood what we're talking about.
Yes,
thanks.
You do.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Devlin.
Apparently works too. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of questions, Commissioner, and thank you for your presentation. Always a pleasure to see you and your team. First of all, I didn't find it in the bill at all, but if you could just comment, and I do have a specific questions about two areas in your proposal. Can you speak about commercial vehicles on the Merritt Parkway? First, in terms of how are we defining it, and B, how are we enforcing keeping them off of the Merritt Parkway?
Representative Devlin, I'm going to start by saying I'm surprised you didn't talk about whether or not your area was my favorite area. Okay, so
I already know that.
Before I turn it over to Mark, can you comment on it? Before I turn it over to him, I do want to say, we do go through, when there's storms and everything else, making certain exceptions for the power companies to be able to go on there, but there hasn't been, I'd say there hasn't been a month. I would have said it hasn't been a week that at some point or another, we don't find that some commercial vehicle has gone on there that can't clear the bridges and everything else. So it is an ongoing issue. But Mark, do you want to comment on how we come up with the commercial? And I don't know, on enforcement, we rely on the state police.
Yeah.
And if I could just interject on one thing for clarity of my question, of course, there's the issues, and we see it with tractor trailers that have entered the highway and are stalled. If you recall, we also went through a lot of work to do a pilot program to let the Kennedy Center use their small buses, sort of vans, which was an exception. Yet every day we see commercial vans with ladders on top, all sorts of things. So less so about the big tractor trailers, which still we need to address, but also the broader use of commercial vehicles.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Devlin. Mark Rolfe here again. The issue on the Merritt Parkway is really the bridges, right? The low bridges there. There is no big shoulder for vehicles to pull off should there be an accident or incident of any sort. So we come at this primarily from a safety perspective. So we only allow vehicles with, combination plates or regular plates. We do not allow commercial vehicles. You're certainly correct in that there are any number of vehicles that violate that prohibition. The challenge is an enforcement one. There are many ramps on the Merritt Parkway. It's just difficult to monitor them. The state police may be better able to answer, their ability to respond to those issues, but it's the normal patrol from state police that are responsible for that, and they just can't be everywhere.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. Let me jump to your bill and section 12G. Can you just describe a little bit about, and that is the ability for the department to access personal property? Are there instances that this has been an issue? Can you just provide a little bit background for that provision?
Yeah, Mark had mentioned it before. The main reason is not that we wouldn't contact the property owner, but when you can't contact the property owner, that we have the ability to go in there in an emergency situation and not taking away any of their rights for compensation on it. So, it's under normal circumstances, we don't have a problem, but Mark brought out what happened even when we had that gas line going to the airport and the whole understructure of the track over by Rocky Hill that went out. You need to be able to get a hold of property owners to be able to go in there. And that's why the issue becomes, what happens when you can't get the property owner? We're just looking to be able to say that we have the ability to go and do it, and they do not lose any rights and are going to do it. So I hope that clarifies it for you, Mark. Is there anything you want to add on that?
Well, I see our chief engineer, Scott Hill.
Okay, good. Scott, go ahead.
Hi, how are you? I'm Scott Hill, the chief engineer at the DOT. Yeah, this is a problem where under emergency declaration situations, we are still required to get the property to access the property, private property, to fix an emergency declaration situation. And we've had a bunch of these come up recently where, one homeowner was not in the country and we get a hold of them. So we have not been able to address the ED in that particular situation. These are usually drainage rights of ways across property, private property. And, our first action is to stabilize the situation and protect it.
Okay, so this is just in the case of emergency declaration.
Yeah, this is a case where, under normal circumstances, it takes about 4 to 6 weeks to get rights. Sometimes we are able to get rights in advance. Pretty cooperative, and they want to stabilize their as well. But recently we've had a couple where we could not get a hold of the property owner. And that becomes problematic when we're trying to address a safety issue.
No, I appreciate that clarification. Thank you. And you may have addressed my next question as well. I'll apologize in advance for jumping between what must be about 5 meetings going on right now. So this is in section 17B. And what it speaks to is the department being able to take property for bicycle lane and multi-use trail. Can you just provide some more context around that? And if you have already, I'm happy to get the update after. I know we have a long hearing.
We'd be happy to. Mark, do you want to explain what's going on there?
Sure. This was an issue that's come up on a couple of projects recently where we were seeking to acquire property for a multi-use trail. The legislation is currently written, says we can acquire property for transportation purposes. And the issue arose as to whether a trail constituted transportation purposes. And so this was just to clean that up and make it clear that the commissioner had the power to acquire property for trails.
All right. Well, I appreciate your explanations there and for your presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Devlin. I don't see other hands raised at the moment, but I'm going to give our committee members an opportunity to raise their hands if they'd like by taking some time to ask 3 questions that I have, if that's okay. The first is recruiting challenges. We spoke at the top of the meeting about how much we learned from these site visits that you and your team helped to coordinate. And I want to dig a little bit more into the details of the challenges that you face. For example, is there currently an internship program at the Department of Transportation? What does it look like when you and your team go out to Connecticut schools or schools across the country? What are other states doing to find engineers and recruit them to pursue public service as opposed to the private sector? Are there changes that need to happen legislatively? Are there things that are happening administratively? I'd love to get a little bit more insight into you mentioned how hard it is, how many retirements there are, how many new job openings there are, but I'd love to get a little bit more insight into what the current recruitment process looks like, and in your view, what it ought to look like.
So Senator, I'm glad you brought it back up. You know that we've had multiple discussions on this. And I did start it off by saying even last week, I signed between 20 and 30 more retirement letters, and we're looking at a lot more coming in. So every single week, we go through every department on whether or not we're making any progress or we're falling further behind. And unfortunately, we're falling further behind because of all the retirements that are going on. In response to whether or not there is internship programs, yes, and we're working on different types of internship programs. For example, in the past, we've been able to do an internship program that was on in the summer, but we're not allowed to bring them back during the holiday season in the winter. Those are the types of things that keep people coming in. We do have a thing going out right now. Kim Lassay and her group have been very, very successful in going to the colleges, and we're reaching out to colleges outside of our area as well to get engineers to be interested in coming up here. So, we're actively trying every way that we can to attract people coming in. And it's it's very, very robust, but it's also, very difficult because at this time, with everyone seeing what's coming in terms of the increased money and infrastructure, the same thing is going on with every one of our contractors that are out there. So, the competition is heavy. We are trying to advance it as quickly as possible because we also know we're competing against all of our sister states up here. So it's an ongoing issue, but I'm going to turn it over now to Mark so we can talk a little bit more about some of the issues that we've been able to do or opportunities.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. We do have a summer hire program for college students. What we're finding, though, as we're out there recruiting is the labor market is so competitive right now, particularly for engineers, that internship programs are the best recruiting tool that we could possibly have. Engineering students start getting internships really in their sophomore year. And by their senior year, many of them have already committed to a job. So if we're not in the internship game, we're not really competitive. So we've been looking to expand internship opportunities. We have our summer hire program, which we call an internship program. We'd like to do something more formal with that. The current program is a little bit restrictive in that the rate of pay is very low compared to other private companies and other states. But with the new infrastructure bill, it's extremely competitive. Everyone's looking to hire. Other states, private industry, there's lots of work going to consulting firms. So anything that we can do to make ourselves more attractive and more competitive in the marketplace, we're in favor of.
And Mark, isn't it true that we haven't seen an increase in the pay for that program in over 10 years?
Yeah, it's been at least a decade since the rate of pay for interns went up.
That's really interesting. Well, thank you for those insights. One quick follow-up. I remember one anecdote that I think the commissioner had shared with me, that sometimes you're interviewing an applicant who's, not the right fit for job A, but is ideal for job B, which opens up next month. Unfortunately, you have to start from scratch with that applicant, going through the processes and procedures. Is that something, is that an administrative decision by the executive branch, or is it something that is in statute that requires you to go through that duplicative process?
Do you know the answer, Mark?
I don't. I think it's fair to say that the hiring recruiting process can be frustrating at times. Perhaps Garrett wants to weigh in.
Senator Haskell, I see Scott Hill, our chief engineer, has his camera on. I don't know if he wants to talk.
You could start, Garrett. I'll pick it up after you. Go ahead.
So, Senator, this is Garrett Euclido again. The way the statutes are crafted do require lists for certified lists for applicants for those positions. So that is one of the reasons why you would have to apply for a job, be deemed certified on that list, and then we as the hiring agency are able to pull interview people from that list. So that is, even though we've moved to an online job application process, we still have some of the old language related to certified lists of candidates that we can interview. Scott, I don't know if you want to add.
No, that's pretty much what I wanted to say. The way the engineering series works is that employee may be qualified for various levels, but ends up having to apply for each level individually. So like a TE1, transportation engineer 1, transportation engineer 2, transportation engineer 3, and they have to be on each one of those lists, and then the interviews take place independently. Years ago, before we went online, we used to have the flexibility of hiring a trainee at the TE2 level, basically allowing that trainee to advance all the way through TE2 in their job, which is the working level, and not have to re-interview them at each level. And so we had a little bit more flexibility. The online system doesn't really allow that. It's individual applications for each level. And so it does tie our hands. And you know, that is an issue.
Thanks to you both, or thanks to you all for those answers. Perhaps this is a further conversation that we ought to have as a committee with the Department of Administrative Services as well. But that's really helpful to know, and I hope that our bill can at least take steps towards making your life easier as you seek to hire qualified, capable people to staff your department. Just two other questions, and I'll try to keep them pretty quick. We received testimony from the Motor Transport Association of Connecticut about the variable speed limit provision as it relates to extreme weather events. They raised concerns that, you know, we don't typically have electronic speed limits signs on highways at the moment, and that it might not be abundantly clear to drivers when lower speed limits are in place. I just wanted to give you the frustrating thing to me about these public hearings is that there's no back and forth between different points of view. So I just wanted to provide your department with an opportunity to respond to that.
Sure. Go ahead, Mark.
Senator Mark Rolfe here again. Yeah, that's an obvious concern. We would look to roll this out very similar to the way New Jersey and Pennsylvania have. So there would be an implementation plan that we'd have to put in place. We have rebel message boards along most of our interstate highways, but not everywhere. We would need to do something with our regulatory speed limit signs so that they become variable speed limits. So if this were enacted, we'd have to come up with an implementation plan where it would be rolled out in segments of highways as we were able to update and improve the infrastructure. So we don't want to have any confusing signs up there. That's would be a problem, and we want to avoid that.
That's great to hear. I share the concerns raised by MTAC, and it sounds as though you do too, and that there are solutions perhaps on the horizon should this language move forward. So thank you for that. I'll just close on a bill that I don't think anyone from your team has touched on, Commissioner, but that's a study concerning transit district consolidation. You've worked in other states on transportation issues. Connecticut seems to be rather unique in having what I believe to be 19 different transit districts. I know just in my neck of the woods here in Fairfield County, there's extreme overlap. Just, you know, you look at the coastal link, for example, 47 miles that connect Greenwich to New Haven on Route 1. That's divided into 5 different bus line segments. In addition to, most importantly, the fact that it might have a negative impact on consumers and riders, it also leads to a lot of duplication of taxpayer dollars and perhaps makes us less competitive for federal grant funding. I wanted to see if your department wanted to weigh in on that issue being studied and perhaps resolved.
So Rich Andreski, are you on? Because if you're on, this is an opportunity for you to talk about I'll say the challenges of what it's like to deal with it, because I never have had to deal with this many districts, and I'm talking about in New York or Florida. But go ahead, Rich.
So I'm on. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Very good. Senator Haskell, good to see you, and thanks for the question. We have 16 transit districts. Some are in name only. For example, Meriden Transit District, Stamford Transit District. Others are operators of service. We have a great deal of coordination with them. You are correct that it does create a fragmented and not such a well-integrated statewide transit network. There are challenges to having so many districts. What we have been doing so far here is encouraging collaboration between the districts. There are a number of partnerships that we've established over the last several years to consolidate services. Something short of a merger, but shared services. Certainly looking at that next step and whether, you know, mergers could happen is probably worth doing. We have to be strategic about that. There are different roles that the transit districts play. Fixed route service is one. Others are a paratransit on-demand service that they provide. And there's assets and facilities that have to be considered as well. So certainly something that's worth looking into further.
Rich, two very quick follow-ups on that. Thank you so much for your answer. In those districts that have consolidated voluntarily, or perhaps with the advice, urging support of DOT, have there been cost savings both in terms of facility and operations? And then my second question is related to finances as well. It would be an understatement to say that we as a state and you as the Department of Transportation subsidize some of this inefficiency, right? I mean, don't most of these local transit districts receive the bulk of their funding from the state?
Yes. So the second question first. Yes, much of the funding for the transit districts comes from the state allocation. So pass through the DOT. With respect to some consolidations recently, the Middletown Transit District and the Estuary Transit District have merged, and that's yielding, or shared services rather, and that's yielding some benefits. Certainly reduced administrative oversight, the lack of having to have two chief executives to run each of those systems, that's a benefit. Better coordinated service is the key, though. In addition to getting some savings, there's just better coordination of services. Right now, not sure everyone knows, but if you're a paratransit user and you need to travel between districts, you need to coordinate that trip among multiple providers. And so there's some gaps in how service is delivered, and certainly the mergers, if they occur, would help with that.
Spectacular. Well, I'm so glad to hear you say what is really most important, which is improving the customer experience is at the forefront of your mind, and I think ours as a committee as well. I don't see any other questions from my colleagues, so I think I'll just close by saying thank you so much, Commissioner Giletti, and to your entire team. You are unfailingly responsive to the questions and needs of this committee, and I know there were some follow-ups today. I'm sure your team will be in touch with individual members, but our spectacular clerk, Phil, has also offered to help usher some material back to members on those follow-ups. So thank you, Phil. Thank you, Commissioner, for your time, and to the entire team as well.
Thank you for the acknowledgement to the team, because it is a great team, and appreciate these opportunities to talk with the committee. It's always fruitful, and it also lets us know where your thinking is and how we can support. So thank you.
All right, thank you again, Commissioner. We'll move now to Kevin Dillon from the Connecticut Airport Authority. Kevin, are you with us this morning?
I am. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
It's yours.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Kevin Dillon. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Airport Authority. I'm testifying in favor of House Bill 5308. It's an act implementing the recommendations of the Connecticut Airport Authority and changes to the Board of Directors of the Tweed New Haven Airport Authority. Before I get into the specifics of the bill, just wanted to update the committee on some of the goings-on within the CAA. As you know, we've been impacted very heavily by the pandemic. I'm pleased to say, though, recently the recovery, particularly at Bradley, has been going very well. We're only down about 10% as compared to pre-pandemic levels. The lagging sector there continues to be business travel. We do believe once folks are back into the offices, we'll start to see a pickup there. And in fact, we just got a recent good signal from Air Canada. Air Canada has announced that they're going to resume service to Toronto. That particular route is mostly business travelers, so it's apparent that their forecast is matching the forecast that we have here at the airport. But we've also had a lot of other announcements by other airlines. Over the past year, a new airline, Sun Country, started service. They provide service to Minneapolis. Frontier has announced Cancun and San Juan service. Spirit and JetBlue have both initiated Miami service, and Southwest started Nashville service. But the biggest announcement for us here at the airport was the start of Breeze Airways service. They started service here at the airport about 9 months ago. They started with 4 destinations. Working with them over that 9-month period, we're able to convince them to establish a base of operations here at Bradley. What that means is that a lot of additional breeze activity will be coming into the airport as they base aircraft here and rotate aircraft through, meaning a lot of additional routes. In fact, tomorrow they'll be announcing 6 additional routes here at Bradley, so we're looking forward to that. But all of that activity also translates into significant employment. Breeze is anticipating adding up to 200 jobs here at Bradley as a result of establishing it as a base. So we're hopeful that by the end of the year, we will be back to pre-pandemic numbers if we continue to add capacity like that back to the route system. We've also taken the opportunity over the past year to advance our capital construction program here at the airport. Our ground transportation center is just about ready to open. We're anticipating the end of May or early June and opening of that facility. That'll be a great customer service convenience. But we're also working on a lot of other capital programs, mostly centered around enhancing the capacity of the terminal building here at Bradley. In the GA system, we have a lot of things going on. I did want to focus on one particular initiative, though. We are still very much interested in acquiring Sikorsky Airport. We are working with the city of Bridgeport right now. We do have a term sheet that's been approved by our board. Hopefully that term sheet will be going to the city council shortly. We think there's a real opportunity for development at Sikorsky. In fact, we do have an airline right now that has asked us to acquire the airport and make some of the improvements that they would find necessary in order to commence commercial passenger service out of the airport. So a lot of exciting things in the future. As it relates very specific to House Bill 5308, we have submitted written testimony, so I'm going to be very brief, but did want to point out a few items. As you know, when the CAA was created about 11 years ago, we inherited just about all of the aeronautical responsibilities that the DOT formerly had. So what this bill does in large measure is simply straightens out a lot of the statements within the legislation that incorrectly would point to the DOT versus the CAA. There are a few particular items, though, that I did want to point out. Section 2 through 5, as well as Section 10, eliminates the CAA as the middleman in terms of the state aircraft registration program. Currently, what happens is airports supply to us information on their based aircraft, and then we, in turn, send that information to the respective municipalities so that they can establish aircraft registration. We would like to take ourselves out of the middle of that interaction and simply have the airports go directly to the municipalities. We have run this by the Connecticut Assessors Association, who indicated no concern with it. And also CCM has submitted testimony also supporting this provision. We think it just makes sense to remove us as the middleman for expediency. Also in Section 19, we are looking to require any Connecticut-based aircraft or hangared aircraft here in the state to have liability insurance. That may be surprising to members of the committee, but currently there is no requirement for aircraft liability insurance. We are proposing a minimum policy of $500,000 per occurrence and $100,000 per passenger. And we think this is a smart move for the protection of aircraft, property, and persons on the ground. It's a relatively inexpensive item for aircraft operators to acquire. We have been able to find policies for as little as $300 annually. So we think it's a smart move to move forward with this insurance requirement. We have reached out to industry groups, and they have told us that they do believe the limits that we're moving forward with are reasonable limits. The last item I wanted to touch base on is within the bill. As I said, a majority of this bill codifies what we do in practice. And one of the items is related to aviation related takings. Today, what happens is if we have a purpose and need for a taking, we determine that through our board process, and then we present it to the DOT, who moves forward with the actual taking. Recently, however, though, the DOT has requested that we consider taking them out of the middle of that process and being involved in the process. and that simply the CAA be given the authority to move forward with any aviation-related taking that's necessary directly on our own without involving the DOT. The reality is our utilization of this provision is very limited. Typically, we only use it to acquire rights to clear approaches to various runways throughout the state. That's for safety-related purposes. So it's something that we will probably ask the committee to consider with JFS language at some point to amend the bill as it's currently written. Because as I said, the bill today simply codifies and outlines what the existing process is. So with that, I'll stop and see if you have any particular questions I could answer.
Thanks, Kevin, for your time and for your testimony today. I'll wait for colleagues to potentially raise their hands if they have questions, but one that I have very briefly is, given the CAA's status, I believe, as a quasi, are there challenges? Is there precedent for handing that eminent domain takings authority to a quasi? Anything that the committee should be wary of there?
Well, I think one of the reasons why the process was originally established is when we were first created as the CAA, we did not think it was appropriate that we have the ability to condemn property. And in fact, the process that we put in place mirrors the process that exists over in Rhode Island. You may be aware that the Rhode Island Airport Corporation was a spinoff of the DOT over in Rhode Island. So we set up a very similar process. The reality is, though, there are other quasis. I do believe the redevelopment agency in Hartford has the authority to condemn property. So I don't think it's something that's prohibited. It's just something that, 11 years ago when we were established, we set it up the way it is today.
Understood. That's helpful context. Thank you. Representative Zawistowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you there, Director. A question for, actually, it's more of a comment than anything else. The idea of having airport registrations go directly to the towns, I think, is an excellent one. Rather than having you act as the middleman, as somebody who represents a couple of the towns that do have that exposure. I think it's something that will just make it a little bit easier. And I certainly understand why CAAO would be in favor of it. Other than that, I mean, I have very little, I am pretty much up to date on what's going on there and everything. But yeah, I want to just publicly thank you for your excellent leadership of CAA, particularly Bradley, because it has such a positive impact on the economy of the whole North Central Connecticut area and the whole state. So again, thank you for being here.
Thanks, Rep, and thank you for your ongoing support.
Thank you, Representative. And I share your enthusiasm and support about all that's happening at Bradley. It was wonderful to visit your offices and to get a view of the spectacular expansion, which is so wonderful for our state. Kevin, I don't see other hands raised, but I can't let you go without asking a question as a representative from Fairfield County about potential developments at Sikorsky Airport and the CAA's continued interest in acquisition. Might you be able to provide an update on that?
Sure. We think it's a real exciting opportunity for the state. As I said earlier, we do have an airline that is interested in starting commercial passenger operations. They have approached us and asked us to get involved directly. I think the rationale for that is they believe the CAA has the experiences and the resources to maintain an ongoing operation at the airport that would make them feel comfortable in terms of starting operations. So we have reached a term sheet understanding with the city. It would call for an acquisition by the CAA. The acquisition price would be $10 million that we would compensate the city. And that number is a number that we have discussed with the FAA. That is the maximum dollar amount that they would allow us to pay for the airport. And it essentially represents contributions that the city of Bridgeport has made to the airport from general fund revenues. Because there is a prohibition under FAA rules that no other money can be taken off the airport. We have developed a capital development plan that would call for about $62 million worth of capital investment into the airport if we do acquire it. The money is evenly split between terminal facility development as well as airfield improvements. On the terminal side, we are anticipating private sector investment. We have been told that there is private sector money that is available and that is interested in investing in the airport. We as the CAA would look to leverage FAA grants for the airfield improvements that would be necessary for the commercial passenger service. So I'm hopeful that we're going to be able to bring it to a conclusion with the city. We have set a goal here in the CAA that if we are going to move forward with this, we would like to acquire the airport and be operating the airport by the end of the calendar year.
Well, that's spectacular to hear that piece in particular about the timeline. I'm really excited that CAA's expertise and knowledge will be brought to that complicated project. So thank you for that update. Seeing no other questions or comments from committee members, I'm very grateful for your time today.
Thank you.
All right, as is the tradition in this committee and many others, we are now a bit beyond actually the first hour of the public hearing. So we're going to be alternating between members of the public and public officials who are signed up to testify. The first member of the public who is signed up to testify is Richard Paulkner. And Richard, I understand you're representing the Connecticut Motorcycle Riders Association and you're speaking on behalf of many members rather than having them sign up to testify individually. And as a committee, we're really grateful for that that sort of cohesion and efficiency. And the floor is yours, sir. We look forward to hearing from you.
Well, thank you very much. Am I coming through?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, for the record, my name is Richard Paulkner. I live in the town of Easton. Used to be a Wilton resident for about 15 years. Know Mr. O'Day quite well and fan of Tony Boucher's. Anyway, I'm here today to represent the Connecticut Motorcycle Riders Association, and I've done that since 1980. And this issue just continues to constantly come up, which is somewhat frustrating. But you know, in the course of public policy making, you know, this is the way we operate, right? We allow people to debate issues. And I'm very pleased to be here today to debate this issue with all of you. Some of you I've met and know for many years. Many of you look like new faces. But what let me get right down to it, because I know you're very busy. I don't want to make this a long, drawn-out testimony. But for those of you who are not familiar with the issue, okay, there's a question that I want you to ask yourself, and that is, why is it that there are 31 states currently that allow adults the right to choose whether or not to wear a helmet? And by the way, ever since the feds got out of blackmailing the states, okay, in 1975, okay, there have never been less than 25 states that have, in fact, allowed adults that freedom to make that choice, right? I think it's an important thing to remember and to look at, because this issue is not the way it's been portrayed so many times over so many years as a black and white safety issue. It is not that. And I'm going to challenge those of you on the committee, as well as the proponents of the change to a universal helmet law that's contained in this bill, to consider how one can reconcile what I'm about to share with you versus what they have shared with you and will share with you later. Okay, being a CPA in Greenwich and being in the middle of tax season and having lost one of my 3 preparers, I wasn't able to update the stats that I presented to Chairman Lamar and the committee back in 2019. But from what I understand, Phil has resurrected those. They can easily be updated for the last 2 years in terms of new information. But what I want to do, and by the way, we didn't come up with these numbers. This is not something that I did on an Excel spreadsheet. This is coming from various, well, in the beginning, it was coming from the DOT, but now it's the Yukon and their website that has taken over compiling these numbers. So here's the point I want to make. We've been the only group that has been advocating for motorcycle rider education since the late 70s. We got there in 1982, okay? And what my compilation of results indicate, and I'm gonna share them really quick, okay? Back in 1982, the year we put rider education into place, there were 79, let's call it 80,000 registered motorcycles or motorcyclists. There were 99 fatalities that year. The number of motorcycle accidents that had injuries using that ABC schedule that the DOT put into effect a long time ago, there were 3,107 motorcycle accidents. Now let's fast forward to 2019. In 2019, there were 38 fatal motorcycle crashes, 38 versus 99, okay? And by the way, I would urge you to look at this chart and see, this isn't like an aberration where, you know, it ping pongs like a ball. It's kind of like the way the stock market is now. It's going straight down. The number of motorcycle accidents or crashes with injuries went down from 3,107 to 759. Okay, in 2019 is that last year I've got the data for. And maybe most important, the number of motorcycle accidents or crashes with the most serious injuries, the ones that in theory debilitate people or cost, significant healthcare significant cost to treat. That number went from 1,068 in 1982 to 185 in 2019. Now, I don't believe that the helmet law issue is about numbers, but I share these numbers with you because we have made tremendous strides in the, since 1982 through the current year. And again, I would urge you to look at it because what you're going to see is that the decline was it took 2 years after the Rider Ed program to really kick in. But once it kicked in, it made a dramatic decline in crashes, in injuries, and serious injuries. Okay, and by the way, and this always gets in my core, the people that are going to testify today in support of a universal helmet law were never involved in these efforts. We were the only group that was pushing hard for rider education. Okay, and it was actually a representative in Stamford. She was the House chairman at the time. Of course, I can't remember her name because with advancing age, I'm losing some of my short term. But in any case, we pushed hard. The program has been working. And let me also say this, okay? As long as, while we're still on the numbers part, I saw one of the representatives earlier in the hearing make a comment that about Massachusetts and New York having universal helmet laws. And they have had universal helmet laws since the feds got involved in, I guess it was 1967. I came across some interesting data that was submitted as testimony in New York State. And guess what? New York State has more serious, the fatalities, if you compare New York to Connecticut, they're virtually dead even in terms of per occurrence. In terms of serious injuries, we actually have substantially less serious injuries with no helmet law in Connecticut than New York State does with a full universal helmet law, and have had such since 1967. So one last point on the numbers. Excuse me. I'd like you all to know how the DOT and NHTSA, not Connecticut DOT, but in Washington, how they come up with what they claim is a 42% effectiveness level with a helmet. Does anybody here know how they do that? All right, I'm going to tell you how they do it, and you're going to be amazed at this. They look at those motorcycle crashes where there's two occupants, the driver and the passenger. And then they drill down to only those that subset where one of them's wearing a helmet and one of them's not. And if the one wearing the helmet survives, that goes into the data bank. If the one not wearing a helmet doesn't survive, that one goes in the data bank. Now, let's just think about something. How reliable, this is not scientific evidence. Let's assume I'm riding my motorcycle. I don't want to say me. Let's assume somebody's on a bike. The operator has no helmet on. The passenger does. The bike goes down. Somebody cuts them off, whatever. The passenger rolls, gets thrown from the bike, and lands on the side of the road. The operator, unfortunately, gets thrown the opposite way and gets run over by a car or truck. This methodology is ridiculous. It's definitely not scientific by any means. Okay, so when you understand that's the basis on which they say 42% effective, and then you look at the kind of stats that I just shared with you in our own state, something here doesn't make sense. Something here does not, jive. And all right, I think I've made that point. But let me tell you what we think as an organization is the real issue. Okay, again, I don't believe it's numbers. Numbers are not the basis for enacting or not enacting a law like this. What is, we believe, the issue is freedom of choice, okay, personal choice. And I guess, I can pretty much summarize this by simply saying, if you're going to single us out and tell us that we must wear helmets because of so-called societal costs or burdens, what about the real money the real money pits out there when it comes to healthcare costs? What about people that smoke? What about people that are obese? What about the people that are essentially functioning alcoholics or worse? Are we going to, if you're going to legislate us and take our choice away, I think you need to be comfortable doing the same with these other types of groups of people. And I think, I'm sure there's more than the three that I'm referring to. Two last things, okay? And I am trying to make this as quick as I can, but there are some members here that have never heard these arguments before. And so I feel that even though some I've heard this ad nauseum, there are others that are experiencing the testimony for the first time. Okay, two last points. Number one, with respect to NHTSA and the federal DOT, who are big advocates for universal helmet laws, despite the fact that 31 states don't buy it. some of you may remember, we used to have what was called the national mandatory speed limit of 55. Okay, I think that went out in the 90s. NHTSA fought that repeal of the 55-mile-an-hour speed limit, full steam ahead. And I can remember Joan Claybrook and some of the other NHTSA players, saying that there'd be blood in the streets, blood running in the streets if we raised the speed limit. Okay. Well, the speed limit now in Connecticut on the Merritt Parkway, when I drive to work, is probably closer to 70, even though it's legitimately supposed to be 55. Point is, NHTSA's got, just like any other agency, they have a role. They're an advocacy group. But that doesn't mean they're always right. It doesn't even mean they're always fair, okay? And here's the last point I'll make, and this is sort of a personal observation. We've lost over the last, I'd say, 5-6 years in our organization, probably 5 to 6 board members. And you know why? Because they're moving to play, they're tired of having to deal with this helmet issue every 2 or 3 years. And I'm sure there are other factors too, but look at where they're moving. They're moving to South Carolina, no helmet law. They're moving to Florida, no helmet law. They're moving to New Hampshire, no helmet law. I was born and raised in New York City. I came to Connecticut at the age of 22 because I used to come up here and ride my motorcycle and experience the joy of riding without a helmet. So as soon as I was able to get the hell out of New York, that's exactly what I did. So that pretty much concludes my testimony. I would invite any or all of you with questions. You want to challenge anything I've said, please come at me, because I've been doing this. And by the way, I'm not a paid lobbyist. Okay, I'm a motorcycle rider. I don't get paid to do this, but I've been doing it for 40 years. Okay, and this issue for me is a very, very critical one. Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator Haskell. And thank you, Representative Lamar, for giving me an opportunity to say my piece. There will be no other people or maybe one or two that insisted on wanting to say something, but the normal 80 or 90 or 100 people that sign up, you're not going to hear from them. I'm the spokesperson for the group. And if there's one or two other people that speak, even if they're CMRA members, they don't speak for the group. I speak for the group. I'm the legislative chairman. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Palkner, for your time and for your testimony today. I see that 2 of my colleagues have their hands raised. We'll start with Representative Lamar.
Thank you, Chairman Haskell, and thank you, Richard, for your testimony today. And thank you for your years of advocacy and reliability on behalf of the Connecticut Motorcycle Riders Alliance Association, where you and I may not see eye to eye on this issue fully. You have always been a reliable partner for me to talk to get insight and understanding from. When I've ever asked for data or information, you've been very responsive and engaged. When it came time to have this hearing again this year, everyone on this committee knew your capacity and your association's capacity to generate hundreds to thousands of pieces of written testimony and scores of people before the committee. Once again, you've done a very admirable job representing the interests of your association. And I thank you for your continued work with this committee to help highlight this issue and be a resource for us as we publicly debate the right step forward for Connecticut. So thank you again for coming.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Lamar. Let me come back and say to you, we have the utmost respect for you. You've been fair to us. You're right, we don't totally agree on the issue, but you've been more than fair to us, and you've listened and you've researched, and that's all we can ask for. I mean, I sincerely mean it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Moving on now to Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, sir, for your testimony. I know we've gone back and forth, and I've actually voted ultimately against this a number of times. I will admit I'm closer and closer on voting in favor of something along these lines. Each time I still am hesitant. I do see your arguments on freedom. I do believe, listen, people who smoke pay more for life insurance. They should pay more for health insurance. People who, ride a motorcycle without a helmet, is a choice of freedom. Ultimately, there was some testimony years ago, I recall, from a doctor about the cost associated with treating the TBIs of people coming in with accidents from motorcycles without wearing a helmet. So there is a cost to society for not wearing a helmet, but there also, we measure that with the freedom to do so. And there was arguments from some of your colleagues that said it was actually safer to ride without a helmet because you could see better. But certainly when you're not falling, I can see the arguments somewhat, but when you're falling, I don't see the argument. But in any event, how do you respond? I know you have answered this question I've had for you in the past, but just how do you respond to the question? Well, we have seatbelt laws that work. In fact, we just addressed that from backseat drivers. How do you say that seatbelts are different from helmets?
Okay. Well, I'll make a couple of points here. First of all, the most important point, in my opinion, is the fact that the motoring public did not object to having that choice taken away from them. And you can see it, well, first of all, it was obvious at the hearings, which I was at. But even more importantly, you've got people complying with the seatbelt law. Last numbers I saw was somewhere in the low to mid 80s. That's pretty good result. And I think what it really comes down to is, again, if you want people to change their behavior, or if you want them to act in a way that is deemed to be most desirable for society, you've got to convince them that it's in their best interest to do so. It's the carrot versus the stick approach. I mean, just look at what we've been through the last 2 years with this COVID situation, right? I mean, who in their right mind, and this is just my opinion, so I don't want to offend anyone, but who in their right mind would not get a vaccine, right? But you look at the opposition that grew up around that. And I think it's because, maybe as a culture, as Americans, we tend to push back when we're told we must do something, and we feel like that's government overstepping its bounds. So I think, my answer to you is I testified against the seatbelt law for the same reason I'm opposed to the helmet law. I think as an adult, you should have the right to choose. But society clearly didn't feel that way. Society meaning motorists, okay? That's an important distinction, because those are the people that are being affected, just like we're being affected or singled out with respect to the helmet issue. So, and anecdotally, I would say to you, what I find interesting, and perhaps some of you will find encouraging, is that I see more and more voluntary helmet use, especially among the younger riders. It's almost, and I can sort of make an analogy with my own two daughters, who, again, grew up, went through the Wilton public school system. They would never, ever.
I'm hesitant. I see freedom. I do believe this.
And they always wear a seatbelt, because they're maybe the first generation, because they're 30 and 35. They're probably one of the first generations that have assimilated the education that produces the desire to act that way, which is great because nobody's rights are being violated, and yet we're getting where we want to get to. So I don't know. Does that answer your question?
Well, it sounds like if we were to take a poll and 90% of the public said that you should wear a helmet, that you'd be okay with that.
If 90% of the population rode motorcycles, yes, I would. But don't ask an automobile driver whether a motorcyclist should have to wear a helmet. This goes to my point about the COVID shot, because they got no skin in the game. They got nothing to lose. It's like, yeah, make them wear a helmet, right? I mean, you know. So I think that's an important distinction. And by the way, you know, while helmet laws were being repealed in the States, motorcyclists were opposed to it. You know, the polls that were taken showed motorcyclists, the ones that would be affected, were opposed to it, even though roughly half of those motorcyclists wore a helmet voluntarily.
So would you in the carrot and stick approach, you'd be okay with paying a surcharge on your health and car insurance if for that right to not wear a helmet?
I think the short answer is no. And the answer is no, because there's no evidence that we're producing or creating any kind of unique, unusual, or, you know, large amount of healthcare costs. I mean, go back to the numbers, right? And you know, if you want to start singling out people, and you want to tell people that are obese they have to pay more, you want to tell people that smoke they have to pay more, you want to tell people that consume more than 2 drinks a day they have to pay more. I mean, you know, what kind of nanny society are we heading into? The whole purpose of insurance is to spread the risks.
Understood. Well, thank you very much for your testimony, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. Senator Kissel.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I'm probably guessing that the co-chairs will maybe roll their eyes since I came out so strongly in opposition to open bottle, or open container in driving. But on this issue, I want to compliment you, Mr. Pochner. I think that you made a very thoughtful, articulate argument. And up in North Central Connecticut, I've always taken a position. And again, you touched upon it. You touched upon it on a broader spectrum regarding freedom and sort of American values. They're held differently. I certainly don't disparage or think less of anybody who advocates for this. I can understand it completely, but just on balance, I would err it on the side of people have their freedoms. Insurance is to spread the risk. I'm sure the companies that underwrite motorcycle drivers, their actuaries have figured this all in already with the premiums, because they're not going to be losing money on these policies. And so you have an advocate up here in North Central Connecticut. I will oppose this. I hope it's not tied into something else that I really love, because that would be unfortunate. But typically it's a standalone bill and it's up or down. I do think it's very appreciated, at least from this senator, that there weren't 80 people signed up to testify via Zoom today. Like I said, I've been lucky enough to do this for 30 years. And I remember when the LOB was just flooded with individuals. And I'll just relate to the committee this. When we were honoring Ella Grasso before the pandemic, so now it's what, about 2.5, 3 years ago, on her anniversary, the story that I related was one that I had seen clips of back in the day. And back then, when Governor Grasso was governor, this issue came up and motorcyclists flooded the building. And it was classic, because there they were, huddled around Governor Grasso, and she took them aback because they were really sort of feisty. And she got up and she just goes, boys, like their mom, saying, I just want to protect you. And they sort of toned it down a little bit and sort of felt, you could sort of see they just weren't as uptight about it, but the bill failed, even with her advocacy. So there's something to be said for freedom. There's something to be said. I'm sure I'm not a motorcyclist myself, but feeling the wind in your hair and just, the roads in Connecticut lend themselves to this. And your last point, that young people may be taking this approach and wear a helmet, I think that's a better transition, and it's much more likely to persist if people do it of their own free will, as opposed to, if we can't even get law enforcement to pull people over for driving intoxicated, why do we want to charge them to pull people over that are just doing nothing wrong but riding their motorcycles without a helmet? In this day and age, we got to get them to do the more serious stuff first in any event. So I just wanted you to know, it's a controversial issue, but there are those of us that are foursquare behind you. And thank you for your very articulate testimony. And thank you for letting me go on and on, Mr. Chair. I'll try not to do it too much.
Can I say something, Mr. Chair?
No problem. Yes, of course, Mr. Faulkner.
Thank you. First of all, Senator Kissel, you probably don't even remember, but you got behind us on every safety initiative that we pushed for. Mandatory discount on your motorcycle insurance if you took the safety course, because that at the time was voluntary. Now we make it a condition. It has become the licensing process, and there's many others. But I also want to touch on what Representative O'Day brought up about the insurance, and you alluded to, Senator Kissel. It costs less to insure a motorcycle in Connecticut than it does in New York or in Massachusetts, two states that have had helmet laws for 40 plus years. And you're absolutely right. They factored all of that in. They're not losing money based on, not discounting or taking into account that fact. You're 100% correct. And I guess there was something else I want to say, but I can't remember.
Well, thank you for your kind memories.
Oh yeah, listen, you've always been upfront with us, and you've been in the legislature a long time, and we always knew we could count on you having an open mind, a willingness to listen. That's all I can ask for. There's no quid pro quos here. But when people look at this issue rationally, and again, go back to where I started with this thing. If this issue was so black and white, if helmets was so effective, why would we have 31 states still not, mandating them for adults? And actually, now I know what else I did want to say. And this goes back to the hearing we had in 2019. One of our philosophical core issues here is the concept that the law should treat minors differently than adults. Okay. Now you can haggle over at what age one becomes an adult. In some areas in Connecticut law, I understand it's 18, which is why, and by the way, we made that compromise back when Representative Hanchurk lost his brother on a motorcycle accident back in the 80s, and he was a pit bull. Ultimately, we were able to compromise on under 18, which we have now. Plus, many of you probably don't realize this, if you're riding with a learner's permit, you're required to wear a helmet regardless of what your age is, okay? Which to me makes sense. But if we had made a public statement, and we know we are credible, okay? And I made a statement back in 19 saying, look, if you feel the need to raise the age to under 21, philosophically, we're okay with that. Because again, it preserves the distinction between how we treat minors and how we treat adults. If it gets, if you were to say to me, well, how about 25? No, that violates the principle, okay? But, if you want to raise the limit, and include 3 more years, 3 more ages in this the current requirement we have, and give it a few years and see what the results are like. We stand by what we say. And what we said 3 years ago was we could live with that, even though a lot of our members had an issue with it. But this is our position, and you're hearing it from the horse's mouth, so to speak.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Faulkner, for your time and for your testimony today. It's a tough issue. We'll certainly take your thoughts into consideration and deliberations moving forward. And Senator Kissel, I didn't mean to cut you off. Did you have any follow-up there?
Oh, no, thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
No problem at all. Mr.
Thank
Faulkner.
you, Senator Haskell. It's nice to finally met you. And of course, Representative O'Day, he and I go back to the Wilton days as well. And so, all right, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Absolutely. It was good to meet you as well, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
We're going to move back now to the public officials who are signed up to testify. And I see Senator Formica has joined us. The senator will be joined by Representative McCarty, I believe, and the first selectman from the town of Waterford, Mr. Brule. Senator, the floor is yours.
3 for 1.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to join you. Good afternoon, Senator Kissel and all. I don't know if First Selectman Brule is on. I know that Representative McCarty was in an education committee meeting, so she may or may not be on. But just for the mechanics of it, does First Selectman Brule just start talking when he, or does he need to be unmuted by the administrator?
I believe Mr. Brule is in our waiting room. Oh, he's joined us now. Good afternoon, sir.
Okay.
Afternoon. Thank you.
All right. So, hi, Rob. How are you?
Hi, Senator. How are you?
Good, thank you. I'm going to give just a brief statement and then turn it over to the First Selectman. And thank you to the administrator for all the problems. I've been bouncing in and out of the program for a little while here. So anyway, Mr. Chairman, I'm here to testify in support of HB 5309, an act concerning the conveyance of an easement over a parcel of state land for the town of Waterford. The town of Waterford is being very proactive under this First Selectman in getting property developed and taking advantage of the current situation in our state for business climate. There's a large parcel of land that has been dormant for some time that is in need of just a little help to be accessed. This parcel that the bill refers to is a way station that was built on the previously used access to this property. So what we're trying to do is kind of revert back, accommodate the use of the way station, which will not change, but just allow for better access to the service road, which will service this large parcel of property, which is looked at very seriously by a large developer. There should be no cost to the state. In fact, the conveyance tax on the piece of property would be well in excess of anything the state has seen in some time from this part of the world. So I know there are issues to work out and conversations to have. I appreciate the chairs raising this bill, and First Selectman Brule is better served to describe the details. If you mind giving him a minute or two, Mr. Chairman.
No problem at all, Senator. Thanks for your comments. And Mr. Brule, if you'd like to take a minute or two, that's just fine.
Great. Thank you very much. Members of the Transportation Committee, I want to thank you and particularly the committee co-chairs and ranking members for working so closely with representatives of the town of Waterford
I'm a new guy. I was elected 2 years ago, so having all of your support and working through the process has been extremely beneficial for me and our great community down here in Waterford. The bill before you today, raised Bill 5309, I completely support. It's something that I was hoping that could get to all of you, just because I do see where we're heading as a state, as an energy driver for clean energy, and Millstone being a host to our community and being only 2 or 3 miles down the road from State Pier and the wind projects. We have hundreds and hundreds of acres of land along the I-95 corridor. And I don't want to read my testimony to all of you. You have that in front of you. And I just wanted to kind of bullet point some of the most important things that I feel like this would do for the state of Connecticut, southeastern Connecticut, and our town. With that, we have a congestion point. We have pinch points that we just cannot access. Close to 200 acres of flat of an old airport. It's been dormant for 20 to 30 years, and we've had a lot of interest in this property. Yet the process always comes back to sometimes it's transportation, access to the property, and this is just something I'm really hoping that this committee would see the benefits of this, just for the large scale approach to new businesses coming into the town and southeastern Connecticut. I will say that I did have conversations with Commissioner Lehman. I've had Deputy Commissioner Dahm down to the site in the area. And so this is not a quick introduction to all of you. This is something that the town of Waterford is really pushing to get on your radar, because we think we can help. We think we can help with I-95 pinch points. We think we can help with the economic drivers that the state needs now more than ever, and for the long-term sustainability for our region. So with that, I certainly would like to thank all of you for just giving me an opportunity, a new guy, a chance to come before you and just say how important this really is to our area and the possibilities that this could generate for all of us. So thank you very much for letting me have some testimony time today.
Thank you so much, First Selectman Brule. Thank you, Senator Formica, as well for your close work with this committee to move this issue forward. I don't see any questions or comments from committee members. I'll give them just a moment to raise their hands, but seeing none, we're grateful for both of your time today, and we'll be in touch about this issue moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to members of the committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and commission members. Thank you.
All right, we'll move now back to members of the public. I believe we have Alfred Goldberg signed up to testify. Mr. Goldberg, are you able to join us?
Yes, indeed. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm Selectman Al Goldberg. I'm currently serving the town of Madison in my 17th year in elective office. Our first selectman, Peggy Lyons, has asked me on behalf of the Madison Board of Selectmen to express our opposition to the restrictions being considered in House Bill 5254. I'm here today to verify that control of beach parking is a key management tool which town governments can utilize to protect the public health and safety of residents and non-residents alike. Our town of Madison is blessed with many natural assets, and we've striven to make our community welcoming. At our town-owned beaches, non-residents are welcome to purchase a daily auto parking pass. We're also home to the largest state beach in Connecticut, located at Hammonasset. Hammonasset's daily visitors population can rise to almost 30,000 people, which is nearly double the size of our town's population. Hey, Jay.
Brilliant.
Hey.
Very.
The pandemic-induced surge in demand for outdoor amenities has put a significant burden on our local roads, beaches, our first responders. It's pushed our town's public safety resources to the limit. Simultaneously, frequent and unpredictable closures at Hammonasset have resulted in an overwhelming influx of cars onto our local roads, with people eager to find any available beach. As you imagine, this has created a myriad of problems on nearby neighborhood streets, parking problems at local businesses, and crowding issues at town-owned beaches. Every action taken by the state at Hammonasset has a direct impact on our town resources, highlighting how important it is that we work together to set policies. Last year, we partnered with the state to enhance speech accessibility. This included advocating for the implementation of the Madison Shuttle Service, which allows visitors to ride the train or take a bus to Madison and then connect to a free shuttle to the state park. We appreciate the efforts of this committee to explore the challenges around public access to the Connecticut shoreline. But we implore you to fully understand the significant impact upon this grant funding policy change, which would have on our town residents who invest in our port and coastal assets through local property taxes. We thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much, sir, for your testimony. I see that Senator Kissel has his hand raised, as does Representative Lamar. We'll start with Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just very briefly, we've had some state park issues up here in the north central area as well. Have you folks down in Madison had any meetings with Tom Tyler, who's in charge of all the state parks for DEEP? That's number one. And number two, is that a picture behind you of Madison? Because that looks gorgeous.
The picture behind me is from England. I enjoy hiking trips. We've had numerous conversations over the last 20 years at all levels of DEEP, and the current administration has been extremely cooperative in working together to set up joint policies as to how to handle access, and especially how to handle those situations in which Hammonasset finds itself forced to close its entrances to further people. This has happened several times over the past few summers, and what that leads to, as you can imagine, is very frustrated folks who have driven some distance to get to Hammonasset, suddenly finding the entrance closed, and they immediately turn on their GPS systems to locate the nearest beaches, and they, of course, happen to be in our town. DEEP officials have been very cooperative in working out systems to give us advance notice to help us direct traffic appropriately. And the Madison Shuttle Service, which was developed last summer, was another effort to try to help more people get to the park. The constraint on our beaches, as you well understand, is not the beach as much as it is the parking to get to the beach. And Hammonasset suffers from that as much as I think the 13 coastal towns in Connecticut.
Well, thank you. It's remarkably similar that we have the Scantic River State Park. It's got a very small parking area and it doesn't get shut down. The access is still there. So people just park in neighborhoods and other local businesses, basically wherever they can go. And the town doesn't really have the police to move all the people parking to try to get into the state park. And we're lucky that by talking to Mr. Tyler, we were at least able to get some enforcement personnel on weekends. So that was something, but I'm very sympathetic that another part of the state. I mean, it's a good thing that people want to go to our parks, and that may be a result of the pandemic, but now we have, unforeseen consequences. So thank you for those insights. Thank you very much, Chairman Haskell.
Thank you, Senator Kissel. And next is Representative Lamar.
Thank you, Senator Haskell. Thank you, Selectman Goldberg, for your testimony today. And thank you for your long service to the town. You have a great admirer, actually, in our committee clerk, Phil Maniero, who speaks very highly of you as well. I just wanted to quickly ask a few questions, if you don't mind. And I'm going to ask questions of you, representative of the town of Madison. I know you have nothing to do with some of the history regarding beach access in the town of Madison, but just to sort of highlight some of the issues that I'm thinking about on a statewide level is right now in significant portions of our state that are coastal communities, they charge differentiated rates, right? If you're a resident of a town, it costs you $25 to go to the beach for the season. If you're not a resident of that town, it costs you $775 to go to the beach for the season. That seems pretty extraordinary. I know that's not an Madison example, but that is the example in one community. Other communities make it so you have to go to town hall Monday through Thursday between 9 and 4 p.m. They don't provide a credit card option. They say they're welcome to out-of-town visitors coming to the beach, but they make it nearly impossible for you to buy a pass. Others have very limited capacity for non-residents. They'll have 5 cars available if you're an out-of-town resident. Every one of these communities that I'm mentioning, every one of them has received extraordinary state funds for maintenance and upkeep of their local beaches. And I highlight that only to, again, Madison just this past year received a $770,000 state bond commitment for access and protection of the beach. A beach that is almost impossible for anyone else to access other than Madison residents. And that does come with a little bit of history as well. In 2001, when the state Supreme Court struck down local ordinances regulating who had access to the beach, Madison was one of the last to remove the signs, even though the state was highlighting the change in the law and the clarification of the law. Madison refused to remove signs that said, this beach is for Madison residents only. I'm struggling, and again, I know it's not you. I'm struggling with how I create a statewide policy in which extraordinary amounts of state funding are going to towns on our shoreline for beach access, for beach maintenance, for beach protection, for beach infrastructure, in which so much of our state has to pay an egregious fee to access those resources. I don't know the right way to do it. I'm frank when people ask me about this bill. I don't know that this bill is the right answer. I know the status quo isn't the right answer either. And so as someone who works in and represents a beach community, I'm more than willing to sit down and hear good ideas on how to improve this. But sadly, as the last few years as I've pushed this issue, all I've heard is defensiveness and why it's appropriate for some towns to charge $775 for a season pass. And not a day, like that same community doesn't allow you to buy day passes in many cases. You have to come up with a full $775 if you want to go to the beach. So that's where I'm struggling. It's like, what is the right answer for these community assets? Every inch of shoreline in Connecticut, whether it's privately owned, publicly owned, town owned, has received state resources. I don't know the right answer. This was my approach at it in the Transportation Committee. I'm hoping you've got a good answer for how I can better handle it, because I put it to other community leaders in other communities, and they've all said, yes, something has to change, but they never come back to the table with any ideas, and instead are just defensive at any other approach. So you seem like you've got a good handle on these issues, and this is me picking your brain.
Representative, I don't know whether you're looking for an answer for me, but I think if our state legislature, municipal governments had have the wisdom we have today, then 150 years ago, we would have started putting limitations on how much building could go on next to the beach. I look at some of our western states like California, and both the beaches and the access to the beach are considered public rights. Here in New England, we reached a very different formula more than a century ago, and I'm not sure today how either the state legislature or municipal governments can change that. The essential question here is, how do you allocate a scarce resource? And access to the beach and access to the parking for the beach is a scarce resource. Madison has taken a number of steps to try to make it easier for folks to purchase a pass. We actually have opened an office right at the beach. It's open 7 days a week, and folks can, without any impediments, immediately buy a beach pass. That doesn't solve the issue of capacity. That solves the issue of ease of use. So I think many administrations over the years have considered this issue. Nobody seems to have a brilliant idea. Trying to equalize access is probably the best public policy we can pursue.
Thank you, Mr. Goldberg. And you have, again, like I said, you have an incredible reputation locally, a pragmatic person who seeks to find solutions. And I appreciate your willingness to talk here with us today. I might reach out to you after the public hearing process and get a handle on some hyperlocal concerns or ways to fix things in Madison that may be applicable statewide. And I appreciate the reputation you have, and I look forward to talking to you soon.
Thank you, Representative Lamar, and thank you for your thoughtful answer, Mr. Goldberg. I see that Representative Steinberg has his hand raised.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Selectman Goldberg, for testifying today. I'm going to take a little different perspective from that of the chair. Let me ask you a question first. Does Madison cover all of its beach maintenance and investment costs through the fees they collect?
Absolutely not. In fact, that's one of the arguments that my constituents will make to me regularly. The amount of revenue we collect from selling of beach passes probably covers just a fraction of, way less than half of what it costs to maintain the beach facilities. And so my constituents will argue that part of the property taxes they pay go to cover a significant portion of the maintenance of the beach areas. The fees that are collected from either Madison residents or non-residents to use the beach only cover a fraction of the costs. So I think many residents would consider that they pay a premium to live in Madison in order, and part of the cost of that premium, part of the basis upon which that premium is based, is the fact that we are maintaining facilities for which we are not able to collect usage fees to cover the entire cost. I hope I've responded to your question, Representative Steinberg.
You followed my train of thought precisely, which is if town residents have paid for much of these costs via their annual taxes, isn't there an argument that they should receive at least some discount as compared to people who have not contributed via taxes?
My Board of Selectmen would agree with you.
I'm trying to be helpful, though, to Chair Lamar, which is trying to figure a way to address the problem that he's described in extremis, yet not trample on what many would call local control, which is, if you think about it, I'm just asking you to speculate for a minute, that many have called for a fixed or maximum ratio of what a CEO of a company can make in his lowest paid employee, that there shouldn't be some outrageous ratio between those two. Would you think it would be potentially more fair maybe to cap the differential between what you could charge from for in town versus out of town?
Well, I'd be very amused to watch 187 of you try to come to agreement on that, but I'm not sure that cures the essential problem, Representative Steinberg, of the allocation of a scarce resource. That speaks to the political fairness of the chargings of the fees that are charged. But I really think we keep stumbling over the fact that we don't have enough beaches and enough beach parking to satisfy the public.
Well, I take your point. I think that if we started talking about some sort of state acquisition of all shorelands, we would have another whole crisis on our hands. Don't see that happening in the near future, but I really appreciate your thoughtfulness on this and for humoring me as I try to figure out, is there any way that we can help Chair Lamar achieve his end without having a precedent that may come back to haunt us? Again, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Steinberg. Mr. Goldberg, don't go anywhere just yet. Representative Conley has her hand raised.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to build a little bit about what Representative Steinberg said. In your town, are there annual beach passes that you find that there are times in the summer where you max out capacity?
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. I didn't know you wanted to get into that level of detail. Madison's population is just under 20,000. We sell about 8,000 beach passes a year. And our parking lot capacity for those 8,000 beach passes, our parking lot capacity is 580. There are 580 parking spaces, and not only townspeople, but non-residents are all competing for those spaces. There's no way for us to create more parking space. And I imagine all the towns on the shoreline suffer from the same problem. The acreage down by the beach is the most expensive acreage in town. We don't have the ability to create massive parking facilities near our beaches. The state of Connecticut at Hammonasset has maxed out their parking. I'm not sure on the exact number. I better be careful. I think it's something like 10,000. I'm not sure of that, but even the state has, as I understand, has determined that that's the maximum parking they can accommodate. So we have a limited resource and a very high demand for that limited resource.
Your town beach, when the parking lot fills up, do you still allow walk-ins, or is it once the parking lot fills up, no one can come until a car leaves?
In the pre-COVID era, we allowed unlimited walk-ins and bicyclists. In the COVID era, we not only have to limit the parking, but we have to limit the amount of folks that can pile onto the beach. And so there have been a few times where we have limited walk-ins. And you can imagine the political consequences at a local level when someone who lives down the block from the beach in a very expensive home is turned away at the gate. You can imagine how selectmen's phones light up immediately.
And I also live in a waterfront community, and I've heard from folks, residents of the section of town where they get which has the more accessible beach, who want to be able to walk on. And then I hear from the other residents in another section of town who are denied full beach rights and maybe don't have the ability to be close to the beach due to even living 2 or 3 blocks away. So I understand how difficult it is for you as a first selectman to deal with the beach, because everyone wants to use that very limited resource. But I also understand Rep. Lamar's point too, that folks who are getting boxed out of beach access, it's not fair to the folks who maybe live across town or 1 town away, or if their town beach, like your town beach, was full, that they couldn't go next door. So we have I think an issue of accessibility to beaches, and I hope we can find some sort of a resolution so folks can relax and enjoy the beaches of Connecticut at a reasonable price. So I wish all of us the best of luck at trying to find a resolution. Thank you for answering those questions.
Thank you, Representative Conley, and thank you, Selectman Goldberg, for your time and for your testimony today. I don't see any other hands raised, so we appreciate it.
Thanks for your consideration.
All right, next we're going to move back to public officials who are signed up to testify. Representative Leeper, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Representative Lamar, Senator Haskell, ranking members, Representative Carney, and Senator Summers. And thanks for your time and this opportunity to share some concerns with House Bill 5254, access to parking near public beaches and recreational and scenic areas. I understand the intent of this bill is to ensure all Connecticut residents can equitably access state-owned land, which is a requirement that has also been upheld by the state Supreme Court decision Layden versus Greenwich. I agree completely that no resident should be priced out of a day at the beach with their family just because they do not live in a coastal community. However, saying that parking fees must be the same for non-residents as residents denies the reality that coastal community taxpayers disproportionately fund the maintenance, upkeep, and stewardship of these state-owned properties. And looking at several towns' policies on this issue, I actually believe that Fairfield's a model of how to equitably price beach parking. Currently in Fairfield, anyone can purchase a season's pass to park at our beaches from Memorial Day through Labor Day. The town does not limit the number of non-resident passes itself. While the non-resident pass rate is higher than the resident rate, it's not egregiously so. If a non-resident came to the beach once a week during the pass window, the average cost per visit would be less than $17. Additionally, Fairfield already charges the same day rate for both residents and non-residents. And lastly, Fairfield has a train station that's walkable to the beach, and the town does not charge for walk-ons. As I hope you can see, Fairfield has not abused its privilege of having access to so many of the state's beautiful beaches. It has what I, and I believe others, would argue is a fair and equitable approach that balances beach access for both residents as well as non-residents. The proposal as currently written would disrupt this balance in favor of non-residents. I think a more responsible proposal would be that municipalities cannot use state-owned resources as profit centers, but that they are allowed to structure a usage fee so as to offset their local costs to maintain the state assets and cap the delta between the resident and non-resident rates. I think the proposal as currently written would be unfairly burdensome and not reflective of the work the town puts in to care for and maintain the beaches. Also, as currently written, I'm worried that lines 5 through 7, which state no municipality shall restrict access to parking spaces or parking facilities near a public entrance to a beach, recreational area, or scenic area to visitors who are residents of such municipality, poses a safety concern. Fairfield's beach neighborhood is an extremely densely populated and congested neighborhood. If the town were not able to limit street parking outside the entrance to the beach, it would have a severely negative impact on the safety of the neighborhood and ability for pedestrians and cyclists to safely navigate the neighborhood. It also doesn't seem fair to say residents cannot have exclusive rights to park in front of their own homes. The streets are narrow and largely do not have sidewalks. We have several streets that do not allow any street parking and most others that only allow single side of the street parking. I respectfully request you continue to allow municipalities to control any street parking in front of residential homes. Thank you for this opportunity to share some thoughts and concerns on this proposal. I very much appreciate your time and thoughtful consideration of my testimony.
Thanks so much, Representative Leeper. I see that the co-chair has his hand up, so we'll go to Rep. Lamar, followed by Representative Steinberg.
Thank you, Senator Haskell. Thank you, Representative Leeper, for your testimony. And we can agree on a few things. One, that verbiage with respect to restricting the access of residents in non-parking zones, that was, I think, perhaps an oversight on my part. That was intended to read such that a town near a public access point that allows residents to park there can't suddenly say, but non-residents aren't allowed to park near the public access point. If there's confusion in that drafting, that is certainly on my end, and I will clarify that if this bill is to move forward. And I'll give you an example of where I saw it. We went down to the Transportation Committee toward a rail bridge in Milford this past summer. And when we went to visit the location, we went to park in downtown Milford and noticed that not downtown, near the beach in Milford, and noticed that erected on every sign and street pole was, due to local ordinance XYZ, if you're not a resident of Milford, you cannot park on any of these streets. And all of those streets abutted all of the public access points to that public beach. A beach that the state of Connecticut contributed millions of dollars to repair and renovate, a beach that the state of Connecticut had spent millions of dollars to rejuvenate with additional sands post-hurricane and tropical storms, a beach that by its very nature has received millions of dollars of clean air, clean water investments and Long Island Sound restoration efforts. And so that was an attempt to say, if a town thinks it's suitable for Milford residents to park there, then it's also suitable for Connecticut residents who contributed to the upkeep of that beach to park there as well. I can understand where, if you're particularly in the Fairfield community where you represent, if it's determined that some roadways are just too narrow to allow any cars to go through, then you wouldn't want to open it up. That makes sense to me. But if you say Fairfield residents should be able to park near the public access points, then I think Bridgeport residents should be allowed to as well. I think that's where that language is confusing to people who first read it. Maybe I need to do a better job clarifying it. As to some of the cost issues, I'd love to hear your perspective on this. You said we shouldn't be using beaches as profit centers. And I received correspondence from the town of Fairfield's Park and Recs administrator about the revenue that they receive that they would potentially lose if they had non-differentiated costs for beach attendance or beach parking. And the more I delved into their budget, and I'm referencing Fairfield's 2021, 2022, and proposed 2023 budgets, each year, the town of Fairfield has generated significantly more money by operation of the beaches and collection of fees than they've spent maintaining that beach. And those are beaches that in the last 10 years have received millions of dollars in state and federal funding. Millions of dollars to repair pavilions, bulkheads, seawalls, roads and access points in and around Penfield and numerous other beach locations. And similarly, plans to lobby for additional federal infrastructure dollars for the maintenance and improvement of the beaches. I concur with the idea that Fairfield isn't the most egregious town when it comes to beach access. But I think we can agree that if you're receiving tens of millions of dollars in state funds, that maybe it shouldn't require a family from Bridgeport to spend $50 to go to the beach on Saturday. And I think that's where I'm trying to go. And I'm hoping that there are more folks like you who are willing to have concerns, not willing to blow this out of the water, but to have concerns about its implementation, who are willing to work with me on it. Because I don't think it's appropriate that our state spends this much money maintaining every inch of shoreline, and every community in the state has received shoreline dollars, state and federal shoreline dollars, to make it impossible for that family in a neighboring town to come to the beach. I think that's got to be our goal. And I appreciate your concerns, and if you have good ideas, I'm willing to hear, because the status quo can't be the answer any longer. We have a national reputation for being ridiculously restrictive when it comes to beach access, and we've got to do better. And I appreciate your willingness to prod us to do better, even if my first blush idea here today isn't what you have in mind.
Thanks, Representative Lamar.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Leeper, unless you wanted to respond, we'll move next to Representative Steinberg.
I won't respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, if that's Chair Lamar's first blush, you can't wait for the second one. Representative Leeper, thank you for testifying today. Going back to your comment that in your view, Fairfield's doing a pretty good job of balancing in-town and out-of-town costs. How did Fairfield arrive at that more sensible approach than other communities?
Representative Steinberg, that is a great question. I think partially the makeup of Fairfield is that we have quite a lot of coastal frontage. So we actually have 6 beaches in Fairfield, and we're lucky that we have quite a bit of public parking at our 2 largest beaches. We are walkable to downtown where there's free parking. We're walkable to the train station. And I think the town has made a good faith effort over quite a number of years to not be exclusive with access to our beaches. I would disagree that it's impossible to come to Fairfield beaches if you don't live in the community. And I live in this beach area. I very frequently go to the beaches with my young kids, and we have many non-residents in our beaches. I can't speak for the full history of how we got here with our pricing scheme, but I think we've done a good job of balancing both resident needs, because of course proximity to the beach is a lovely and a privilege, but it also comes with increased congestion and lots of other things that can be stressful for residents. We also have 2 colleges in Fairfield, so we're also often trying to balance our college students' usage of the beaches. And there's a lot of moving pieces for Fairfield. And this is one of the most densely populated beach areas in the state. I have thousands and thousands of residents who live in very close proximity to the beach. And I would also suggest that quite a bit of the funding the state receives to maintain the beaches is actually because of climate change, and not because Fairfield is getting some sort of private investment and extra playgrounds or something for only exclusively Fairfield residents, but rather as a part of good stewardship for our coastline.
Well, I think that's an excellent point, Representative, that the shoreline communities take responsibility for the appropriate maintenance of it from an environmental perspective. And indeed, a lot of the federal funds derived from our ability to maintain Long Island Sound and our shorelines for everybody's benefit, including those who use Long Island Sound for recreational purposes. So thank you for that. I have just one more question for you. I couldn't help but notice out of the corner of my eye, there's this book you have over behind you by the flag. That looks really interesting. You know where to get
Yeah,
it?
do you see that book?
Indicated they would probably leave, but we don't really.
I caught that as well, Representative. So so thank you for that. Much appreciated.
This
Wonder
is
if
not
I
a
could
free
get it
pitch for
signed.
anybody's commercial interest, but just happened to notice. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Representative Steinberg. Thank you, Representative Leeper. I see that Representative Thomas has her hand raised.
I'm still laughing. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I feel compelled now to change my background to our beautiful calf pasture beach in Norwalk. Thank you, Rep. Leeper, for being here today. I actually did not realize there were so many similarities between Norwalk and Fairfield. We too have a beautiful beach. It is within walking distance of our East Norwalk train station. We have a public bus line that takes you right to the beach, the entrance. Our access road is actually a wonderful place where bicyclists and pedestrians get their morning and evening walks. And we also charge a very modest fee for non-residents, and we have 1,000 parking spaces. So I think what I hear, when I see legislation like this, I hate to use an overused phrase, but it's always like this one size fits all approach doesn't always work in every community. And I know my constituents have been writing to me all day yesterday because we value diversity in Norwalk. And in fact, during the pandemic, when my husband and I would go there almost every day, we always marveled how many languages we heard spoken and how many beautiful hues of humanity were at our beaches. So my question for you, and you might not have an answer, but I would just wonder if you would care to speculate what would happen if the money that you collect from non-resident fees, if that were taken away from your town, what might you might not have the money to maintain your beach. What would happen if that funding were taken away? Again, I know you're not the expert on this, but if you have any thoughts, I'd love to hear them.
If we weren't able to collect funds to maintain the beach, that would come from an increased mill rate percentage to uphold the the quality of our beaches. I don't think our beach residents nor any of our residents would be satisfied with not maintaining the beaches. Thankfully, I'll say that the proposed shortfall is not necessarily in maintenance costs, but rather revenue generation. And in a town like Fairfield with almost, I think, a $380 million budget, I could be a little off there. It was just released and it's not finalized yet. But $1.2 million is while a tremendous amount of money, a very small amount of money proportionally, which is why I suggested maybe we could explore a proposal where we aren't using state-owned properties as revenue generators. I know through the pandemic, my family and I went up to Huntington State Park very frequently, and we did not have to pay to park there. And I think the limiting factor was more whether or not you could get a space. Whereas I think in Fairfield, thankfully, we have quite a lot of spaces and I don't typically see people being turned away. We don't limit how many spots are allocated for non-residents. It's all sort of just one accessible parking lot. But I think exploring what our state-owned parks do and making sure we are commensurate, at least with that, is perhaps an area of compromise we could continue to explore as we talk about making sure our beaches are equitable.
I appreciate that. And once again, thank you. I've learned so much about Fairfield beaches. I may hop on the train and go visit. Thank you so much.
Please do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Representative Thomas. Representative Looper, don't go anywhere just yet. Representative Conley has her hand raised.
Thank you, Representative Leeper. I appreciate you telling me about your beach. And I wish the beach in my town was as large and has as much parking as the beach in your town does. Did your town have issues during COVID where they ran out of space with that parking lot?
You know what I think happened during COVID is we did limit parking to limit congestion at the beach. I think it was a tactic that many towns, especially in the early days as we were learning more about COVID, took. And then I think as we learned the safety of being outside, we were able to open up our full parking capacity. But I agree, we are likely an outlier in how much parking we do have available. I was in a conversation with the good chair earlier today discussing, I'm from New Hampshire. And so what happened in New Hampshire is a very limited state parking. And then what happened was it was private parking beyond that, which was egregiously expensive. And then you have your most premier land in proximity to your ocean just preserved for parking because it was such a cost center. And I think we don't want that either. So it's a complex issue, and I think that we can continue to all engage in it and work to be more inclusive without disproportionately burdening our residents who live there and pay to maintain the beaches and don't want to live in overly congested neighborhoods either.
Yeah, I agree, because next to our more accessible town beach, there's also a park that a lot of folks go to that has a lot of green space. And I would hate to see that green space be paved over just to have more parking and more folks be able to bring their cars and get rid of that park that so many people get to enjoy. Do you have any thoughts, or have you thought about how to help the communities that are having issues, who have the smaller parking lots with not enough accessibility and may have those wider resident versus non-resident rates that don't involve paving green space or getting rid of more beach access for parking needs?
It's a great question. And I think it's a really interesting opportunity for the Transportation Committee to consider how we can expand access to our beaches without expanding cars and parking lots. And maybe there are more creative ways I heard the good representative from Norwalk talking about, I think that was the community, having shuttles to your beaches periodically so that people can access the beaches without just needing a car in a parking lot.
Excellent. Yeah, the good representative from Norwalk having train access and shuttles sounds like a wonderful idea for a lot of communities. I know every community is different, and just because one community is having issues doesn't mean every community is having those same issues. And hopefully, again, we can find a resolution to equity at the beaches and and so that folks can enjoy it. Thank you, Representative Leeper.
Thanks, Rep. Conley.
Thanks so much, Representative Conley and Representative Leeper. I want to dig in a little bit to the street parking issue. I think I understand. I've visited some of Fairfield's beaches, so I'm aware of the street parking situation that exists there. I wanted to see if the situation you mentioned in Fairfield would be rectified by the discussion earlier about drafting changes, or if there are further changes you would be seeking as it relates to street parking.
I think street parking, especially in my community, is extremely important. We already have so many issues with, honestly, our college students parking on both sides of the road. We have major access points from the beach to the downtown where fire trucks can't get through because it's not wide enough if you have parking on both sides of the street. I think if we were to make it even easier to park on the street, a lot of our beach residents are concerned that so much of that would be taken up by college students, actually. So for us, it's less of a concern about non-residents as it is a balancing act between the two universities, which we're very grateful to have, but is a working relationship and a balance between the residents who pay an incredible amount of money to live close to the beach and lots of college beach housing, which I'm sure is very fun for those college students. Additionally, I think it's really hard to say in a very tight-knit, extremely dense community where you don't have sidewalks that you can't have access to parking in front of your own home. So I worry that the state tampering with municipal parking regulations in neighborhoods would honestly lead to just an unimaginable outcry from the public because it would disrupt safety. This is a neighborhood where everybody is walking, running, cycling, myself included, and street parking has made it, we've been able to eliminate some street parking so as to improve pedestrian safety. And so undoing that, I think, would be a step in the wrong direction.
Thanks, Representative. That's helpful context. I see that Representative Meskers has his hand raised.
Thank you, Chair. I think the issue of beach access is problematic, and it goes to the core of each of the communities. I live in a very diverse community. I mean, despite the fact that it's Greenwich and people assume that it's a Gold Coast town, I have approximately 28 to 30% of an Alice population. My school districts, which principally are along the shoreline in my electoral district, have about 40% of the population in Title I schools, free and reduced lunch. So I have a diverse community. People don't always acknowledge that, so I wanted to start there. I have two public beaches in my town. One is for water quality issues because it's close to the border with Portchester, has no accessible beach for usage. It has a pool that was developed over the last couple of years with donations from the Junior League, where the kids have to use that on a recycling basis for limited times of an hour or two in their swimming periods. And because of the limited scope of the pool area and the shoreline property there, they're not even allowed to sit around the pool and congregate for hours because we don't have a large enough facility at the one beach along the New York border in Byron. In my community here in Old Greenwich, we have a beach that was a property acquired in the 50s. It has it has a parking lot, which I believe is somewhere in the order of 3,000, and it could be less, but it's 3,000, I believe. The population of my town is 60,000. Now, the part of the population that belongs to country clubs and can use pools and different facilities, there is an opportunity for that. So this public beach becomes the sole access point for waterfront swimming in my town. And it fills up on a regular basis and the parking lot gets closed. So the question of accessibility and priority is two. So I'll bring to you the question I have is, as a borderline community to New York, when I look to craft access, I need to be careful about crafting access for Connecticut residents if I'm looking to expand access. And I need to make sure that the people who are in my town have access to the waterfront and have access to use the waterfront. You know, as we said up, I don't know, I believe it was the selectman or mayor of Madison or Brantford, I can't remember which town. We developed the shoreline of the Northeast under different property rules and access rules. The only reason I have a beach in town is because Columbia Presbyterian, the university, or Columbia Presbyterian Hospital, inherited the property and sold the property that is my beach in the 1950s. Absent that sale and purchase by the town of a beach, there would be no public beach in my town other than the pool area I described near Byron. So I have a very limited facility in my town. Now, subsequent next to my town, I have Stanford, which has a much larger cove beach and access to a beach. So I guess the question is how we create fair access. I understand the idea that Connecticut residents contribute. All taxpayers contribute to the facilities of the state. You could argue that Fairfield contributes a fair amount in the contributions to the state for the general running of the state budget. So I'm not trying to be exclusionary. I'm trying to figure out how I grant access and don't do it at distinct prejudice of many of my community who are as much in need of beachfront access as anyone else. So it's problematic. So I think Representative Thomas' commentary, one size does not fit all, is accurate. And I'm literally 5 miles from the New York border. So when we think about legislation, if I'm trying to figure out equity for Connecticut residents, or if I'm trying to, include New York residents with my equity complaint. So those are concerns I have. So I'm not sure that where I just wanted to frame it out as to what I'm dealing with. Population of 60,000, capacity of 3,000 or 4,000 in my parking lot at my one public beach that has access to the water.
Thank you, Representative Meskers. I appreciate those comments. And Representative Leeper, did you want to take a moment to respond?
I don't know the ins and outs of Greenwich's beach access, and I recognize that each community faces unique opportunities and challenges when it comes to what I think the gentleman from Madison said, which is managing access to limited resources. This is a challenging issue, and I just appreciate the opportunity to be a part of the discussion and the process you all are taking up today.
Thanks, Representative. Representative Meskers, I see your hand is still raised. Did you want to make a further comment, or should we move to Representative Devlin?
No, since it was my birthday, you didn't sing to me. I decided to leave my hand up. No, I'm taking it down now. Thanks.
We're only on number 5 or so, Representative. So the day is young. Representative Devlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Representative Meskers, happy birthday to you. I hope you have a lovely day. I do have a question, and Representative Leeper, I appreciate you answering a lot of questions today and testifying before the committee. So, this is a challenge that's certainly in Rhode Island. It is, a common challenge in Florida. It's a common challenge. Lake Michigan, it is a common challenge. But you made a comment, and I just wanted you to expand on it a little bit about your idea of capping fees for non-residents. Could you speak a little bit more about what you envision there?
Oh, I don't think I said capping fees. Well, I think I said capping the delta. So if we're going to charge a Fairfield rate, the non-resident rate can be 2x, 3x, whatever this committee decides they want to engage on, but it can't necessarily be used, as some communities have done, I think, to somewhat ensure very few non-residents are able to access the beach. And really, I wanted to commend Fairfield because I think we have not done that. And I think we are a model of ensuring non-residents can access our beautiful beaches while not at the exclusion of residents. And I think that that is a very tough balance. And I think we've done a really good job. And so I am hesitant for anything that could possibly disrupt that balance we've been able to achieve in our community.
Okay, great. Thank you for clarifying that. And I know whether it's, visiting the beaches in Westport or Seaside Park in Bridgeport, all of our coastal communities certainly have a lot of great assets. So thank you for clarifying.
Thanks, Rep. Devlin.
All right. I don't see any other hands raised. So Representative Leeper, thanks so much for your time and for your testimony today.
Thanks, Senator Haskell. I appreciate the opportunity.
All right, we are going to move back to members of the public now. Is Jeff Viscount on the line? Do we have Jeff? Give him just a moment to be moved over from the waiting room, if so.
Senator, he's in the room with us. He might just be away from his computer. We also do have the number 6 elected official speaker, who is also named Jeff, Jeffrey Bond.
Here. I am here.
All right, great. We will go to you now, sir, Mr. Viscount.
Can you hear me all right?
We can hear you just fine. We can't see you. It's just fine unless you prefer to be seen.
I don't know why. This is the first time I've ever done anything like this. So please forgive me. Oh, wait, start my video. I guess that's it. Let's see. Can you see me? Yeah, you can see me now.
Ben, welcome.
Welcome. Okay. I have something I prepared, I put together. Okay. Take me about maybe 4 minutes to read it. Good day to all the honorable members, Transportation Committee that are here today to attend the public hearing of HB number 5255. My name is Jeff Viscount. I reside in Milford. I am a retired truck driver. And lastly, a U.S. Navy veteran serving from 1976 to 1982. I'm here today to voice my opposition to a particular piece of language contained in HB 5255 that is being sought to be changed from its current wording that I feel will negatively impact not only myself, but many, many other motorcyclists that I'm acquainted with throughout the community in our great state of Connecticut. This is contained in section 2, beginning at line 33, to amend the language of the current law to include all motorcyclists in reference to the mandatory use of helmets while operating a motorcycle in our state. Let me first point out that I am a registered voter and very politically active motorcyclist in times of need, especially when it affects my rights to ride being infringed upon. And due to what I did for a living for almost 40 years prior to retiring about 9 weeks ago, I know many, many people in the motorcycling community of well over 50% of the communities around this state. This is in addition to many others who live right across the border in Western Massachusetts area, who enjoy coming to our state because we have this freedom of choice currently in place, who also spend their money on businesses while they're here too. My main reason for opposition to this proposal is that it robs me of my right to make a personal educated choice for myself on when and where I feel comfortable or not to don a helmet while operating a motorcycle. Unless you have the degree of experience that I have, or many others that I know, you cannot rightly know what is safe for yourself or not when you consider the pros and cons of this piece of safety equipment. I want to make it clear that I do not consider this just to be a minor annoyance, but a matter of serious concern to me. Any person that has ever ridden a motorcycle and without a helmet cannot honestly say that their hearing and peripheral vision is not severely impacted by the use of one. To say it doesn't would be totally dishonest. And get caught in a minor rain shower, try and see through a plastic shield of one when it's covered in water. I own helmets. I wear them on the occasion I feel necessary at that point in time. But it is clearly my choice and not someone who feels they know best for me, dictating to me, all the while not really responsible for my safety when it comes to the impediments or hindrances that come with wearing a helmet. Let me take this a step further. What impact will helmet have on bodily injuries such as arms, legs, and internal injuries? Absolutely none whatsoever. many feel as I do, that if an accident were that traumatic, we'd rather succumb to our injuries rather than being a physical vegetable with a functioning head. This isn't living, that is existing. My personal view is that most of these individuals, and I'm not saying all, that are in favor of this have little or no experience operating a motorcycle on public roads, as I or many others have. Additionally, I also feel there are those who are promoting this agenda out of an unknown need to exercise some type of control.
Hi, this is Julio from the Hartford Chamber of Commerce.
Let me start again. I also feel that there are those who are promoting this agenda out of an unknown need to exercise some right of control over those they consider subordinates. In closing, I'd like to think that our elected officials are here to consider the positions of their constituents in matters such as this and vote accordingly. Thank you for taking the time to hear my position on the proposed amended wording. Please forgive me if I seem a little bit nervous. I don't do that very often. And that's all,
Mr. Viscount. Your testimony was wonderful, and we appreciate your time today, and also for your service in the Navy as well. Representative Thomas has her hand raised.
Thank you, Mr. Viscount, for being here today. Like Representative O'Day, I don't know if you heard him earlier, you know, I'm always conflicted on this issue as well. And I'm just curious because it came up. Would you change your recommendation or opinion based on either the age or expertise level of the rider? I know it came up earlier about raising the age from 18 to 21, but also how people with a learner's permit need a helmet. So I'm just curious.
I would not be opposed to that. And let me just add that I was in a very traumatic motorcycle accident in 1996. Had I had a helmet on at the time, the person came out of my side and I just caught them out of the corner of my eye. And I was able to hit my brakes and the woman hit me sideways on my right side. And I was pretty damaged from the accident. Had I not seen her, had I had a helmet on, I would not have had that peripheral vision to see this young girl. And I would have gone over the handlebars right through the windshield of this vehicle. She completely violated my right of way and ran a stale red light. So I look at it from a safety factor. You have a lot more vision without a helmet and your hearing is a lot better. Okay, I don't care what anybody says. And I've been in situations that have been close calls before and since then. And now I ride with my thumb on the horn button. I don't have loud pipes, but I have loud horns.
I appreciate that. This is not an area I know a lot about, so I appreciate your feedback and thank you for coming today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Representative Thomas. Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Is it Viscount? I'm sorry.
Discount, yes. Discount, Viscount.
Yeah, so like some of my colleagues, I don't have any experience here either. My father rode a scooter. My son has a scooter. My father put me in a helmet when I was on the back, but never wore one himself. I really don't have too strong an opinion, honestly, one way or another, but I do have a fear that I've experienced many times. I just wanted to know what you thought about it. I think everybody has seen it, particularly in this day. Earlier we talked a little bit with DOT about how the speeding on the highways has increased dramatically since the time of COVID. But I can tell you the fear I have is, and it's happened to me many times, where the motorcycle, typically a younger rider, comes out of nowhere, driving so fast, bobbing and weaving between cars, that you don't even see that motorcycle, have a chance to see them until they're passing you. And I personally have been startled by that. And my fear is that someday when I hear that motorcycle flying by me, I'm going to be so startled that I'm going to have a reaction that pulls the wheel the wrong way and I'm going to hit that person. And so I guess I'm wondering, and I think this gets to the gentleman's point earlier about safety and the point that my colleague just made about experience. So do you agree that there are some riders that probably need to be better educated or perhaps more mature?
More mature?
Yes.
More mature, I would absolutely agree with you. As I pointed out in my prepared speech, I was a truck driver for years, and the primary area I ran for 14 years was Senator Kissel's area, so it's up and down 91 every single day, okay? And I saw not just motorcyclists, but car drivers that are maniacs.
Right.
Trucks in the left lane, okay? And I'm a truck driver myself. What I did, I delivered alcohol for a living for a distributor down here out of Stratford. And there's just no respect for the law anywhere, okay?
Mhm.
And this is something that needs to be addressed. And I have to say this, I would see trucks in the left lane and state police go by, and in some cases not even do anything about it. And what are they supposed to do with these idiots on motorcycles that are acting like idiots? And that's not the majority of us. There's the idiots on these crotch rockets that they give some of us a bad name, and most of us are responsible. Okay. Also, one other thing, consider this: a guy's going up the highway 100 miles an hour on a motorcycle and ends up in an accident. I don't care if he's wearing a helmet or not. Helmets by law are guaranteed to 15 miles an hour, and they usually don't even hold up to that. Okay. That's just a lost cause, for a lack of a better way of putting it.
Well,
Okay. Education.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I appreciate your perspective and thank you for that. And, part of the fear I have, or at least the concern I have, is that although I don't ride a bicycle, I think I have a little bit of skin in the game, because I would hate to be the person that did do that, pull the wheel the wrong way, and have an impact with a driver on a motorcycle who is riding irresponsibly, because I know I would still live with it for the rest of my life.
And
well.
so would I.
Yeah.
It's a factor that exists, that whether you're a motorcyclist, as I am, on the road on the bike, or you're a car operator or a truck operator, and somebody comes around you on a motorcycle acting like a fool, I'd have to deal with that too. Okay. Right. And I totally understand where you're coming from. Okay. But this is not going to solve that problem, because if you look at the vast majority of those people that are acting like screwballs on motorcycles, they're almost always wearing helmets, and they're almost always on crotch rockets, as we call them.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
Well, thank you.
And I think I rest my case there.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Smith. And Jeff, thank you again for your time and your
Thank
insights.
you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Absolutely. Have a great day.
You too.
We're going to move now back to the public officials list. Is Jeffrey Bond on the line? Mr. Bond, you're on mute, but the floor is yours.
Oh my God.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeffrey Bond. I'm a resident of the town of Burlington, and I'm here to thank Chairman Lemar and Senator Haskell for the opportunity to testify this afternoon for House Bill 5258. 5258 is an act concerning moving over when approaching certain emergency vehicles. I happen to be a resident of the town of Burlington, but a member of the Burlington Volunteer Fire Department for over 23 years. The functions I serve are EMT, a firefighter, and a fire police member. I'm also a full-time surgical PA at one of the local level 1 trauma hospitals. I'm one over 58,000 plus first responders in the state of Connecticut, 58,000. The House Bill 5258 is to amend the slowdown law in the Connecticut General Statutes 14283B, better known as the slowdown move over law, by defining 20 miles an hour on limited access highways, or by reducing the speed to 20 miles an hour on further highways in the state of Connecticut. We will finally be able to set an objective measure in the move over law to define what slow is. Several states have specified the speed a motorist must slow to while passing an emergency scene. So far in 2022, 14 first responders have been killed. One last night was a volunteer firefighter and a tow truck operator. Last year, a tow truck operator died every 6 days on our highways across the country. These are the reports that we have. The reports we don't have are the number of near misses, injuries, hospitalizations of other first responders out there. There's no database for that. The only database we have are the number of those that are severely injured or killed. All 50 states have a move over law. A traffic incident management summary notes that 4 states have amended their laws to provide a safe, or reduce speed under the speed limit by defining what slowdown is. AAA has reported that 71% of Americans are unaware of what the move over law is that requires drivers to reduce their speed and switch to lanes to protect emergency workers. The power of this change to 14283B will be its ability to help Connecticut's first responders. An example is in 2004, the National Firefighters Foundation created an Everybody Goes Home initiative. That was designed to change practices that prevent or reduce firefighter morbidity and mortality. And I believe this change will do the same. I believe this proposal will enhance the slow down move over law, will reduce the injuries and fatalities to all Connecticut first responders. My purpose before you today is to save lives, reduce injuries, and let every first responder in the state of Connecticut be able to get to their next call. The challenge for the Transportation Committee is to amend and provide what is slow in the slow down move over law. This proposal will fully support the committee's ongoing work regarding traffic safety as an important issue as outlined in the major issues of the 2022 legislative session report. I appreciate your time, the honorable members of the committee, and all the extra work that you do every day. In closing, the document that I forwarded earlier has a lot of support material, including citations that will support this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bond, for your testimony and for highlighting the tremendous service and too often sacrifice of first responders in Connecticut. I'm so glad you brought those stories to the forefront of your testimony. I don't see any questions or comments from my colleagues, but we are grateful for your time today.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to move now to Mr. Dennis Crow. Mr. Crow, are you with us? Your testimony will be followed by Representative Piscopo. All right. While we wait for Mr. Crow, why don't we move to Representative Piscopo?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate being here, and I appreciate you accommodating me. I want to just thank you very much for raising House Bill 5258, your committee bill. Senator Haskell and Chairman Lamar, thank you very much. And the ranking members, Senator Summers and my buddy, Representative Devin Carney. Yeah, this is a small step. This just expands the move over law. It brings it to our local roads, the state highways, and some of our roads here, our local roads. And it's just a small step we could take to just give those first responders a little more safety. You have my written testimony, so I could just summarize by saying that, you know, hardly ever there's an accident on a big, long, flat stretch of road on a 70-degree day. A lot of these occur on bad corners or on a hill, and the weather's usually bad, and it's at night. And so this would offer our first responders just a little more safety, a little, and just a little measure of safety. Now, 90% of the people do slow down, so it's not a big step that we're asking here with this bill. Over 90%, the vast majority of people do slow down anyway. And with the advent of our fire police, they are able to kind of direct traffic around an emergency on local roads. But sometimes there's one or two, or just someone late for work, or I've heard of first responders saying they accelerate before they get through the thing, or some young person that just doesn't realize that they should slow down, or something like that. And this would just offer them that added measure. So again, I have written testimony. The gentleman that went before me, Jeff Bond from the Burlington Fire Department, has volumes that he's included in his testimony of what other states have done. He mentioned the 4 states. I think they're Florida, Montana, West Virginia, and Texas have actually done this already. And hopefully we could see fewer and fewer accidents. thank you again very, very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your time and the committee's indulgence.
Thanks, Representative Piscopo. We appreciate you bringing this matter to the attention of our committee. Representative Lamar has his hand raised.
Thank you, Senator Haskell, and good to see you, John. And I appreciate you coming forward. We don't have a chance to argue and debate in the chamber as much as we used to, but it's always glad to see you on the Transportation Committee. And I remark all the time how the Transportation Committee can bring folks together, whether you're left or right, red, green, anywhere in the middle. You and I maybe disagree on 95% of the things we debate in the chamber, but we sometimes get together on transportation issues. And I think we're on the same page on this one. So I appreciate it, John.
Thank you. I too relish working with you for a change. It's good to be on the same side of an issue. It's always been a good-natured disagreement when we have it. Thank you again. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative. I don't see any other hands raised, so we're grateful for your time today and look forward to continuing to work with you on this.
Thank you again.
All right, Mr. Crow, I think that perhaps there were technical difficulties before, but I can see you now. So the floor is yours.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, I think I had an open dialog box. It wouldn't let me switch Zoom back up or something. So I finally fixed that. So, all right. So I'm Dennis Crow of Madison, and I'd like to address Chairman Representative Lamar, Senator Haskell, Vice Chairman Senator Casazza, Representative Sims, ranking members Representative Carney and Senator Summers, and the members of the Transportation Committee. I'm speaking today in opposition to the restrictions being considered in House Bill 5254 regarding town aid road grants for communities that impose parking restrictions on non-residents near recreational facilities. So let me tell you a little bit more about our experience in Madison. I know Al Goldberg already told you some, but July 4th, 2019 was early in the new policy of free access to all state parks. That day, Hammonasset Beach filled so rapidly that shortly after 7 a.m., the gates were closed. The attendants there redirected the long line of overflow crowd to the beaches in Madison. There was nobody on duty yet at any of our two small beaches and the surf club, but the surf club gates were open to allow us, those of us involved in the Independence Day parade, to conduct staging operations there at the surf club where the parade ends. I arrived at 7:30. There were very few parking spaces available. This had not happened before. People usually don't arrive before the parade, except perhaps to stake out a picnic table. But that year, there was only one available picnic table that I could find after looking for a parking space. The place was more crowded than I've ever seen it. By the time the gate staff arrived and opened at 8 o'clock, they had to close the gates right away because the facility was already full. I spoke to others picnicking near me. They were from Middletown, next day was from Meriden, somebody from East Hartford. They all indicated that the Hammonasset guards and attendants had sent them to this facility. Very nice people, but they're taking up everything the townspeople were going to be looking for shortly after the parade. By the end of the day, the facility was covered in trash, disposable drink and water bottles, food wrappers, used diapers, pizza boxes. I've seen all this before, but never in quantities this overwhelming. When you get big crowds, you get big mess. And then you got to have people hired to clean it all up. We didn't have enough staff for all that. In the meantime, at the other two beaches where they didn't even have gates, the parking was quickly filled. But people kept coming. They parked on the narrow streets or in people's yards. They blocked not only access to the beach, they blocked access to private driveways, and they wouldn't move. The point of all this is that while Madison has some beautiful beaches that you would love to make available to the entire state, the net effect is that you will create massive parking and cleanup problems for this town. You think of the town as wealthy, but the costs are borne by homeowners, both insofar as the parking on private property and in paying for the maintenance of these facilities. We have no industry or major businesses that absorb any tax burden, and we have very limited parking near our beaches. The parking that is at the surf club gets much more crowded when Little League is playing their games there, or when there's a soccer or football practice going on. And then those parking spots aren't even available for the people looking to do sports. We currently have a plan to revitalize the surf club facility. We have buildings there, we have fields and so on, but the main building is in need of significant rework. There are restroom facilities that are substandard. But who in town would vote for the capital expense when this plan is brought to referendum? An increase in our real estate taxes to upgrade the facility.
I hate to cut you off. Unfortunately, you're running right up against the limit of the public speaker time limit. If you
I'm
would be
sorry,
able
the
to
first
kind of
guy.
summarize in the question and answer portion.
Okay. All right. So basically at this point in time, I know Representative Labar, you said there was $700,000. That's not, Fillmore McPherson says that's not an annual grant. That might've been something for the seawall erosion protection years ago. Our costs are annual. So when we try to make passes available to people, somebody should have to pay a fair share. Taxpayers are already paying a fair share. So if they get a beach pass at a lower price than somebody that hasn't paid taxes, that is probably the best consideration as to what it is that we have to bear. So, by the way, I don't know if you mentioned the cost we have for providing police service and EMS service for all the people at Hammonasset. That's a high expense in our town. And we don't get any reimbursement for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Crow, for your time and for your testimony today. Just a point of clarification. I didn't quite understand your contention about crowds. It seems to me there's a fixed number of parking spaces at the surf club, for example, whether they're filled with out-of-towners on a crowded day or whether they're filled with Madison residents on a crowded day. Presumably that the points you were making with regard to picnic tables being available, increased trash, that has nothing to do with whether those parking spaces are filled with residents of the town of Madison or not, if all the parking spaces are filled, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, basically the parking spots that are marked there are 580 of them, and on this particular day they were parking everywhere, and they were, it was much more crowded than just the 580. There were parking spots around by where they have the boat launches and so on, and there's then the fact that we have parking spots issues and the ability to pay for those, yes, those are two separate issues. But the costs that I'm referring to is whether or not we have a separate amount charged for the pass for people who are in town or people who are not. So that's the reference there to the clinic. We have a lot of costs. It's expensive.
I understand your point about costs. I don't understand the point about crowds, because this bill doesn't in any way change the fact that parking on private property is prohibited. It doesn't even increase the number of parking spaces available at any beach. So presumably the number of people at the beach wouldn't change. The beach wouldn't be more or less crowded. It would just change the nature of that crowd, perhaps.
Well, if in fact I had ever seen it that crowded before, I would agree with you, but I've been there many times and I haven't seen it full, with the rare exception that if you had multiple sports events going on over at the ball field, at the same time you had people parking for the beach or the picnic area. So this is a lot more than just a beach. This is, our town facility, and the town itself hasn't been filling them up at this point. And yes, the event on July 4th of 2019, when people suddenly discovered they couldn't get into Hammonasset, so they were coming here. There was nobody at the gate to stop them from coming in. So the fact that the parking spots were full, people didn't just turn around. They just went and parked, the boat launch. They parked, the edge of the road and so on, where there was no parking allowed. But it was overwhelming.
Understood. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Crow, for your testimony today. I don't see any questions or comments from my colleagues, but we appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Next, I believe we're going to move to Thomas Regan-Lefebvre.
Hi, everybody. Their chair, Will Haskell, their chair, Roland Lemar. Distinguished member of the Transportation Committee, my name is Thomas Regan-Lefebvre, and I am the coordinator at the Transport Waitr Academy, the Center for Latino Progress. We advocate in favor of modes of transportation which are environmentally sustainable, equitable, and accessible, with amendment HB 5256 on a study on the local and regional transit district. It is indeed important that our transit districts are designed and operate with maximum efficiency and with the user in mind. It is especially important as the Executive Order 22-3, the City DOT has been mandated to come up with a plan to reduce vehicle miles traveled by 2030. And we think that the most logical way to achieve this goal is to increase public ridership. As called by the C40 organization and by the International Transit Worker Organization in the last COP, we need to double transit ridership by 2030. And I truly wish members of the committee would put into the statutes this VMT reduction target, as well as the goal of doubling transit ridership by 2030. Transit districts should be designed to maximize their chances to get grants from the Federal Transit Administration. And I'm aware that to qualify for those grants, there are some rural transit districts and some which are qualified urban. And if your transit district is in between, it's more difficult to get some of this funding. But I think the main criteria for us is that the focus should be on the user. And you see why we want to make a series of recommendations. It would be great to have a series of criteria for choosing the members of this task force. For instance, we think that members should be transit users themselves, or drivers, operators. The question in the application form should be, what route are you actually taking? There should be appointee made from a transit advocacy organization or a transit rider union. It should also have a member of a transit drivers union. We also think that the newly created environmental justice community, is what is CJAC, the Connecticut Equity and Environmental Justice Advisory Council should nominate one member of this task force in order to have environmental justice communities getting a voice in this task force. Many thanks for your interest.
Thank you so much, Thomas. I so appreciate your testimony. I couldn't agree more that the end goal here has to be improving customer experience. And I personally think we get there through greater regional collaboration and cost sharing between transit districts. And I appreciate your advocacy. I don't see any questions or comments from my colleagues, but we're grateful for your time today.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Okay, next I think we'll move to Dina Cummins. Good afternoon, ma'am. Ms. Cummins, are you there?
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Hi. How are you? Long day, no break for you guys. I've been listening since 11. Jennifer Leeper, I had submitted my testimony to her, and I think she hit on some of what I have to say. When Representative Lamar wrote the proposed bill 5254, it absolutely needs rewording. When proposing the bill, they're not taking into account each town's issue, whether it be narrow roads, lack of sidewalks that can't handle more than can't handle more than single file, people with strollers, wagons, dogs, people who bicycle, people who ride skateboards, scooters, they're all going to be forced into the middle of the road. I have lived in the same house on Fairfield Beach Road, right down the street from Penfield on the Marsh side. And when I moved here in 1991, there was parking on Fairfield Beach Road. My husband, who was a police officer, and I did a study with the police department, And it was in fact found that our road is too narrow to accommodate parking for beach access on this road, and that public safety was greatly compromised. So if you are going to allow parking so people can go to the beach 3 months out of the year, you're compromising public safety 12 months out of the year by creating parking where we have where our town has seemed fit to make it no parking. The two universities would be using these beach access points for their limited parking at their beach rentals, going to parties, and going to the local bar down the road from us. That will create incredible burdens on the residents of this area. When they were allowed to park there, there was trespassing, crime, vandalism, screaming, yelling, accidents, doors opening and closing. It was an absolute nightmare. So for the sake of summer parking, I really don't think that for 12 months a year, those of us who live here all year should have to be penalized. The second thing is that having beach sticker parking also reduces people from using side streets, and they can access the beach with beach stickers, but to get away from beach stickers has, again, the impact of people who are not using it for beach access, but are using it for other people. To Mr. Lamar's comment about giving Fairfield tens of millions of dollars, we have had to rebuild Penfield Pavilion twice due to hurricanes, so that is not a fair assessment because we have not been receiving, we did not receive our FEMA money. So the money that we do raise through beach stickers is only a fraction of the cost of maintaining a healthy, sound, and beach community. Our real estate taxes in the beach area, we just
Tina,
had
I
a
hate to-
evaluation, went
I hate
up.
to-
I'm ending it right now.
Just wanted to give you a heads up. Thank you.
Personally, my real estate taxes went up $4,000 in the last per year for reevaluation. That is all supporting our beach community. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Ms. Cummings. I see that
Sure.
Rep. Lamar has his hand up. I just wanted to clarify very briefly that the point you've made about street parking, if the change were made to reflect that this wouldn't alter where a town has decided to allow street parking versus not allow street parking, but instead clarify that where street parking is available to residents, it also needs to be available to non-residents. Would that address, surely that would address the safety concerns that you mentioned?
That absolutely would, because Fairfield Beach Road right now has no parking. If you allowed parking like the bill is currently written, it's a whole can of worms.
I'm so glad to hear that that is a solvable problem. Okay, Representative Lamar.
Thank you, Senator Haskell. I think you got to my first point. Thank you, Ms. Cummings, for your testimony. I think there's one word I need to put in that sentence that clarifies that expectation with respect to that. And I think would solve a lot of agita on this issue. Ms. Cummings, one of the issues that I do have, though, is in 2001, the Connecticut Supreme Court ruled that communities could no longer bar residents from access to the beach based on town residents, right? That everyone is allowed onto the beach. So what some communities did, and I don't think this is Fairfield, but I know a number of communities, the way they got around that was by saying, well, you can't park here. And it isn't necessarily a safety concern that motivated their no parking restrictions. It was their way of saying, well, there's another way to ensure that only our folks go to the beach here. I don't think that's Fairfield, but it is some other communities in and around the shoreline. So I do think there's some massaging on this language that we do need to do to ensure that, you know, communities aren't finding alternative ways to bar access. And when you're talking about the millions of dollars, yes, it was Penfield Pavilion. It was shoreline stabilization grants. It was coastal resiliency grants. It was repairing major road infrastructure in and around the Fairfield beach areas. It was sand replacement. It was dredging. issue. Like, it's a lot of public dollars that went into.
Correct, but those are only emergency dollars if you think about what you're saying. There was sand replacement, the road reconstruction. I mean, I lost my house, you know, things like that. So you have to balance it with, that's not a yearly occurrence.
Oh, I understand it's not a yearly occurrence. Some of it is. Some of it becomes pretty routine expenditures by the state and the state taxpayers. And the expectation usually, not all the time, I think some folks could quiz me good on this one, is that if you're putting public dollars into something, into a public facility, that there is public access. And in this case, some communities, and not you, and I've seen some testimony that's actually really smart and thoughtful on this issue, and your testimony certainly was that. Some of the testimony I'm seeing in my email today is not that, and suggestion that folks are owed these dollars and it's their beach and give me mine and it's for nobody else. And you're certainly not like that. And most of the testimony today has been great. I do think there's an approach that this committee and the state has to take to ensure that if we're putting millions of dollars into something, folks can access it. And I use the golf course analogy. If you found out that I was putting $20 million into a golf course in upstate Connecticut somewhere, that you weren't allowed to play on it. Only the town residents in that one specific town were allowed to play on that golf course. But we're using state money just for that town, and they're going to charge Fairfield residents $775 to play on that golf course, but Senator Kissel only has to pay $25 in Enfield. I think you'd be pretty upset. And I think a lot of folks who live in shoreline communities would be pretty upset if they thought I was putting tens of millions of dollars routinely into public assets that they were barred from, but for extraordinary costs.
I would flip that though. Yeah, but I would flip that to say the tens and twenties and thousands of dollars, especially with our reevaluation, that residents are putting into their real estate taxes, which go to support our beaches. On the flip side is that why should we be restricted access to someone from another town if we are taking the brunt of putting those tens of hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars into our real estate taxes to cover the expense of running the beach? I would not, I think that the bill is written that it is going to cause residents to take a back seat to first come, first serve. And I think that you need to be careful about, if you allow sticker parking and out of town residents are able to purchase sticker parking, then it shouldn't be a problem because we're not denying them access. We're just asking them to pay their fair share.
And I appreciate that point. I've evaluated the last 3 fiscal years of Fairfield's town budgets. And it looks like the beaches in Fairfield are revenue generators for the town, and that's it's not offsetting the costs. Your property taxes aren't offsetting costs. In fact, the beaches generate more money than is spent on them through concessions and season passes and activities. It looks like if you go online to the Fairfield town budget and look at the last 3 budgets, I think it's page 206 to 208. Show how much money is generated by concessions, season passes, in-town and out-of-town registrations. And it's almost double the amount of what Fairfield actually spends on the beaches themselves.
Barring any emergency, rebuilding Penfield, which we need to do, opening up the berms and the drainage system in the wetlands to produce the tidal gates that are broken that we don't have any money to fix. I mean, you know.
Yeah, and a lot of that was a lot of state and federal money went
for those rainy days, you know, looking at this slipper shell epidemic that all the shorelines are experiencing. And we've had the DEP come there with the climate change because there are no lobsters to be predators against the slipper shells. So to say, you know, okay, yeah, maybe the last 2 years we made some money, but maybe in 3 years we're going to be at a deficit because the shore needs protection. And it is not just at the benefit of Fairfield Beach residents, because Long Island Sound benefits from any preventative measures or money that we put into shoring up and helping the environment.
Well, thank you, Dina, for your testimony today. And I really appreciate
Thank
you reaching
you.
out to us and testifying.
I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thanks, Tina. I don't see any other further questions or comments from my colleagues, but as Representative Lamar said, we're grateful for your time and for your testimony.
I appreciate the time also. Thanks very much. Bye-bye.
Next, I believe we have Mr. Slatke. Alex Slatke, are you with us at the moment? All right. If not,
I'm here.
Oh,
Sorry
okay.
about that.
No, it's no problem at all. Welcome, and the floor is yours.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to the chairs and ranking members and all the committee members and the staff as well. My name is Alex Slatke. I'm here representing both AAA clubs in Connecticut. And I've submitted testimony, but I'm going to summarize it because I'm going to touch on a few issues. First, on motorcycle helmets, AAA does support a universal motorcycle helmet law. And I just want to share a couple facts with the committee. The first is that just last week, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration released finalized 2020 fatality data, in which they reported that 5,579 motorcyclists were killed across the country. That's the most since the federal government started keeping track in 1975. So we know the last few years we've gone in the wrong direction on traffic safety nationally, but the trends are especially bad for motorcyclists. We also know that here in Connecticut, since 2015, unhelmeted adult motorcyclists were injured in 166 cities and towns. So this is something that affects every region here in the state. We know that helmets are effective. They reduce the risk of death, but in addition, unhelmeted motorcyclists are more likely to suffer traumatic brain injuries, cervical spine injuries. They have more head and face injuries, a prevalence of facial fractures. And we know that helmet laws are effective. Last year, about 94% of riders in universal helmet law states wore helmets, compared to only 57% in the states without such laws. And unsurprisingly, when you add a helmet law, fatality and injury rates go down. When you take away a helmet law, they go up. And I heard the conversation about raising the age possibly. Helmet laws that aren't universal, they're difficult to enforce. And there's evidence that adolescent noncompliance is much greater under a partial law like we have in Connecticut. We do agree with the opponents of the law that it's not a silver bullet, and we'd be happy to partner on education to drivers, because of motorcycle injuries and fatalities are sometimes the fault of drivers, of course. And we'd be happy to work with any stakeholders to provide the education to drivers about behaving safely around motorcyclists. But we do believe a helmet law is a significant part of the puzzle. Wanted to comment on the slow down, move over law in House Bill 5258. You're not going to find a bigger supporter of the slow down, move over law than AAA, but we are concerned about the language that's in it, which would say that all drivers have to slow down to 20 miles an hour upon approaching an emergency vehicle on the side of the road. We think that this would actually harm safety for those drivers who are doing that. And I also think that it wouldn't actually result in any compliance, because if you're in the left lane of I-91 and you're going at 65, let's hope, miles an hour, you're not going to slow down to 20 miles an hour because you're going to be afraid that you're going to get rear-ended. So I don't think it's a good idea to pass a law that we know is just not going to be complied with. There are some states that say you have to have a certain amount of miles per hour below the limit, like 10 or 20. I don't think there's a ton of evidence either way, whether that's better or whether the current standard we have, a reasonable level below the posted speed limit, is better. But we're happy to have that conversation for sure. We just don't think a blanket 20 miles an hour flat is the right approach. Wanted to comment briefly on truck platooning, which we don't have any objection to. but just have a couple suggestions based on review of regulations and laws in other states. One is that commercial vehicles carrying hazardous materials shouldn't be allowed to participate in the program. If there's a collision with one vehicle, all the vehicles engaged in that platoon should be required to stop. And plans should have either an expiration date or some way for DOT to say,
Hey, Alex,
this
I
person,
hate to interrupt you. I just wanted to give you a warning. You're right up against the time limit if you wanted to maybe
all right,
summarize
I'll finish
your
up.
points and move to questions. Thanks.
Sure. I think there should be a way for DOT to review a platoon's performance. And I like the idea of a pilot program or a reporting mechanism. And then I'd also say we support the ability of DOT to set variable speed limits. But I think the testimony of DOT earlier to say this would have to be a very phased in approach with a lot of signage to alert motorists, I think is the right approach.
Alec, thanks so much for your testimony today and for your patience over the course of this afternoon. I really especially am grateful for your testimony on the universal helmet law. I was really struck by the fact that, in California, helmet use increased by 99% from about 50% prior to their universal law. And most importantly, because we could talk all day about cost of the healthcare system, but fatalities decreased 37% after the law, meaning such a reform does save lives. So thank you to you and the organization you work for your continued advocacy on this topic. I personally don't have any questions, and I don't see hands raised by my colleagues, but we're grateful for your time and testimony.
Absolutely. Thanks so much.
All right, we'll move now to Wyatt Botsworth.
Thank you, Senator. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome, sir.
Great. Thank you. Chairs Haskell, Lamar, Ranking Members Carney and Summers. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify in support of two bills today. My name is Wyatt Bosworth, and I'm Assistant Counsel for the Connecticut Business and Industry Association. CBIA supports Senate Bill 215. Under the bill, DAS and DOT will be required to establish a transportation engineering recruitment program at institutions of higher education, and also report back to the legislature within a year on the status of that program and any funding recommendations. An engineering recruitment program is essential given the dire outlook of DOT's workforce coming up this summer. According to the CREATES report, 35% of transportation engineers will be retirement eligible this summer. These workers are integral to DOT's mission of keeping our state's infrastructure in safe and good condition. And in addition, the CREATES report also notes that Connecticut continually finds it challenging to hire and retain certain engineering positions, especially Engineer 3's, principal engineers and supervising engineers. We also support Senate Bill 5256. This is the task force bill to study local and regional transit districts. Regional cooperation between local transit districts has occurred in Connecticut for some time now. For example, Wyndham Regional Transit District and UConn's Husky Go service and stores are currently working to consolidate management, operations, and maintenance. The Northwestern Connecticut Transit District is coordinating with CT Transit's Waterbury division to provide vehicle maintenance. Simply put, regional cooperation is working now, and it must be a focus for lawmakers to keep that conversation and those efforts moving into the future. Last year, which Middletown District consolidated with the ETD District down by the shore. The move to consolidate came after a 2020 report from the Lower Connecticut River Valley Council of Governments that showed an integrated district would achieve more efficient and sustainable operations to deliver transit services in the region. According to the projections in that CROG report, the consolidation recommendation would save 7.7% in annual operating costs and over 12% in facility costs. And while additional revenue studies would need to be conducted, the report did state that the base fare would remain stable in both districts, and there would be a moderate impact on overall revenues that could be realized. So in summary, regionalization has worked for a number of transit districts in the past. It's poised to work for the River Valley districts in the future. And the task force proposed in this bill will help regional transit districts make informed decisions on consolidation in the future. So we respectfully urge passage, and thank you again for the time.
Wyatt, thanks so much for your testimony. I we greatly appreciate it as a committee. And I just wanted to say that I'm certain that the language in our DOT recruitment bill could be stronger, could be more specific. And to the extent that CBIA has specific ideas about how our state could do a better job in that recruitment practice, could do a better job of attracting highly skilled workers to fill these increasingly necessary jobs in this historic infrastructure moment, we'd love to partner with you and hear any ideas you have. I think we heard from DOT this morning a few specific problems with their hiring process, but collaboration with the organizations you represent will be critical. So just wanted to say, don't hesitate to reach out. And I don't see questions or comments from my colleagues, but we appreciate your testimony and your partnership in this.
Thank you, Senator. Be in touch.
All right, thank you, Wyatt. Next, I apologize due to a tech issue. I think we missed Mary. I'm so sorry if I mispronounced this. Tomalonius, perhaps? Are you there, Mary?
Yes, I am.
Welcome. The floor is yours, ma'am. And we can hear you. We can't see you, which is perfectly fine unless you want to turn your.
Now you should be able to see me. Okay. Well, thank you very much. I have to say, I've been listening since 11 o'clock and I'm feeling exhausted. And I don't know how you guys are feeling with no breaks. It's pretty amazing. Nevertheless, I want to thank you, Senator Haskell, Representative Lamar, and the members of the Transportation Committee for today's hearing. The Connecticut Association for Community Transportation, commonly known as CACT, believes that HB 5256, which seeks to establish a task force to study the consolidation of local and regional transit districts, would best be served by including members from the various statewide transit districts on the task force. Critical decisions are going to be discussed and a formal report presented, I assume, at the conclusion, which will impact the transit agencies, their employees, and the riders of public transportation. Who better to educate committee members about how transit agencies operate, how they cooperate, how they, understand the running of public transportation, and what services would increase efficiencies, et cetera, than the operators themselves. These individuals, they have decades of experience and knowledge between them, which can productively guide the task force. I urge the Transportation Committee to include several transit operators from across the state so the task force makes recommendations to further enhance and provide services to Connecticut residents who use and rely on public transportation. As you know, public transportation in a small state like Connecticut is both attractive and essential to businesses, recent college graduates, and other new market entrants. A transportation system that is safe, well-maintained, and efficient provides numerous benefits, including economic benefits, congestion reduction, better quality of life, community viability, mobility options, and environmental benefits. Connecticut's transportation system has long faced an aging infrastructure, severe and continued budget cuts, and future funding insecurity, along with other issues. While HB 5256 seeks to study the consolidation of the transit districts, studying the entire statewide transportation system would also be effective and more efficient for the long-term growth of public transportation in Connecticut. The successful integration of bus, rail, and plane will further the growth of public transportation for residents, businesses, and visitors. So I therefore urge you to be sure that the task force recommendations are thoughtful, forward-thinking, economically sound, and become an innovative document that moves public transportation in the future. And I believe that having transit district members as part of that task force is essential to making this a good document that the state can be proud of going forward for public transportation.
Thank you so much, Mary, for your testimony, and it's a point well taken regarding the membership of that task force. I've got a question, but I'll hand it over to Representative first.
Thanks, Senator Haskell. Thank you, Mary. Great comments. We can always count on you in this committee to provide very thoughtful and a deep analysis of what we should be working on in a better way to accomplish what we're trying to do. I appreciate the reports you submit to the committee on an annual basis. Sadly, I haven't been able to come to one of your breakfasts that you usually have at the beginning of a session in a few years now. So
I know, but we did it at lunchtime this year instead.
Oh, I missed it. I missed that
Yes,
one too.
you
So
missed
I'll have
it.
to,
And I was wondering where you were.
I'll have to grab you the next one. But for anyone on the committee who hasn't gotten a copy of Mary's most recent report, we'll make sure to send it out to you. They do outstanding work for the benefit of the committee and the state as a whole. So I just want to say thank you again for the work and focus you provide transportation in our state. Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Mary, I second Representative Lamar's thanks. And given your knowledge and expertise on this issue, I just wanted to dig into, we're obviously at a historic moment and opportunity with regard to federal funding. And my understanding is that in applying for a lot of these federal grants, ridership numbers are a key consideration. So I don't want you to I'm not asking you to preempt the findings of the study that we may be commissioning here, but rather, in your experience, does Connecticut lose out on public transit dollars because with smaller, more sort of divided and perhaps inefficient transit districts, we have lower ridership numbers?
Well, I think obviously before COVID, our numbers were going up. Bus transportation in particular serves a, tremendous amount of our, Connecticut population, and it gets people who otherwise would not be able to get to their jobs, medical appointments, shopping, and things like that without having adequate bus transportation. Obviously, COVID has impacted everybody, significantly, but it's interesting to note that bus transportation, even though the numbers went down, they never went down to the level of, say, rail, not at all. They were pretty much running about 60%, even when COVID was, in its heyday, although things seem to be getting better now. So I think, ridership will continue to go up, and I think you also have a generation of, kids who have graduated from college, and if they're moving back to our state, they've gone to schools where public transportation is what they use. They don't necessarily have a car. So I think we're going to see more and more people taking public transportation. And I also think Connecticut's an aging state. So we have two ends. We have the younger people and the older people who also are interested in taking public transportation. So I think the numbers are going to go back up. And as I always say, I urge everybody to take public transportation. When I travel, wherever I've been, I always take public transportation. And I will say, when I was in Puerto Rico, I asked about public transportation. The concierge says, "Oh, just go to this street." A half hour later, the bus didn't come. I went back. He said, "Oh, island time. I don't know when it's coming, but eventually it is going to come." We in Connecticut, we're much more efficient in terms of getting people out. So I hope that answers your question.
It does, and you're very much preaching to the choir. I so agree.
I know.
It's necessary to build a state that's welcoming to every generation to invest in.
Right.
So Mary, thanks for your work and thanks for your testimony today.
Oh, thank you very much. Good luck.
Next, Mr. Farnan. Good to see you, sir.
You too, and pardon for some of the background noise. We're having some work done to the house. So good afternoon, honorable members of the Transportation Committee. I am here today first in support of Representative Mesker's birthday, but also in opposition to Ray's Bill 5254. This proposed bill, in effect, will preclude towns with public beaches like Fairfield from offering free or discounted parking to residents. So in terms of access to parking at a public beach or a town beach, there's less of a benefit to the residents who live and invest in that town, who are often paying significant property taxes to that town, actively contributing to the community where the beach is located and supporting it. I do see this as kind of the latest attack on local control by the state, whether it's zoning, education, the new proposed statewide property tax. What's next? Maintenance of the beaches in our town do come with a cost. Legislation measures. This legislative measure, I believe, would cost the town about $1.2 million, according to our head of Parks and Recreation. And this is going to fall directly on our taxpayers. I want to make it very clear. Fairfield welcomes residents from other neighboring communities to visit our beaches. That is important. We need to make sure that that is continued to be seen as something that, everyone from around our state should be welcomed in our community and welcome to our beaches. But everyone needs to also pay their fair and equitable cost. And non-residents who are not paying property taxes, it's only fair that they pay a little bit more to be able to use our beaches. With that said, I just want to end with the fact that there's also a safety a public safety component to this, and the fact that when it comes to parking and transportation concerns, our Fairfield Police Department know these issues better than a statewide, hands down, from the top down approach. Thank you so much.
Brian, thanks for your time and testimony today. We've heard a little bit about Fairfield already today, as perhaps you were listening earlier in the public hearing. A few questions. Well, I'll go to Representative Zawistowski first, then I've got some questions as well. Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize if I'm bringing up anything that has come before. I had to actually take off for a few minutes and go to a local wake. But that brings up something in itself, because former Representative Farnan mentioned about people coming in and paying an additional charge to be able to use Waterfront. I ended up talking to somebody in line at the wake, who's the recreation director for the town of Suffield. Suffield has two lakes, one of which has half in Mass and the other half in Suffield. And they're right up next to the state line. And right now they've got a very workable system where they can have people from out of town come in and pay a little extra to get in. I mean, it's free for towns, and it works because they have to pay extra maintenance. Otherwise they get overrun. For one example, one of these lakes is serviced by a one-way road. So, I mean, he was very, very worried about this bill when I talked to him. Brian, what kind of arrangements are there in Fairfield that would be what you are calling a fair and equitable way to be able to give access to non-residents to use the beach?
And first and foremost, sorry for your loss. I mean, I look at the fact that, for example, a season pass, a season pass in Fairfield, let's say if it's $50 for a resident, $250 for a non-resident, I see that very fair. Fairfield, as discussed earlier in this proceeding, has noted that, we're somewhat lucky with parking. Other municipalities aren't so lucky with parking. At the end of the day, it's got to be a balancing act. You can't have a scenario. You don't want to see a scenario where there's some egregious. I know the example was brought up, I think, by Representative Lamar about going down cash only Monday through Wednesday. But I think generally speaking, I think our towns do a good job here in welcoming people to their town beaches. See that as a net benefit. But having the state now say, for example, like there may be scenarios where we don't want to charge residents a parking fee during certain times. Now, if with this bill were to pass, we would have to say that was the case for both residents and non-residents. So you couldn't even give that benefit to the resident under certain scenarios. So I understand what Representative Lamar is trying to do, but I do believe that the coastal towns in Connecticut, and this is just not a coastal town bill. I mean, this
no, it's not.
I know we have Lake Mohegan, for example, in Fairfield, and this would impact them. And at the end of the day, everyone should be paying their fair share. And, Fairfield and much of, I think, Fairfield County is the economic engine of the state. And a lot has been said about, well, you're getting a lot of state funds. I mean, I don't think we want to get in a conversation, okay, well, how much money is in income taxes is Fairfield contributing to the state of Connecticut as a whole? I don't think we're getting that much back. I think the income tax dollars that are coming out of Fairfield residents, that proportion of dollars isn't flowing back into Connecticut. We're getting it a lesser amount. So to me, it's a very simple equity question of, the property tax owners who are paying for the upkeep of these beaches should get a somewhat of a discount for using those facilities.
Thank you. And, I don't think that most towns are particularly exclusionary. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I'm thinking of Suffield, they welcome outsiders as long as they can pay something to be able to upkeep. And I don't think that's unfair. And I think a lot of people don't realize that this is not just, the bill is not exclusively to the shoreline. There's a lot of towns that have really small lakes. And this should be of concern. Thank you for coming in today, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Zawistowski. Brian, Representative Lamar has his hand up, but just a quick point of clarification. You mentioned that Fairfield beaches are open to anybody. It's just a matter of paying their fair share. I'm not in any way trying to, attack or malign Fairfield. I actually think that my hometown of Westport has a pretty poor record on this as well. But Southport Beach in Fairfield, that's the one actually that's closest to where I live. That's free and open to the public except during peak beach months. And then it's not just to anybody with the beach sticker, but am I correct in understanding that that beach is only available to residents who have a beach sticker?
That's not my understanding. I believe that you could have a non-resident pass for that sticker.
Got it. I think that needs then to be corrected on the fairfieldct.org. They seem to indicate that it's only available to residents with a beach sticker. Look, I think here's my problem here. I understand the point you make about costs being borne by town residents for the upkeep of the beach. On a practical matter, I'm sure you have driven around the beaches in Fairfield County as I have on a hot summer day, and you drive to Southport Beach or Barron Hill Beach, just down the road in Westport, and it's primarily white families. And then you go to Sherwood Island State Park, beautiful beach, and it's primarily families, or it's predominantly, I would say, families of color. And that I have trouble defending. And, I'm not sure how we can sort of accept the current status quo. Maybe the solution is a delta in the cap, but being 10 times more expensive in Fairfield for a non-resident to resident, don't you think that's a status quo that isn't acceptable?
I actually see a fair amount of diversity when I'm down in Jennings and Penfield Beach. So that hasn't been my perception. And then, 200, I think it was said earlier, $250 for a season pass. I mean, I think that's a pretty good deal. And quite honestly, and people are also, people Uber to our beaches all the time. You put a family of 4 in an Uber, and they're welcomed onto the beach. So, I think it's, I know, I don't see that issue. I think there actually is a fair amount of diversity at Fairfield beaches.
Fair enough. I think they're not welcomed onto the beach during the COVID mitigation period, but I understand, generally speaking, that they can get a ride to the beach. But I take your point. Representative Lamar.
Thank you, Senator Haskell, and thank you, Mr. Farney, for your testimony. And I appreciate the conversation around these are shared resources. Some folks are putting more in the pie than others, and we need to recoup costs. And I think that's a fair consideration when we talk about public resources. And my bill is an attempt to really get at the egregious outliers. And I think a more honest conversation about this hasn't happened because people are very comfortable with the status quo. And if this applies to upland or inland lakes, it applies to river access, but none of those that I've been able to find are at the magnitude that we see, yes, in lower Fairfield County, where depending on the municipality, the delta is $25 for a resident in Fairfield and $250 for a non-resident, and a day pass of $50. That might not seem like a lot of money to some folks, but I promise you, people I represent, that's an impossible cost structure. And I think that's a challenge for folks, and Fairfield's not even in the top 5 worst, frankly. I mean, right, like a lot of today's conversation is about Fairfield, which is unfortunate, because there are far worse communities in our state where the delta is 35 times the non-resident cost. The resident cost for non-residents. And these are communities that are receiving tens of millions of dollars of public funds. Right? We've talked before, you worked, I don't know if you still do, but you worked for an institution that received public funds, and you know that comes with an ideal of where equity is supposed to be centered in the thought process of how you expend those public funds. And I think the idea of beaches hits home personally for folks because they think of them as their community and their neighborhood. And gosh, you know, I put time in, I go jogging down there, I take my kids down there. I don't want to be shut out from my community. But I think reasonable folks can have a conversation about this issue that isn't preoccupied with hyper-local politics, but instead about a statewide policy that reflects, I think, a shared sense that when you put tens of millions of dollars into a public asset, there's an expectation that the public has access to it. And so I'm hoping folks can kind of work with me on this. I know we might not see eye to eye fully on it, but I'm hoping people will work with me because, you know, I'm looking at Fairfield's town budget and it doesn't look like out-of-town residents are doing just their fair share. It looks like it's become a profit center for the town of Fairfield, built off the backs of state and federal funds. And I think that's where I have the biggest consternation about saying that Fairfield's doing it right or Fairfield's doing it the right way and perfectly, because I don't think that was the intention of those federal and state funds, was to create essentially private access public beaches that, but for $250 you too can attend. And I think we need to have a better conversation than I think we have had today. And maybe that means I have to do a better job of bill drafting so the verbiage isn't as complex as it currently is for some folks. But this is a really important issue that I've tried to highlight for numerous years. And communities have often told me, oh, we agree with you, Representative Lamar, we just don't know the right way yet. And then when you leave it up to their auspices, they jack up fees the following year, or they make them even more of a profit center the following year. And, you know, Eastern Connecticut, last year we had this bill raised in planning and development, and everyone talked about, well, now towns are on notice. Towns are on notice that they can't get away with this anymore. And what happened was we let them get away with it, and more communities did the exact thing we all can agree is wrong. They went $25 for resident, $500 for non-resident. And I think that's something we have to take seriously. And this isn't a partisan issue. I think, you know, everyone who's come here has had wearing different stripes, you know, politically. But I do think it's an issue we all need to take seriously. I don't think it's about local control and hands off our towns and hands off our schools or all that other stuff that gets conflated into this. Sadly, I think it's you know, adopting some of the same rhetoric, and I think that's maybe true on both sides. But I think this is something we can work through. This isn't as complex as schools or zoning. This is about beaches that we already know are public assets for everyone. So I'm hoping you'll work with me. I'll take you know, outcomers from all sides on this one.
And I do understand your concern about costs. I'm first generation college from a very working class family in the Naugatuck Valley who did not go on vacations or never got on a plane before I think I was kind of close to adult age. So I do understand that. And when we do say the $250 charge, that's for the entire summer in Fairfield. So, I mean, I guess my concern is for the kind of this really kind of like top-down approach that's kind of in the bill. I mean, I think what I'm hearing is like, hey, you know, I've got a bone to pick with a small handful of towns that you're concerned with. I would almost say, you know, meet with them outside the legislative process and, I mean, see where that takes it versus kind of having kind of like another kind of like state mandate coming our way.
And I appreciate that. Do you see, I get the opposition to a top-down approach. Do you see bottom-up leadership on this one? Because I don't see bottom-up leadership. And I think that's, you know, and I have talked to numerous town leaders. But after last year in planning and development, I got calls from a couple of first selectmen promising me they would look at it and try to do better. Guess what? Without the state legislation, without that awful top-down approach, they did nothing. They didn't work on it locally. They didn't try to address the Delta. The only time we get action out of local communities on issues like this is if we say, we're going to put this issue in front of you. We're going to work on it. We're going to come up with a solution. What have you got? Because otherwise, everyone goes home and accepts the status quo, which benefits, you know, the people who already have access at the expense of those who don't.
Thanks, Representative Lamar. Brian, did you want to respond before we move on?
No, I respect his opinion on the topic.
Understood. Okay, Representative Devlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know how this conversation sort of devolved into one around race, but it certainly seems to be a big undertone of the conversation. And Representative Farnan, can you just clarify? I mean, so I've lived in the town of Fairfield for close to 30 years. Is there anything, you don't have to pay to access our beaches. You don't have to pay to access any beach as far as I know. Is that correct?
Exactly. And I there's no cost in any way to come to Fairfield's beaches. There's transportation nearby from the traffic, from the train station that's walkable. If you were to take an Uber or if you were to get dropped off by your friends or family members, you're more than welcome to do that. And you can enjoy not only our beaches, but our facilities.
Right. I think one limiting thing that we do have, and I think most towns do, I don't know if you like me, I like to go to the Blue Shutters Beach in Charleston, Rhode Island, but you are frequently turned away because that parking lot just gets filled up. So in the beach area, I know we've heard a lot today that there's not a lot of real estate unless we were to pave over other areas of the town for parking. But to your point, we even have a hotel that markets itself by providing bikes to have free access to our beaches. And points were made about walkability from the train. And like you, I have seen tremendous diversity in, well, not just our town, but people visiting our beach. So just for the record, is there any obstacle, any cost, any fee, any permit, any tag someone needs to have to access a beach in Fairfield, Connecticut?
No, not at all. You could find in places like New Jersey, for example, where I think they have like wristband requirements or things like that. We don't have any requirements like that. All are welcome to our beaches. And then obviously in the peak summer months, we do have, parking costs and things like that for using the parking lot. And our actually a resident and non-resident rate, I believe, is the same. The only rate that actually is different is the resident and non-resident season pass, which makes sense because if you're going to come on a regular basis, you should pay a little bit more because if you're a non-resident, because you're not paying the property taxes throughout the year to maintain those beaches.
Yeah, an advantage I know when I was choosing what town to live in, having a beach access was something I was willing to pay more for. But I get that, and I appreciate your clarification that there is no barrier to access to the beaches. And I think that is the same on the entire shoreline of Connecticut, but I could be wrong on that. I don't know the details of every town, but I just wanted to clarify that because it seemed like the conversation was moving to one that was conflating or confusing the real story. And where there is limited is definitely parking, but there are other commercial lots and other ways to not have to park to be able to access the beach. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Representative Devlin.
Thanks, Representative Devlin. Brian, I just want to make sure I understand. So there are multiple beaches in Fairfield. The one that's closest to public transit is which one exactly? Is that Penfield?
Yeah, Penfield would be the one that you'd basically walk down South Benson Road, or yes, you
got it. And that's
or Jennings.
That's about a 1.5 mile walk. Is that right? About 30 minutes or so.
We could do a little quicker than that, I think. But yeah, it's about a mile walk.
For those who aren't able to make that walk, does the town run a transit, any sort of public transit between the train station and the beach? Is there a bus or a shuttle you could take from the Fairfield train station to the nearest beach?
No, what we had was we did actually had a bike program, and we're about to implement a scooter program that's in the works too, where people could go to the train station, rent scooters, and be able to have access. So that is something that we're actively working through.
That's great. That's wonderful. I wish that other towns had that same idea on the horizon. I'm sorry, I just noticed Representative Rabimbas has her hand raised. Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted to certainly take this opportunity to say hello to Brian, but also most importantly, I think Representative Devlin did an excellent job in highlighting the facts associated with the beaches. I think there was a lot of really miscommunication that was being presented regarding the ability to access and or having to pay a fee for the Fairfield Beach. And certainly being, from a very diverse family myself, I think the difference between a Sherwood Island versus Penfield Beach and Fairfield, the choices is not just based on financial choices in that regard. So I just, it just leaves a really bad taste in my mouth that somehow race and blaming the town of Fairfield for at least what was being represented of a lack of diversity, which has not been my experience at all in my visits to Fairfield Beach. And when I would highly encourage people to go there. In fact, I attended Fairfield University. And through all those years back when and through now, my family enjoys most beaches in the state of Connecticut. So I just, really want to caution the misinformation regarding that there is a fee to access the beach. Again, there is certainly maintenance, and I, encourage and applaud towns to take it upon themselves to be fiscally responsible in having some type of fee for parking, for the maintenance of parking, security of parking, cleanliness, and things of that nature, because I would certainly hope that anytime we can minimize the dependency on state funds, that would be paramount. But again, I just want to make sure that the record is clear that there is no fee necessarily for accessing the beaches themselves. And regarding the diversity, that in some way that the 250 seasonal amount, and believe you me, I work with many diverse communities, that for parking would be the main issue, that someone chooses not to patronize that beach over another. I think once again, we have to be very cautious regarding making those kinds of representations as well. So Brian, thank you very much for taking the time to come on, and I'll take the opportunity to thank Representative Devlin for correcting the record. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Representative. Representative Steinberg has his hand raised.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been very intrigued by the direction this conversation has taken. Yeah, I think it's very interesting to say that we do not explicitly require anybody to pay money to go to the beach, but because of where the beaches are and the neighborhoods they're in, by definition, it is related to the parking in that neighborhood. And I would submit that even with a bicycle service or a scooter service, if you're traveling from out of town, you're not arriving at the beach just with a towel. You're probably got a bunch of stuff, and that's not going to work so well on a bicycle or a scooter. I'm not sure it recognizes the desire of young families to be able to use the beach, in which case having a remote parking spot would not be all that helpful. So I do think that the point that was made earlier is pertinent. Parking is the gateway to most of our beaches, and that's what we're really focused on. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks for your comments, Representative Steinberg. I would agree. It's wonderful to be able to access the beach for free, but it is hard. It can be hard in some communities, so at least the one that I represent, to be able to access that beach, to be able to reach that beach without the use of a car and without the ability to park it that day. I don't see further questions or comments for, I assume Representative Rabimbis, who I believe was in a car, maybe hasn't been able to put her hand down unless she has a follow-up question.
No, Mr. Chairman, I did not have a follow-up question, but thank you for the opportunity. And I would concur that, certainly parking is important when it comes to beaches when people bring things, but they certainly do also come prepared for that. And if we're talking about the most desolate communities who may not be able to afford parking, I'm sure that they're planning accordingly and then accessing the beaches that are, best for them. I really do have a, concern when it comes to the state interjecting itself as to how towns run their beaches, and especially when it's fiscally responsible in that regard. So thank you for the opportunity to further comment regarding that as well.
Thanks, Representative. Brian, I don't see any further questions or comments, but it was good to see you, and thanks for your testimony.
Thank you so much, Senator Haskell.
All right, we're going to go very briefly back to a public official list, as there was a representative who was tied up earlier and not able to testify. I believe we have Representative McCarty in the room. Representative McCarty, are you with us?
Should be joining as a panelist now.
Here I am. Thank you. Thank you so much. It always takes a few minutes, but good afternoon, Chairman Haskell, Lamar, ranking members, Summers, and Representative Carney. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. I'm so sorry that I missed you earlier. By the way, I'm Kathleen McCarty, State Representative from Waterford and a portion of Montville. And I'm sorry that I could not be here with you earlier today. We were caught up over in education, but I wanted to come in and give you some testimony in support of Raise Bill 5309, an act concerning the conveyance of an easement over a parcel of state land in the town of Waterford. I know you heard earlier from First Selectman Rob Rule and Senator Formica on this very important proposal for my community of Waterford, but also for the whole southeastern region. The bill is actually asking for a small 5-acre easement from the way station, the state way station that runs alongside of I-95 through over to Parkway South into an industrial zone. And I can tell you, if this is approved, it will do such wonders for the community to help us with economic development. There's a parcel there, 188 acre parcel that was formerly an airport years ago. That parcel has remained undeveloped for almost 40 years. And while there's interest when we have different groups coming in, I think the access road would actually really entice them to come in and do more development there. It's also, in my opinion, a safety issue. I think having an access road there for the commercial trucks and emergency will lighten up the load of the trucks in that region and add to the safe traffic operations. I can tell you in the bill itself, there are many provisions in the bill regarding the easements that protect the state's interest and that they're to be used for the intended purpose. So I think the state interests are really very well protected by offering the easement. I will tell you that I'm very proud of our town of Waterford. I did mention I submitted some written testimony for you, but we're strategically located right next door to New London, and there's such great activity going on there and along this whole region. So I think having this large parcel of land in Waterford is ripe for many opportunities. So I would certainly hope that you would approve this proposal favorably. I do want to recognize and thank the leadership of the Transportation Committee for raising the bill and for the entire Southeastern delegation for supporting it. I think everyone recognizes we want to have continued economic growth as much as we possibly can do with job creation. And I think this is an ideal setting. The access road will most certainly help us with that economic development. So I'm imploring you, the Transportation Committee, to continue to move this proposal along. I think it has to go over to the Government Administration and Elections Committee. But I do want to sincerely thank you very much for raising the bill. And I'm prepared to continue to work on this proposal. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative, for your testimony. I did just want to mention very briefly that it's come to my attention the Department of Transportation has some questions or concerns on this particular matter. So I would just encourage you to be in touch with their liaison, but we do appreciate you bringing this to the committee's attention.
Thank you so much, Representative Lamar. And I didn't think we were going to get off that easily. I think we're going to have many questions to answer with the Department of Transportation, but I hope there will be a recognition that this will be a mutual beneficial partnership to all parties concerned. So thank you for those comments, and I really appreciate you listening to me today. I did wait. It was very fascinating listening to all the conversations going on here in transportation.
Thanks, Representative. Don't go away just yet. Representative Conley has her hand raised.
Thank you, Senator. Representative McCarthy, I appreciate you bringing this bill and talking to the delegation about the important need for it. I just wanted to talk about one issue that I don't think the committee is aware of as to how this will help the community. Do you mind explaining a little bit to the committee how having the access road will help the trucks to not be going through the nearby or the commercial traffic away from the nearby neighborhoods?
Right. Thank you, Representative Conley. Well, where this property is located, it's called the industrial zone of Waterford, but there is along Parkway South, some trucks that come down that, and there are some neighborhood residents in that area. So this would actually keep the trucks from going through that area and go right access right onto I-95. So it is also a safety measure. I think it will really control much better the traffic in the region. So thank you for that question.
Thank you, Representative McCarthy.
Thank you, representatives. Seeing no other hands raised, we appreciate your time. And next we'll move. Oh, I'm so sorry. Representative Smith has his hand raised. Don't sign off yet.
Thank you, Senator. I did right at the last second. And I just had a quick question for Representative McCarty. I'm trying to remember, I think at one point, wasn't that particular area an access way onto the highway already for all vehicles? Or am I mistaken in that?
I believe there was at one point, and others may be able to get you more information, but I think once way back, there was some sort of a road there, yes.
It got closed for the,
so,
right.
Yeah, and that should actually help, I would think, with our proposal to moving it forward. So thank you for pointing that.
Yeah, that's why I thought. That's why I asked really, because I remember using it. I think you had to cross. It sort of went from that area into a road at the very end of it, and it morphed into the entry ramp to the highway.
Right.
So yeah, hopefully that does help. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Smith. And again, thank you to the Transportation Committee, and thank you for letting me in. Thank you.
No problem at all. Have a great rest of your day, and thank you for your time.
Sure. Thank you.
We'll move now to Leslie Strauss. Ms. Strauss, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Regarding Bill 5256, good afternoon. I'd like to thank Chairman Haskell and Chairman Lamar for this opportunity. My name is Leslie Strauss. I am Chairman of the Board of the Estuary Transit District, which serves the lower Connecticut River Valley and surrounding towns. ETD was created in 1981 by Chapter 103A of the Connecticut General Statutes. The district offers fixed route, demand response, and on-demand public transportation services. The Lower Connecticut River Valley Council of Governments, the RiverCog, began a study in 2018, paid for by CTDOT, to determine the best governance structure for providing public transit in our region. The study concluded that combining the Middletown and Estuary Transit districts into one larger ETD would improve public transportation for the region. We are concerned that raised Bill 5256 makes consolidation of transit districts a foregone conclusion. We would argue, as a district in the final stages of consolidation, that consolidation may not be the right fit for all. We believe the bill as written narrows the options that can be considered for improving public transportation. Tasking a committee with only considering consolidation rather than the broader goal of improving statewide transit coordination may not provide the best answers. What is the clear objective of this bill? Additionally, we are confused by the scope of the bill. CT Transit, the state-owned system not created under Chapter 103A, accounts for approximately 70% of state bus transit funding. This committee would only consider transit districts, which comprise a small part of the statewide bus network. If the goal of this bill is to improve coordination of transit services, we suggest it should include state, town, and nonprofit services funded by the state as well. We all share the goal of better coordination and more efficient transit services, but we believe that any improvements must consider travel patterns and the needs of the communities served. From our experience, this is best determined at the local level, not by committee in Hartford drawing arbitrary lines on a map. For these reasons, ETD opposes race bill number 5256. We would, however, be pleased to help find ways to improve public transit services in our state. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Dress, for your testimony. And I certainly, I appreciate all of your testimony, and I'm especially of the same opinion that CT Transit ought to be a part of this study, and that was probably a misdraft on my behalf. But we greatly appreciate your insights and your work with the Transit District. I don't see any questions or comments from committee members, but I'm sorry, were you going to say something?
I was going to say thank you.
Well, have a great rest of your day, and thanks for your patience today.
Thank you very much.
I believe next we are going to, I just lost it. Hang on. Oh, I'm sorry. Nick Postavoid. I apologize if I mispronounced your last name, sir. After Nick, we'll be going to Ross. Ross.
No, you got it right. Thank you very much, everyone, for allowing me to speak today. I'm here to speak in regards to opposing House Bill 05254 for the following reasons. Before moving to Madison, I lived out in Baltic area, Sprague, Norwich area, and we camped down at Hammonasset. My wife works in Guilford, and we would finish the year for her school down at Hammonasset. We've actually rode from Hammonasset over to one of the Madison beaches, the surf club, and we were able to get in for free. There was no issue at all. And so that's one of the things I wanted to say right up front. And then since coming here, actually last year, I think we got pulled away. We just bought our parking permits for the year, and the parking lot was filled, and we had to turn around and couldn't get in. And I'm scratching my head going, come on, guys, I just paid for my parking permit. And they said, sorry, and I couldn't get in. So anyways, my name is Nick Postavoid, and my wife and I are lifetime residents of Connecticut, and we've been in Madison for 5 years. So before moving, I told you that already. So here's why I oppose the bill. Residents have to pay for a parking permit or day parking pass just like anyone else. In fact, we went bike riding with some friends of ours recently, maybe 2 years ago, 3 years ago, before COVID. And they came in and parked with us, and it was really a reasonable price for them to park for the day. And we felt bad. I think we tried to offer to pay for them, or we did pay for them, but it wasn't a big issue at all. And like everyone has been saying, anyone can walk into the park or ride their bike. And to my knowledge, since I've been here, anyone can get into the park after 5 o'clock. There's no parking fee. There's no charge for parking. And so that's a nice thing. A lot of times people go down on a Friday night and just enjoy the sunset and have a picnic. So that's open to anybody. So, I feel that's inclusive. Public transportation is very close to the beach. It's probably a half mile away. And I don't know why. I don't think the bus would ever fit down those back roads down there. But I mean, that's pretty good. And then we also have the train station, but we're not like Fairfield. Our train station's probably a mile away, but there could be bus shuttles from there. I didn't want to come here, put on my problem management hat, but that's what they could do. Okay. And then, so then there's Al Green, I forget his last name now, but he spoke on behalf of our town. But he's right about size limitation. The parking lot is small. It accommodates football fields, all kinds of sports activities for the kids, and so on and so forth. And it's paid for by the town. And so, as a taxpayer, I feel like we're getting a double whammy. I pay taxes, I pay for my pass, just like anyone else, and yet, I can't even get in sometimes. And that's just not fair because the size of the parking lot, that's not our fault. So, in closing, in my humble opinion, we already been gracious by allowing walk-ins in, anybody with bikes, and after 5 o'clock. So I don't know what other towns are doing, but I do feel that Madison is very inclusive, and I oppose this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Postavoid. We appreciate your testimony, and I don't see any hands raised at the moment, but we're grateful for your patience. We know it's been a long afternoon.
It has been. Thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate that you would consider what I've said. Thank you. Thank you all.
Next, we will go to Ross Burkhart. Mr. Burkhart, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I just had to get unmuted here. Thank you, Senator Haskell, Senator Lamar, and other members of the Transportation Committee. I'm Ross Burkhart. I've been living in Westport for over 43 years. And I'm here to give testimony in favor of HB 5256, which is about the consolidation of transit districts. I recently retired as the president and CEO of New Neighborhoods Inc. in Stamford, which was devoted to the development of affordable housing in the region. But when I first came to Connecticut, interestingly, I took a job at the Greater Bridgeport Transit District to work on community and economic development matters, what we call transit point development, where we could integrate the development of transit services and the improvement of transit services with land use and economic development in the area. When I left the transit district, I was acting executive director, and I had basically made up my mind that at the time in the state, this was in the early 1980s, that the issues that I was really concerned about probably were not a big priority for the state. And I went off to become an affordable housing developer. Now, there's a lot of things that probably could be said in favor of consolidation, such as efficiency and other things that might happen. But I'd like to first focus on the fact that I think that consolidation is going to have to be an important step in the state really responding to the issues of greenhouse, limiting greenhouse emissions and combating climate change. And it's very clear that the electrification of automobiles only is not going to be the sole solution to limiting greenhouse gases and combating climate change. I also think that the consolidation in part will help address what I think has been a long-term problem in this country, where public investment in public transportation has really harmed the low and moderate income residents of the state and of the country. It's been a national issue. And that I think while it's only a small step, I think that consolidation may give the state the opportunity to really work on ameliorating a lot of the problems that result from racial discrimination. Two things I would say about the study. First of all, if there is going to be savings that derive from the consolidation of districts, I'm not saying all districts, and I certainly think that Connecticut Transit needs to be tied into what is going to be going on in the state in terms of consolidation. But if we're going to have savings, that don't use those savings to really reduce budgets, but to really come up with strategies in the studies for at least reinvesting those savings into transit systems. And as I think also, Besides that, I think it should also focus on and I think that's been raised in some previous testimony on this, on some of the political and administrative obstacles that clearly are going to.
Excuse me, Ross, I hate to cut you off, but
yep, point.
You're right at the time side.
Finished. Yeah, I tried to limit my cut things out. Thanks.
Ross, thanks so much for not just for your testimony today, but for your work here in Westport and in Fairfield County on creating transit and housing solutions for our region. I really appreciate your testimony. I will follow up on many of these measures, including, as I mentioned with Ms. Strauss, making sure the Connecticut Transit is at the table for this conversation. So I don't have any follow-up questions. I don't see hands raised from committee members, but we are grateful for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we will go to Eric Jackson. Mr. Jackson, welcome.
Great, thank you to the committee. I am Eric Jackson. I am a transportation engineering faculty at the University of Connecticut. I am also the executive director of the Connecticut Transportation Institute and director of the Connecticut Transportation Safety Research Center here at UConn. We oversee the crash data repository at UConn for the Connecticut DOT. I know it's been referenced several times today, looking at transportation safety issues throughout the state. I've submitted written testimony on Senate Bill 215 on recruiting transportation engineers. So I'll keep my testimony pretty brief today. The School of Engineering at UConn is a powerhouse for research and engineering education for the state. Undergraduate enrollment in the fall of 2022 was 3,677 students. Only 325 of those students were actually focused in civil engineering. And of civil engineering, transportation engineering is a small subset of that. So trying to look forward in terms of the number of engineers that we have in the pipeline, it is very small compared to the demand that we expect to see coming out. So the state and country have seen kind of an unprecedented increase in the number of fatalities that we have seen. We've heard about that today. We're actually at a 30-year high in terms of the number of traffic-related fatalities that we're seeing on the roadway. Our critical transportation infrastructure is aging rapidly, and our transportation future is actually undergoing a revolution of electrification and automation of vehicles. These technologies are going to have a significant impact on the ways that people and goods are moved throughout the state. And furthermore, the $1.2 trillion infrastructure investment and Jobs Act that was passed is the largest and most comprehensive infrastructure bill in American history. This is going to drive a huge demand for new engineers, not only in the state, but in the country. And to meet this new demand of construction and innovations and transportation technologies, we're going to need new engineers and we're going to need to recruit new transportation engineers. As you also heard earlier, we're looking at a large number of state employees retiring from the Connecticut Department of Transportation, and those will also need to be replaced. In the past few years, in the past 3 years, Connecticut has hired new transportation faculty. So we've hired 3 new transportation faculty. We also have 1 new faculty search that will hopefully, we have an offer out that will be accepted today to actually expand our transportation education here at UConn. We're very supportive of a program to actively recruit new and educate new engineers and promote transportation engineering as a career here in Connecticut. So the University of Connecticut fully supports Senate Bill 215, and we're happy to work closely with the Commissioners of Administrative Services and Department of Transportation to develop a recruitment and education program, eventually co-op programs that would encourage and promote engineering career opportunities for transportation engineers in the state.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson, for your work and for your support of the legislation. Senator Kissel has his hand raised. Senator. Oh, Senator, you're on mute.
Trying to be good and not disturb. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Jackson, you commented on the increase in fatalities on our roadways. And we're not talking about helmets, not helmets, stuff like that. We're just talking about people traveling. And, you know, I maybe you have more grounding in statistics on this or a different or an observation. But in the last couple of years, we've seen people with mental health issues, substance abuse issues, suicidal ideations or ideations. So I think the pandemic, at least right now, has had was a huge stressor on a lot of families, a lot of individuals. And I think even President Biden said we're not going to see the fallout from this for years going forward. That being said, though, as someone who used to commute about 45 minutes a day to my other job, not legislative job, it's about a half hour for me, so I'm lucky, chairs, with at least that. But I did notice that when people started working from home, the traffic on the roadways decreased. Yet at the same time, and maybe this is just my observations as I'm getting older and probably more aware of fast drivers, it just seems like people are just, I wouldn't say necessarily flouting the law. Somebody commented that it was the 90s when we changed from 55 and sort of moved it up to 65. And I have to admit, I was one of the ones, and I regret that vote now because it's not 65, it's like 75. And if I'm going the speed limit, which is pretty fast, 65, especially if it's night with my feeble eyes, and I'm like, people come right up behind me. So I'm just wondering, the fatalities, I know that some folks have been critical of our state police, the cat, while the cat's away, the mice will play. But it seems to me even broader than that there's something going on out there on our roadways. Can you just give me your 2 cents on that or your observations?
Sure, absolutely. So I touch basically every single crash report that comes through the state. So I spend my days analyzing and looking at the data. The things that we've seen during the COVID pandemic are a dramatic increase in speeds. A lot of people have noticed that on the interstates. As traffic volume drops, people are traveling above 80 miles per hour. Those vehicles at that speed increase by a factor of 5. As traffic volume increased back up, those speeds have not really dropped. So we basically introduced a new paradigm for driving. New cars came back, and we've kind of stuck there. Even traveling at 70 or 75, people are passing aggressively, driving aggressively. What I'm seeing and what I'm actually researching now is what are the mental and emotional stressors that have come due to COVID, and how has that increased substance abuse? So we're seeing every single fatality that comes across, the toxicology reports come across my desk. I'm looking at those toxicology reports. I can tell you that there has been an increase in impaired driving. It takes us a while to actually go through and fully analyze and document that data. But we're seeing potentially people self-medicating with drugs or alcohol in a way to deal with the stress that's bleeding over into our transportation system and causing potentially more fatalities on our transportation network. So really and truly, I believe it's a stress of the COVID pandemic has led over into other behaviors that are now impacting daily life of people and impacting the way that they operate motor vehicles and the way they interact with other people.
Wow. All right. So, Mr. Jackson, thank you so much. As a double graduate of UConn at Storrs, a Bachelor of Science and Bachelor of Arts, and the old engineering building, like in my senior year there, we went out and made little speeches to the courtyard, but those are crazy times. I know that we redid that whole building. I think we're going to, I understand. I mean, the stressors on engineering, if we don't have enough people, I don't know where we go. But I really appreciate your research because you just confirmed what I was feeling in my gut, that this is not police enforcing. And, the fact that they went wild, the fact that they kicked up to 80, 85 when there weren't a lot of cars and now they're stuck there or just feel that that's natural when we have more cars. Yeah, I thought it was just me, that I'm just getting old and pokey, but I don't think so. And we've got to get our arms around trying to get people's mentality back to the reality. Otherwise, there's a lot of moving pieces in this accident fatality statistics. And I know that the leadership of this committee is committed on that open container. I'd like to think that that's a hill we can climb and plant a flag on and say, all right, enough of this. And we are an outlier state in that category. In other instances, it seems like the whole country sort of turned upside down a little bit. And that's going to be more intractable. But thank you for your research. And I'm really proud to be associated with the University of Connecticut. And that really helped a lot. And I hope my colleagues got something out of that too. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kissel. I think we did get something out of those answers, certainly. And I think your points are well taken by this committee. Mr. Jackson, I don't see other hands raised, but thank you so much for your time today.
Great, thank you.
Okay, we are going to move now to Christina Carmadella. I apologize if I mispronounced that. Do we have Christina with us? If not, I think we will move to the next person on our list, which is Francine Carmadella. Do we have either members of the Carmadella family? Going once, going twice. Mr. Clerk?
Senator, they don't seem to be responding to their panelist motions. We do have numbers 31 and 32, Jennifer Johnson and Joe Scully, in the room with us.
Wonderful. Let's go to Jennifer Johnson. The floor is yours. Oh, I also see we have Travis, who's number 30. So Jennifer, are you there? We'll go to you and then we'll go to Travis right afterwards. I apologize, Travis.
I'm here. Can you see me? Can you hear me now?
We can. Good to see you.
Good. Great. Thank you so much. I've been here all day and just in awe of the work of this committee and the time and commitment that you all are putting into it. So I was afraid that I somehow was going to mess this up. But anyway, I'm glad to be here. I have submitted some written testimony already, which had a couple maps in it. But I'm here to speak in favor of House Bill 5256 regarding transit district consolidation. And I'm going to read something because I wanted to keep it within 3 minutes. My name is Jennifer Johnson, and I live in Westport, Connecticut. I have served in various transportation-related capacities, including as a Westport Transit Director, Transit District Director, and an executive board member of the former Southwestern Regional Planning Agency, known as SWRPA. This committee should adopt legislation that will enable state transportation officials to consolidate the more than 12 transit districts across our state. Having multiple districts operating in the same economically defined and relatively small geographic region wastes tax dollars, creates confusion, perpetuates inequalities, and stifles economic growth. In many places, transit connections in our state are so difficult to figure out that people are forced to take a car, find another job, or just give up going where they want or need to go. A transit system consisting of multiple districts and operator serves to seriously disadvantage our state in competing with other states for critically needed infrastructure funding that will soon be available through the recent passage of the federal $1.2 trillion Bipartisan Infrastructure Act. Between Greenwich and New Haven, there are 7 separate transit districts and providers that operate within the same densely populated transportation corridor. These include Norwalk Transit District, Westport Transit District, Hart Transit District, CT Transit, Milford Transit District, Greater Bridgeport Transit District, and Greater New Haven Transit District. If you live or work in Southwest Connecticut and you want to use public transit to get to Greenwich, from Greenwich to New Haven, you must navigate 7 different websites and different mobile apps to figure out your route. It also means that 7 different operators are competing for the same state and federal dollars to run their individual systems and fund capital projects. No single operator has the jurisdictional reach to coordinate operations, websites, public outreach, and implementation strategies across this important economic corridor. Nearly every goal for the future economic growth, sustainability, health, and well-being of residents, employees, and businesses depends on Connecticut's ability to operate a coherent public transportation system. To that end, we can't speed up Metro North unless we provide efficient alternatives for town-to-town travel. We can't attract younger employees without alternative modes of transportation. We can't address affordable housing needs if residents are shut out of efficient transit access. And finally, we can't improve air quality if we don't develop viable alternatives to car travel. I urge our state leaders to follow the lead of other states by creating more unified transit operations across the state. This is not a new issue. Transit operations have already been the topic of multiple studies costing taxpayers millions of dollars with countless recommendations. We don't need another study as much as we need legislation and regulations that enable the consolidation of transit districts and operators into a more efficient and effective system. The sooner the better. Thank you so much for your time.
Jennifer, thank you for your testimony and for your advocacy. I would encourage members of the committee, if they haven't already had a chance to review the testimony, I found it really helpful that you include some maps outlining which areas these transit districts serves, which areas these transit districts serve, and where there's duplication. I just wanted to give you an opportunity to talk very specifically for how this plays out in Southwestern Connecticut, given your work on SWRPA. Can you talk about the 7 transit districts and operators that are in the same sort of corridor here in Fairfield County?
Yeah, look, the bottom line is I've been working at this from the ground level all the way up to the federal level for about 10 years now. And it is just for the simple thing of trying to get a bus shelter in Westport has been a mind-numbingly difficult exercise. The coastal link, which is makes it seem like there's one system going across from New Haven to Greenwich, is divided into 5 segments, which we've already mentioned before. And within Westport, there are 3 operators. And so we can't even figure out who's responsible for getting that shelter built and who's maintaining it. So that's just one example of, and then on top of it, if you're taking the coastal link through Westport, you don't even have a unified app to look at. You could see a bus coming, but it wouldn't be on the app that you're looking at. It just makes absolutely no sense. And we were trying to figure this out locally and began to realize, wow, it's because we have these historic transit districts that were created for a variety of different reasons. They were kind of designed originally to their bankrupt transit operators that maybe provided services for Bridgeport, and then our Westport had their own historically recognized transit district, and all these transit districts individually kind of didn't work because bottom line is the way we travel now isn't necessarily within our own town. We all go across towns, and that's how we live and work in our region. We go to a doctor's appointment, a recreation. So it became very clear that as I tried to figure out where the boundaries of these transit districts are, and it was quite difficult. You can see in the map that I attached, it's really rough, but it does give you an idea of this, it clearly is not the way we travel. We travel east, for the most part, we travel east-west. That doesn't mean that a very important north-south corridor isn't critical, but we don't have anything that brings us together east, west, and southwest Connecticut.
Well, that's helpful to know. I know that the coastal link travels right by my apartment building, literally all the time, and you always see it. Those buses designated to various transit districts. Sometimes the Greater Norwalk Transit District, sometimes the Greater Milford Transit District. So I certainly take your point to heart. And to those who might say that this is just a local issue, why should the state be involved? Of course, the state subsidizes these transit districts to the tune of 90% or more of their funding, if I understand. Is that correct?
Yeah. I mean, the money all comes from the federal as a pass through to the state. And again, that's why this infrastructure funding is very important. But the federal, what happens in Southwest Connecticut is we actually qualify for a tremendous amount of money. We have a lot of traffic congestion, and we have a lot of air quality problems. So we qualify for a lot of money, and that goes to the state. But then it's allocated back through the existing transit districts or the existing MPOs or the existing COGs, which themselves are not necessarily, there's not one of them that actually are coherently connected across it's running east to west. That's not saying that these transit operators and individuals involved aren't working very hard, but the system is not designed. It just doesn't work because you're continuing to fund this system that puts all the money into the status quo. There's nothing that brings it together. And look, I grew up in Jersey. I've lived in Connecticut for 15 years, but back in the 70s, they had the same problem, and they passed enabling legislation to create New Jersey Transit. So you can go on one website and it can tell you how to get from point A to point B, and the connections on the bus and the trail, rail, and paratransit and whatever. But we are seriously disadvantaged in Connecticut, and it's playing out very badly in Southwest Connecticut. The greater Hartford area is working great because you have one giant transit district that's the same shape as the MPO, and everything has a jurisdictional reach. But it is not working in Southwest Connecticut, and it needs to be fixed quickly.
Understood. Well, thank you so much for your testimony and for your patience today. I don't see any other hands raised, but we really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, Travis, I'm so sorry that I missed you earlier. We're going to go over to you now. The floor is yours.
Hey, it's all right. I've been waiting 5 hours. What's another 5 minutes? Senator Haskell, Representative Lamar, Senator Sommers, Representative Carney, and members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Travis Woodward. I'm a resident of Hamden and an engineer for Connecticut DOT. I'm also president of CSEA SEIU Local 2001, a labor union representing over 23,000 state, municipal, Board of Ed, active and retired public and private sector workers, including the engineers and other transportation professionals at the Connecticut DOT. I offer the following testimony in support of Senate Bill 215 with one change. It's no secret that the Connecticut Department of Transportation is critically short-staffed and in desperate need of a recruitment program for finding and hiring skilled engineers. Currently, the department is doing the best it can with limited funding, but this is a far cry from what is best for the department and everyone who uses and depends on 21st century transportation infrastructure in our state. Sending existing department employees to attend job fairs without a robust, fully funded recruitment program is not going to get the job done. Many top-level engineering students are being scooped up by large engineering firms that have already made the investment in identifying and hiring the next generation of professional engineers. And with the money from the bipartisan federal infrastructure plan, there's major competition from businesses and state governments all over the country to hire engineers. In order to continue building a staff that is best and brightest engineers at the Connecticut DOT, we need to have the ability to connect with students for more than a glance at a job fair. From summer internships to recruitment during junior and sophomore years of college, we have options. However, what we really need is a commitment from elected leaders to provide the resources that will allow us to get the job done. While we support the idea behind Senate Bill 215, we ask for a small but significant change to the bill. The commissioners of the Administrative Services and Transportation not only consult with the public institutions of higher ed, but also with DOT's in-house engineering staff when establishing the transportation engineering recruitment program. We are the frontline experts with the necessary and invaluable experience to ensure a successful recruitment program. The bill could go a long way to helping with recruitment, but without major structural changes to the Department of Administrative Services hiring practices, any new recruitment tools will be blunted. It currently takes an average of 7 months from time of application to the time of employment for our prospective applicants. I spoke with a new member that applied in January and was eventually hired in December of 2021. Texas does it in 2 weeks. Do we really want to be worse than Texas with anything? Thank you for hearing my testimony.
Fighting words for Travis, Texas. In all seriousness, that's really an insightful testimony. 7 months, you said, from average time for application to
on average. That's for new hires, and then even for promotions from within to refill vacancies when there's retirements, it takes weeks upon weeks and sometimes months.
Well, when you're talking new hires, I don't know many people who can afford to go 7 months waiting for that job or that paycheck. So
you're not catching them right out of college in May, that's for sure.
Yeah. Senator Kissel has his hand raised.
Thank you very much, Chairman Haskell. Just a couple quick questions, and I'll leave Texas alone. We're never going to be as big as them geographically, but I believe it was around 30 33%, something like that. I'm trying to remember when the commissioner was talking to us. He was the very first speaker, and he said he just signed like 20, retirement papers for 20 employees, engineers. And so, we have this cadre of engineers in various stages of their professional careers. And I think he said about a third of them by that magic date, the end of June, July 1st, they're going to retire. So my first part of my question is, do you anticipate that the similar tsunami coming through? And this is going to be horrible because the federal government is going to give us pitchers and we're not going to have any catchers. And it's not going to help if, hey, we're going to get all these funds and support and there's nobody there to do anything with it. And the second part is, it sounds like we need a full court press on this really fast. It's a short session. I can't speak for the chairs or ranking members, but it just sounds like we're all on the same team when it comes to this issue. And would you volunteer to help inform the chairs and the folks concerned with this, the commissioner, even the CBIA, which I think they probably have some people in the private sector that would want these engineer graduates too, but they see this as a big problem for the state. If we just grind to a halt because we don't have the engineers, this is a big problem. And we're going to be way behind the 8 ball. So I'm just wondering those two things. Do you anticipate a huge amount of retirements between now and July 1st, as we're hearing? And would you help inform the leadership of this committee to help us come up with something before the gavel comes down in the first week or so of May?
So you hit the nail on the head. We do need to work together to get more engineers hired. You're going to see a large amount of people running for the door April 1st. We can only retire on the 1st of the month. It's going to be April 1st, and then a lot more will go by July 1st, because that's the end of the current CBAC COLA.
Can I just ask why April 1st?
April 1st gets you a first cost of living adjustment 9 months after. That's just the way the math works out. So a lot of people will go for April 1st, so they get that first COLA next January. And a lot of people will head for the door in July as well, because that gets you a 12-month period. After July, your first COLA is 30 months after. So because of that gap, it's not a significant change, but it's enough that a lot of people are headed towards the door. The other issue that we have at DOT is we hire all at once. We don't have level hiring throughout the years. So the last time we did the first time we did major hiring was after the Mianus River Bridge fell in the 80s. And then we did that again in the 90s. We had a lot of hires in 96 through 98. And since then, we've been progressively getting smaller as a department, because a lot of the electeds like to have a smaller, they call leaner state government. If you laid me off, if you got rid of me, you're hiring a consultant to do the same job. So you're getting another state funded employee with the middle person, and you're paying that company a surcharge for having that same body. So we get treated like every other state employee, but when we go, you're still hiring another engineer through the state. So because we've been dwindling since the 90s, now you have this large amount of employees that are eligible to retire now. There's a little bit of a change to our retirement structure, and they're all headed for the door.
All right, thank you. That's very informative. And, I've been telling everybody, watch out for the end of June, but actually we're going to see this play out real fast. If it's April 1st is sort of a next wave.
Yep, you'll see a wave in April, and then you'll see another wave on July 1st.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kissel, and thank you for your comments about the urgency. I love your line that the federal government's providing pitchers, but we don't have catchers. I'd love to work together on this in the months to come. Travis, I don't see any other hands raised, but thanks for your time and for your testimony today. Looking forward to working with you on this bill.
Thank you. Thanks for hearing me.
All right, we'll go back now to Christina Carmadella, who I believe is available. She'll be followed by Oh, I'm sorry. Nope, we're going to go to Joe Scully, who's been waiting. Then we're going to go to Christina Carmadella, and then we'll go to Betsy Guerra. So Joe, the floor is yours, and sorry about the delay.
No problem. Good afternoon, co-chairs Haskell and Lamar, and ranking members Carney and Summers, and members of the Transportation Committee. I'm Joe Scully, president of Motor Transport Association of Connecticut, representing small business trucking companies here in the state. Great to be back before this committee for the first time in a long time, and I think you're going to see me on Wednesday and Friday, so I hope you don't get too sick of me. Here on two bills today, the 5258, the emergency vehicle move over bill, and then 5255, which is recommendations from DOT. In the DOT bill, Chairman Haskell did flag my concern about the lower speed limit during inclement weather, so I appreciate that, and we would love to be involved in working with you and the department to maybe craft language that I would say more accurately reflects what was stated in the hearing earlier. Moving on to section 13, CONDOT proposes a 140% increase in the transmittal fee that happens when oversized or overweight permit is purchased. And I understand from talking to DOT that that money would go towards funding maintenance of an IT system in subsequent years. DOT correctly notes that this system is something the industry wants, both our association and there's a national group that represents companies that move super loads, 200,000 plus pounds. So, you know, we get it, increase charge for something that we don't have, that we could have, that we want, makes sense. I think we just asked the committee for consideration of maybe tweaking how that increase in fee would happen to anything from shifting the burden of that to the super loads, those over 200,000 pounds, you know, especially considering how heavy they are, how vocal that association has been about the willingness to pay more for this service, you know, and then if there could be something else in return, such as like the ability to move overweight loads at night. We don't have that ability. I'm not sure I've ever heard a good reason as to why we don't. We think that would be a good time to do it at night when there's not commuter traffic on the road. That would benefit us in the industry. That would benefit commuters. They don't have to navigate around these large vehicles. So perhaps the legislature will consider changes to how those fees are calculated and perhaps allowing night moves as a part of it. On truck platooning, so we are not necessarily opposed to that. In fact, it's good to see consideration of a new technology. I would just say I think that's a technology that has realized that it doesn't work. Daimler a couple years ago said there is no business case for truck platooning. I fear that even if there was, the 15-day notification window might render it useless anyway. But we don't object to that, but I'm just not sure that, I don't know of anyone in the industry that uses truck platooning. Section 21, we support the study as to whether a limited access highway between Danbury and Norwalk would be beneficial. We feel like it would. It could provide another avenue for freight to be transported in and through the state. It would help. You could avoid congested areas ahead, depending on where you were traveling. Now, on the emergency vehicle move over bill, the way that reads right now, the way I read it anyway, is if you're on the highway and you see an emergency vehicle on pulled over in the breakdown lane, you have to slow down to 20 miles per hour from 65 or 75 or 80, as some people have accurately pointed out earlier. Now, if a passenger car goes from that speed down to 20 and you've got a tractor trailer behind you who can't stop as fast, that's just a fact that heavy trucks cannot stop as fast, that's going to be a disaster. So I would ask for consideration. Maybe we could word that language differently. So, you know, I heard Representative Piscopo earlier. Maybe we could specify that the 20 miles per hour applies when you are on a non-highway road, for example. We're very much concerned about safety with this bill. I think it, as written anyways, could create more problems than it solves. So I can stop there, and thank you for the opportunity.
Joe, thanks for your testimony. I think it was perfectly timed. Phil looked like he was just about to remind you of 3 minutes, so well done there. I take all these points to heart. Just a quick follow-up on the issue of the decreasing speed limits in inclement weather. Was DOT's answer reasonably satisfactory? You mentioned perhaps that you'd like to see statutory changes to make sure that there is adequate notification to the drivers that you represent. Is that right?
Yeah, on the inclement weather speed limit, yes. I mean, look, I've driven on the New Jersey Turnpike and seen how they do it there, and they have electronic speed limit signs. And I feel like if we wanted to have the ability to lower speed limits during inclement weather here, we would have to have those, which we don't. It sounded like they said that's their solution. So yes, it sounded good. I guess your thoughts as to whether we need to change the language based on that are very important, obviously. But their answer was good. I'm just not sure that that's what it currently says in the bill.
Understood. All right, Joe, I don't have any other questions personally, and I don't see hands raised, but thank you so much for your testimony and for your patience today.
Thank you.
Okay, up next, I believe, I'm not sure what happened with the Carmandella family. I think that there were some technical issues. If they make it back into the meeting room, we would welcome their testimony, but now we'll go to Betsy Guerra.
Thank you, Senator. Members of the committee, my name is Betsy Guerra. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Council of Small Towns, and I'm here today to oppose House Bill 5254 concerning access to and parking near public beaches and other recreational areas. I know you've heard a lot about this. I have submitted written testimony, so I'll just touch on a couple points. And clearly, the COVID-19 pandemic exacerbated the situation. I mean, anytime you have access to public beaches, recreational areas, those spots fill up fast. But towns did report that they saw a huge uptick in the number of people trying to access town-owned beaches and other recreational areas. And at the same time, they were trying to limit capacity and to ensure social distancing and so forth. So it created some very tense situations. I know that there were towns that did limit access to residents only because they felt that residents came to town meetings and board meetings and were very vocal about complaining that they would get to the beach at 6 or 7 o'clock and there were no parking spaces available. And so that was a big concern. They did cite that this was going to be done during the public health emergency. So I don't know, I did read Layton versus the town of Greenwich, the decision back in 2000, which indicated that individuals have a right to access public beaches. So I do understand that. But I think people, because of the concerns regarding the COVID-19 pandemic, felt that they were within their right to exercise that. The other bigger issue, I think, because I think only a couple towns restricted access to residents only, the bigger issue is whether or not towns can charge a higher fee for non-residents. And I know Representative Lamar, you pointed to some towns where beach passes and fees are revenue generators and that they'd actually collect more revenue than they do to actually maintain the premises. But what we've seen in a lot of our smaller towns with very smaller opportunities to attend the beaches and recreational areas, that's not the case, particularly during the pandemic. Some towns saw that they were paying $100,000 or more for increased police presence, lifeguards, sanitation, trash disposal, et cetera. And so it was not a revenue generator. Most towns believe that they are within their rights to charge a reasonable fee for non-resident individuals to attend these town-owned beaches and recreational areas because the residents bear the brunt of the property taxes for these additional costs to maintain the properties. I know there was some discussion about whether the state or the federal government has invested in those. I don't know if that's always the case. And I do think we need to kind of take a step back and look at this issue because there are clearly constitutional issues, other legal issues, and certainly trying to figure out how to determine what would be a reasonable price differential is not necessarily an easy task. If you're going to consider how much state funding the town gets, if you're going to consider what their costs are. A lot of towns are facing increased costs because of coastal resiliency issues. So there's a lot to go in there. And I know last year there was a task force bill that would look at this issue. I really think that that is probably the best method to address this. I do think towns may welcome the opportunity for some clarity as to what constitutes a reasonable fee. And so I think it's a discussion worth having, and we would be supportive of a task force to address that issue. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Betsy. I see that two colleagues have their hands raised. First, Co-Chair Lamar.
Thank you, Chairman Haskell, and thank you, Betsy, for your testimony. And thank you for a thoughtful approach to this. I do think, I worry that a task force just continuously delays this issue from actually reaching a productive conclusion. But I can agree that my solution in the bill before us may not be the ideal solution. But you highlighted, I think, what the real concerns are. There are constitutional guarantees to beach access, both through the public doctrine and through Connecticut's Supreme Court decisions. And we are contributing millions of dollars as a state and federal government. Many times conditions of those grants are to expand and provide for public access. And I don't want to put towns in a bad spot by violating. I'm not suggesting we go out and sue a whole bunch of towns for doing that, but I do think we need to come up with a solution. And maybe, we ended up in a conversation earlier about this top-down approach versus bottom-up approach and which is the right one. I'm open to bringing people around a table and trying to figure out the solution. My worry is there's so much status quo bias in the current setup that it's hard for anyone to envision a better situation than defending the one that they've got. And I used to be a municipal official. I remember, you want to justify why the city of New Haven does it perfectly or why the town of East Haven does it right. The reality is, I think we all need to look in the mirror and recognize that we're all putting a lot of public supports into these public access areas. And in some communities, you're right, not all of them, not even most of them, but in some communities, they end up serving as de facto private beaches, or they're behind essentially what are gated communities where you need to put in, you have to buy a season pass for $775 if you want to go to the beach. And you can't buy a day pass, and you can only buy it Monday through Friday at town hall, not even at the beach. Right? And so there got to be some rules, and maybe we as a state need to provide some clarifications about what towns are and are not allowed to do. And so I'm actually hopeful after a public hearing in which most people are dead set against my idea. I'm actually hopeful with some of the commentary saying that they're interested in a solution, because I think we have an opportunity to at least come up with a temporary one until we come up with a full one as well. So I do appreciate the comments you provided and the concerns you raised. And I'll look forward to talking to you a little bit more about it.
All right. Thank you, Representative. I do want to point out that a lot of times the limitations is in obtaining parking passes was because town halls were closed through much of the pandemic. And so they had to set particular hours for being able to obtain those. I also want to point out that the state's Passport to the Parks program, which has been hailed as a huge success, does charge out-of-state residents higher fees than the in-state residents who pay as part of their motor vehicle registration. We also charge out-of-state students higher tuition rates to attend in-state colleges, public colleges, and universities. So, I think there is set precedent for that price differential, and I think it makes sense that they be able to charge an adequate, reasonable price differential for out-of-state residents.
I think we agree on that too. I think I'm open to the idea of there being a differential, but I don't think it's a fair comparison to say what UConn charges someone from California versus Connecticut is the same as what Westport charges $25 for a Westport resident, but $775 for a Waterbury resident. Right? Those are different levels of comparison. And so I don't think that's a fair comparison, but I do think there's justification, I think, for differentiated rates.
Right. And a lot of towns that I looked at, it was not that significant a difference. It was certainly higher for non-residents, but it wasn't, as you point out, in that one community as high as that.
Thank you, Betsy. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Representative Lamar, and thanks, Betsy. Senator Kissel.
Thank you thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Betsy, great to see you again. Just a couple of things. First of all, with cost, I'm just wondering where the demarcation line is as far as population, the towns that you represent versus cities and the other grouping that is primarily CCM. And my second point is Tammy Zawistowski, the good representative from East Granby, who also covers Suffield, and she does a great job. And I'm really lucky to have so many great reps up here in North Central Connecticut. But she brought the idea or the notion that, you know, we don't have shoreline on Long Island Sound, but we do have a lot of lakes, like for example, in Suffield, the Congamon Lakes. And for example, and I don't know, Betsy, if you're familiar with Babb's Beach, but the previous first selectman, Melissa Mack, did a great job in helping to steer the town's resources with state aid to renovate that, reopen it. It had been closed for decades. And I do believe that Babb's Beach has a differential because it's so close to Massachusetts. And it sounds to me that that is something that should be in the back of our mind. It doesn't sound like Chairman Lamar is opposed to that. It has to do with the differential between out of state and in state and out of town, in town. And so do you feel that for your membership, this issue is just as important to a community that's within your membership that's smaller, that may have lakes or other amenities where they're drawing these distinctions, as opposed to this being isolated to the shoreline communities that are facing the ocean?
Yes, absolutely. We did hear from a number of municipalities with lakes, ponds, other streams that have the same issue, particularly because of the unique challenges posed by the pandemic, where kids weren't in school, parents were home more, couldn't gather inside. And a great thing, let's get them outside. But everyone experienced some difficulties with parking, with garbage, traffic, police present. You know, it just was an issue. And so, you know, hopefully that'll be when we're through this pandemic, we'll see fewer issues like that. But I do still think that it's fair for those towns to be able to charge a higher rate for non-residents, given the fact that their residents do bear the brunt of the property taxes that contribute to the maintenance and development of these areas.
And Betsy, so, again, the membership level?
Our membership is 35,000 population or less. We increased it to 35,000 because Torrington had wanted to join. But by and large, our towns are much, much smaller than that, and very vocal about various issues. So
you have all of my towns but Enfield, pretty much.
Correct. Yes.
Very good. So, and the district has gone from 7 to 8 now. And I'm crazy enough to want to run for re-election. So, but you've got 7 out of the 8 in your membership. That's good.
Well, you've got some beautiful small towns up that way.
Don't tell anybody. It's a nice secret. Anyhow, thank you very much, Chairman Haskell.
Thank you, Senator Kissel, and Betsy. Thanks for your testimony today.
Thank you, Senator. Take care.
Good to see you as always. Next, we will go to Ryder Fitzgerald, followed by Randy Collins. Mr. Fitzgerald. We can't hear you all that well, unless it's just on my computer. Can you try one more time?
No, it sounds like the tape's running too fast.
Ryder, I'm so sorry. Perhaps you could exit the meeting and rejoin, and hopefully the microphone issue will be resolved. Okay, in the meantime, we will move to Randy Collins.
Good afternoon, or good evening, I guess, members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Randy Collins. I'm an advocacy manager with the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities. Here to testify on House Bill 5254. I know the committee's heard quite a bit on this issue. CCM does oppose the bill as it would limit the right of a municipality to manage parking near certain outdoor recreation areas and establish differential fees for residents and non-residents for public parking. Municipalities have been forced to become overly reliant on the property tax to fund almost all manner of public services, not limited to education, public safety, public work, and local park and rec programs. This over-reliance on the regressive property tax has been looking for other areas where they can offset some of those costs so they don't have to shift everything onto that property tax system. And we don't feel that the establishment of fee schedule should, that they shouldn't be allowed to charge residents those non-resident rates. At the same point, the establishment should not be used as a tool to non-residents being able to access outdoor recreation areas. But reasonable differential fees can be used to offset costs associated with staffing and maintaining these areas. As I've submitted in my written testimony, CCM is more than willing to work with the proponents and the relevant stakeholders to understand if we can find what that acceptable differential fee schedule may be. But as I said, this is one of those where residents do pay high property taxes, and you see this. It's not just beach access, but the bill talks about outdoor recreation areas. You have issues in the town of Allentown where they rent out Beachland Pond. They charge residents $25 and $75 for season passes to access that. At the same point, the cost for them to rent that area from the town from deep is $10,000 a year, and the first select woman has indicated that they don't come anywhere near recouping those costs, but it does help offset the costs of beach trash pickup, parking attendants, and whatnot. And the other issue I just wanted to comment on, the Fairfield Park and Rec. I reached out to the director, having listened to the debate. The Fairfield Park and Rec budget is $1.8 million. $900,000 they use for field and park maintenance. $900,000 is for beach maintenance. They have an additional $500,000 in staff training costs. So it's just for the beaches alone, between the $900 for maintenance and the $500 for staff, is 1.4. Total raised from parking is 1.2. So it doesn't even offset their costs, and that doesn't even take into account increased police, fire, EMT, DPW services, which also have to go in and do other maintenance, trash pickup. So we understand the concerns and some of the concerns that have been raised on this issue, and as I said, we'd be willing to work. I don't know if we need to go as far as the task force. Pretty sure if a good representative from New Haven asks us to come sit down with a few members, we'd be there the next day to sit down and see if we can come up with what a reasonable differential rate is for residents versus non-residents. But thank you very much. I'm willing to work with all relevant stakeholders on this bill.
Randy, thanks so much for your testimony. Just one quick question. I see Representative Lamar has his hand up actually, so I'm going to go to him and then I'll come back.
Thanks, Randy. Thank you for your testimony. I find it a little perplexing that this is an issue I personally have raised for a number of years. And oftentimes during the public hearing process, this is the first time I've done it in transportation. I've normally done it in a different committee. And oftentimes it would be ignored, or this isn't the right time, or communities are dealing with budget issues, or communities are dealing with COVID, or communities have too many current challenges. This is the first time I've ever heard someone suggest that, yeah, those things are true, but we also just think we should be allowed to do it. We think it's okay to do it, and no one should stand on our toes about our approach. And so I think that, to me, that's a market change I've heard from anyone, is the suggestion that, no, we should just be allowed to do what we want. And maybe we'll sit down and have a conversation, but frankly, we've got bills to pay, and that means we need to charge a differential rate. I mean, I have to say, I'm kind of disappointed by that. I think the conversation and tenor today had been fairly constructive around the idea that, yeah, we should come up with something that means that public assets that are receiving public dollars, particularly state and federal dollars, come with public accessibility rules. And I gotta say, I'm frustrated by that comment. So I'm willing to give you a call and we can try to talk about it. But I don't think I'd ever heard any organization essentially say, no, we're good with the status quo. We think we should be able to charge what we want. And I think that's a hard place to start from. And so that's just my comments about it. And I know we can talk offline, and I'm willing to do that. It's just, that's a hard place to start from.
I understand, I hear what you're saying. And, for me, this is, I think, the first year for me dealing with this issue. I haven't seen it in my other committee, so not sure, the approach that's been taken previously. But it's the first time that I've seen transportation, so that was one of the things that jumped out at me was any municipality that receives TAR, county road funding, which kind of snapped my head around. It's one of the big issues for us is maintaining those dollars. So, it definitely got our attention. But as I said, I think it's when we look at any number of different services that are provided. I mean, if you go to different communities that, they'll charge resident versus non-resident rates for golf courses, for park and rec programs. I mean, it's one of those, I think communities do it throughout. I mean, if it's highlighted by the beach access, because maybe that's more limited. Again, I mean, it's one of those, our residents, municipalities are just so restricted to property taxes and very few other fees. This is one of the very few other fees that's not put on a very regressive property tax. So I think we're a little bit defensive in the terms of, hey, we know we don't want to limit anybody. We don't think that these should be used to limit people's access or adversely deny them or try to be punitive about it. But, is there a point where it's a reasonable fee? I don't know what that number is, but I think that towns have the right to sit there and this is what we're going to charge. This is what it costs us to operate this. And if we can't raise the adequate funding, well, then do I shift that to my property tax burden to residents that may not ever utilize those services? They might not ever go to the beach or an area, but they're retirees on a fixed income, and now they're going to have to pay more to provide that same level of service. Or you see towns limit, lifeguards, public safety at some of these areas. I don't think that's where we want to go either. So, it is a balancing act, and we do have to, our costs are going up. I mean, when minimum wage jumps to $15 an hour, all that staff, lifeguards, there is wage compression. It's going to push wages higher. It's harder to get qualified lifeguards and train them and certify them. The instruction levels become more expensive. So we have to manage all those. And that's one of the things that I think we need to keep in mind as we set, as I said, if we don't want it to be punitive, I agree that it shouldn't be used as an exclusionary tool. But at the same point, if it's reasonable, I mean, I looked at just that example from Volunteer. $25 for resident season pass, $75 for non-resident. To me, okay, it doesn't seem outrageous. So again, I don't have what that number is, but we'd be willing to sit down and talk and bring in some people and say, these are the costs that we're picking up. What is that right price point?
Well, I guess we can agree that a season pass at $25 for residents and $75 for non-residents sounds good. And I wish that were the cost threshold that communities were talking about. We're talking about Babs Beach a little bit earlier. That's $20, right? That's not 775. And so I think there is work that needs to be done. And I think it does need to be done this year. I don't think I want to sit back and say, well, let's do a task force and hit it next year. I think there's some things we can touch this year. And maybe we don't get all the way there on the full package of reforms that I think are necessary, but I think there's some level of egregiousness that maybe even you can get behind on this one for this year. All right. Thanks, Randy. I appreciate it.
Randy, thanks so much. I don't see other questions up, but I do have, I want to better understand. I'm embarrassed I don't know this, but CCM, I'm sorry, cost we just learned represents municipalities of fewer than 35,000 people. What's CCM's how many municipalities do you represent? All of Connecticut?
We represent 168 of 169. So we don't have a population threshold. Vernon is currently our unique outlier. They were a member a few years back, they dropped off. So it's tough when you hit 100% membership, you lose one, and that's, well, why'd they drop? I don't know, but
so I guess my question is this: how does CCM decide to support or not to support legislation like this? And the reason I ask is, it seems as though there are a few actors out there who do have unreasonably high cost differentials for in-town and out-of-town residents, and that disadvantages the vast majority of the state, everybody but those who are fortunate enough to live in that town. So Westport, for example, because I think we should just say it, that's the number that's been cited often today. Westport charges $775 for an out-of-town resident. Presumably, if that were to change and were to become more reasonable, to use your words, the residents of Wilton and Ridgefield and the majority of nearby towns and the majority of residents would benefit from that change. So I guess I'm wondering, it feels like CCM here is defending the actions of a few, and that's coming at the expense of what a reform that could benefit many other towns with many more people. So I guess I'm just wondering how CCM came to decide to oppose a reform like this.
Well, I think our position on this bill is it really imposes a one size fits all. So if they're unfortunately, I've been up at the Capitol. I think I got up here in '98. Few people. Senator Kissel's been here longer than I have, but a lot of times, unfortunately, the state reaction is overreaction. Like, we'll identify a problem with an individual town or a problem with a tax collection problem in Orrington that I dealt with years ago, and the reaction is, all right, we're going to impose a different, fix it for everybody. And the way that the legislation was written, there was no differential allowed if you accept county road funding, which every single town does. So instead of addressing, identifying, what is a reasonable rate or what is a manageable fee, it was just, you can't do it at all. So I think that is the first thing that flagged it for us. We have a legislative committee meeting on a monthly basis. Every member town every member town is invited to participate in that legislative committee. And I actually raised this issue that this is a bill that was going to be up for public hearing this week, and flagged it. And I had a few members that raised concerns with the bill. So that's why we're having the position that we are today. But there's other bills out there that will be a hard no, and we can't ever imagine that there's a position that we could come to where we could meet. But as I said, I think we're very willing to work to see if we can figure out, a middle ground that, moves towards where Representative Lamar is, what the towns feel that their needs are, and try to find something that, as I said, that works for all of our towns, all of our residents. So, I mean, CCM, I think, shown good willingness to work on cancer presumption, PTSD over the last few years. So issues that we fought hard over when we sat down with the proponents of the bill, have found, okay, maybe we give a little, both sides give a little, and we get a good compromise bill that we can move forward.
Fair enough. I'm certainly in no position to question how CCM decides to support or not support bills. I only bring it up to express surprise that a reform that might admittedly negatively benefit one town would benefit, in my region anyway, so many others nearby. So it feels counterintuitive, but I understand your process, and I respect that. I'll just close with a question. You very graciously have expressed a willingness to help this committee come up with what would be a reasonable delta, a reasonable, cost differential between in-town and out-of-town residents. You mentioned that $25 and $75 strikes you as reasonable. Would it be your view that the $775 for out-of-town versus $50 for in-town is unreasonable?
I'm not, as I said, you're saying that's from Westport. I'm not familiar with Westport, so I don't want to speak for the town, and I don't want to put myself in that spot. I don't understand, as I said, what their rates are. As I said, I know that's the 25 and the 75 is for a pond access where it costs the town of Voluntown $10,000 a year to do that. So I think that that's where they're basing their costs on. I would want to see what I think it would be important to see what are the costs that each town is incurring. Instead, I was able to reach out to Fairfield and get some of their costs laid out. And that's why, you could see, again, they raised 1.2 million from resident and non-resident parking, but even that total nut doesn't cover the cost of what they spend on the beach. So, and that budget is also, it's split between, field maintenance and other things as well. So, I don't want to speak for Westport. I wouldn't feel comfortable doing it.
Fair enough. Okay, thanks so much, Randy, for your time and for your testimony. I don't see other questions, but we'll be in touch.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Fitzgerald, there were some tech difficulties before. Let's try again.
We'll try it again. Can you hear me now?
So much better.
Okay, good. Good afternoon, and thanks for your patience with all this. I've been here all day myself. I'm here to speak in opposition to Section 2 of 5255, the part that would impose mandatory helmet use on motorcyclists. I'm opposed to this for a number of reasons, many of which were already addressed earlier today by Mr. Polkner and Mr. Viscount, and I agree with their positions. The one thing that I wanted to maybe focus on was mentioned briefly by Mr. Polkner, but not in any detail, and that is whether helmet laws accomplish anything of value. People who support helmet laws always blow out statements that they save lives, reduce injuries like this. They never come up with any kind of actual hard data to support that position. The reason they don't is because it doesn't exist. Several years ago, I did some research on publicly available records in the state of Connecticut, thanks to that gentleman who was here earlier from UConn. Their database is an excellent source of information on crash data. New York State has a not quite so good website also for that. And I studied the data for a 14-year period. And in that time, the main difference between the two states is New York has a universal helmet law and Connecticut has freedom of choice. Over 14 years, the fatality rate, that is a percentage of motorcycle accidents that result in fatality in New York, is 3.5%. The same 14 years in Connecticut, it's 3.5%. There's no difference in the fatality rate between a helmet law state and a non-helmet law state. Saying there is just not true. Same goes for serious injuries. Over that period, New York, 22.2% of the crashes involving motorcycles resulted in what are called Class A serious injuries. In Connecticut, the figure is 16.6%. So there's actually substantially higher serious injuries in a helmet law state than a non-helmet law state. I suspected that because they divide injuries into three categories based on very severe, not so severe, and possibly non-existent. And that's a somewhat subjective breakpoint for the law enforcement officers who are gathering the data. So that some of that variation may simply be, the way their officers are trained or whatever that causes them to draw the line at a slightly higher or lower threshold. But it's very clear that the presence of helmet law makes no difference to the safety of motorcyclists whatsoever. And I wonder, I've been a motorcyclist all my adult life. I've got more than 200,000 miles in the saddle behind me, including more than 100,000 miles on my current motorcycle. I'm an experienced rider. I know the issues involved. I'm tired of people trying to dictate, who don't ride typically, trying to dictate to motorcyclists what they should do to protect themselves. It's just not good legislation. I tried to submit written testimony, but the CGA website dropped the link that used to be there, so I don't know how to do it anymore. I have a simple one-page report that I would have submitted, and maybe I can email it to people or something like that. I don't know, but
well, thank Thank you so much, Mr. Fitzgerald, for your testimony. I'm going to ask that our wonderful clerk, Phil, be in touch with you directly with regard to how to submit written testimony so that that report can be seen by committee members.
Okay, great. Thank you.
But we really appreciate your patience in sticking with us this afternoon, and thank you for your insights.
Take care.
All right, last but certainly not least, we have Mr. Daryl Johnson on the line. Is Mr. Johnson with us? We'll give it just to maybe one more second for Mr. Johnson to go off mute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Welcome, the floor is yours, sir.
Sorry about that. Yeah, one second here. Yeah, thanks, and thanks for allowing me to provide testimony here. Senator Haskell, Representative Lamar, Senator Summers, Representative Carney, and members of the committee. My name is Daryl Johnson. I'm the legislative representative for Acre 1 of the Association of Commuter Rail Employees. I would like to offer comments in support of Senate Bill 216 and that concerning the expansion of passenger rail service on the Waterbury branch of the Metro North Commuter Railroad. Acre 1 stands in support of this legislation. The bill will help expand passenger service on the Waterbury branch of Metro North Commuter Railroad by increasing the number and frequency of trains running, and by adding stops in Derby, Seymour, and Shelton. Many of our members work on this branch, and they can tell you firsthand that there's a great demand for its service. If you build it, they will come. Improving and expanding the branch will improve Connecticut's economy and help take the stress off of our highway system. With interest rates still relatively low and infrastructure funds coming from Washington, now is the time to make the improvements needed on the Waterbury branch by adding more stops and increasing passenger train service in the Naugatuck Valley. This legislation is vital to the region and to the state. And I also want to thank and applaud the federal Connecticut delegation, Governor Lamont, DOT Commissioner Giletti, and state legislators who have all worked hard to increase investments in Metro North Commuter Railroad so that the system attracts more riders. And thank you again for this opportunity to submit testimony.
Mr. Johnson, thank you so much. We can't thank you enough for your patience and what's been a long day. And as somebody with many commuters in my district, so grateful for the work that you and your colleagues do along our rail lines here in Connecticut. I see Senator Kissel has his hand raised.
Thank you very much, Chairman Haskell. Mr. Johnson, I just want to thank you as well for your patience all day long. And to be honest, I haven't heard any opposition to this bill. I may have missed it along the way, but should this bill actually become law, I just hope the state of Connecticut has the engineers to make it happen. And yes, pun was intended.
Yeah, well, locomotive engineers, we can assure you, we can do our part.
All right, sounds excellent. Thank you. So thank you for your patience, though. I really appreciate it. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for your indulgence.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Kissel. Mr. Johnson, I don't see any other hands. So thank you again for your work and of course for your testimony today. And I think that brings us to the end of our public hearing. I'll just ask briefly that our clerk confirm that there are no other members of the public waiting to testify.
Senator, that is it. We have finished everybody who was in our waiting room.
All right. Well, thank you guys for a really productive and informative public hearing. I look forward to seeing you all at our next one. And thanks to everybody who stuck with us, those who popped in and those who were here for the entirety. It's been a really great conversation. Representative Lamar, do you want to say anything before we close?
See you Wednesday.
See you all on Wednesday.
Take care, chairs. Take care, members.